Oh, I was testing. Right. Oh. Hello there. Um, yeah. Uh, yeah. We're going to be doing some Curmudgeon's Corner editing, and I just decided to live stream for fun to see if that would work at all. But yeah. Hi. Let's see. I hadn't actually fully finished testing things. I thought I was going to test it offline and then turn it on, but I turned it on by mistake. So, hi to the one person who is apparently out there. Feel free to, say something in the chat. I'm going to be getting up Logic Pro, which is what I generally use to edit these podcasts, and then go from there. This is, you'll get to see a preview, I guess, of the podcast itself. If you're not a subscriber to Curmudgeon's Corner, just go to your favorite podcast player and search for that. That's what we're doing. This takes a while because the podcast itself is like 2 hours long, and so the editing usually takes me longer than that. And I usually, my target is actually to get it done by Sunday at 0 UTC, which is US time in the Pacific time zone, where I am 5 p.m. on Saturday. It is obviously not 5 p.m. on Saturday right now. This weekend was my son's birthday, and so yeah, we had a bunch of stuff going on, and I didn't even get to start it until it's now, Monday morning, just after midnight Monday morning Pacific time, and I really should be asleep. But the latest I've ever gotten this podcast out is like Monday morning at like 8 a.m. or something Pacific, and I don't want to be later than that. And like, it's bad enough we recorded this thing Friday night, so I really hate not having it out on Saturday. But usually these days I haven't actually made it out on time. Things have been, whatever. It's crazy. It takes a while. So things have sort of slipped from having it out Saturday to having it out Sunday to having it out Monday morning. Yeah, fun stuff. But yeah, so we're gonna try to make it work. And so I'm starting to edit after midnight. I'm probably just pulling an all-nighter here, is the truth. So let's see where Logic started up. Let's move it onto the correct screen so that you guys can see it live streaming. This is actually the last episode that was done. Yeah, sounding great there. So let me flip over so that my other screen has YouTube status. Now, the one thing I intended to do before starting was making sure like the audio from the computer would actually play through to the live stream as well, even if I have it on my headphones. And I didn't get to do that, so we'll see if that's working. Anyway, I usually just start new from template. I have a template set up that is what I use every week for this. And CC template just has sort of my preferences for, and everything keeps starting up on my other monitor. Sorry about that. Um, but yeah, it just has my preferences for how I like, the dashboard all set up and stuff, and where the buttons are, because Logic lets you customize lots of that, and yeah. Oh yeah, and I guess I pulled this microphone down because it's what I use for the podcast, but I've actually got the sound currently going through the computer's microphone, and I don't know how that sounds. Probably kind of crappy. Sorry about that. Okay, let's go here. So, a couple things I've done before starting here, just to show you. The original recordings, we record off Skype using something called Call Recorder, and you can see here I have some Call Recorder files. Now, we've lately been doing sort of two-headed. My co-host Yvonne will record on his side, and I'll record on my side. The ones labeled Ivan Bow are the ones I recorded on my side. This one's the one he recorded. And he'll leave that in a, I think it's a Microsoft OneDrive folder, and I'll grab that over. And then I do two pieces of pre-processing before we start, which I did a few hours back, and didn't even consider doing this live stream thing for that, because it's mainly just starting something and letting it go. One is Ecamm Movie Tools, which comes with Call Recorder, and lets me break these into the tracks for each side. So instead of just having one recording of both myself and Yvonne all together, it breaks them up into the two pieces, and I run it through that and saves it as an MP3. And then I use another piece of software, Alphonic Leveler, and I run all of those things through that. Here it is. And it basically just tries to make everything sort of a standard level. Because if I don't do that, my volume and Yvonne's volume are way off from each other to start with, and then I have to manually correct that and all kinds of stuff like that. So I just run them all of these files through there, and that results in these files where I have I have it with the double tracks that I extracted plus a -LV to indicate to myself that they're the leveled files, and then those are the ones I use as the raw files to go in. And I guess I should have maybe shown you, not that anybody watching cares really, probably. But if I go to preferences here, this is, they have all kinds of different options for how you set it. This is how I have it set right now, out to MP3, etc. Add the -LV. I'm not automatically adding an intro or outro. It lets you do that kind of stuff. But if I was just trying to do this straight, like if I was just recording like a 5-minute podcast and was like automatically adding an intro or outro, this would be really cool for that, I guess. But it's longer than that, and I've got more stuff going on, so I just use these raw bits in Logic and then start putting them together. Now, what I do here is I start with, these are the files that came from Yvonne, and he generally just, he has his set to automatically record from beginning to end, from the moment we start the Skype call till the end. So these are like, usually, I believe this file is like 2.5 hours long. I tend to stop and start my recording after each section, so that if like there's a crash or something like that, I don't lose the whole thing, I just lose the most recent section. And also just to, well, I guess that's the main reason, because we used to have more trouble with that. And so I have a little bit less faith in it. But anyway, so I usually start by adding his here, and it goes ahead and imports. La da 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 da. And I'm gonna prepare to check real quick what the stream is doing on my phone when I start playing audio to see if you guys can hear it at all and see if this microphone sucks or if I should change it. Of course, this one concurrent viewer may well be me. Turn off these headphones. Battery's dead. Oh, there we go. Power on. Bluetooth connected. I know you can't hear that part. Yeah, like I said, this is like a 2.5 hour file. Drink some of my tea. I guess while it's doing this, I'll see if I can tune into my own YouTube thing here. See what it sounds like. It's working. See, I got it up on YouTube. And I guess the sound's okay. Let me see if I, over my other window, can I switch it to OBS? Actually, let's not mess with that. Oh, and so I create new tracks for the things I'm inputting here. Oh yeah, and I guess for those of you who know me, I'm like really super scruffy here. I got like quarantine beard going on. I've just been, I usually trim it fairly short, and I've just been lazy. My wife started to complain about it, so we'll probably take care of that soon. Okay, now I'll usually label these. Actually, let me just test something real quick. I'm going to make sure the output is on the headphones like I usually do. And once it does that, I'm going to hit play. And I'm not wearing the headphones that are going to come out on at all. I'm wearing the headphones that I'm hearing what's coming through on YouTube. So I'm going to hit play and see if you guys hear this at all. There we go. And the answer is no. So let's see if we can figure out how to deal with that. So I think if I change this to the multi-output device. Now let's try it.
The movies.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so for some reason, I have seen that whenever they portrayed some kind of like Eastern European Russian guy, right, in the movies,
Okay.
they never pronounced the word go like go. They would go, we go!
Okay. Okay, that worked. Okay, so you could hear that. Now let me make sure I could hear it on the other headphones. Here we go, here we go. Okay, play.
Like that.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
And so I don't know why that is. I don't know if that really they pronounce it that way, but that's the way it's portrayed in the movies.
Okay. That's exciting.
Okay, I can hear that.
Okay, so, was my plan okay? Would you want to
Yeah,
plan?
Now,
let's get the show.
I'm going to hit
Yes,
stop
yeah.
on this for now, though. And I will turn down the volume a little bit on that so that you hear me talking more than you hear the podcast. And, yeah, see how that goes. And I'm going to just test this real quick. 1, 2, 3.
You have a plan. You have a plan. It's more of a plan than what I have right now. Sometimes I have a plan. Many times I don't have a plan. Sounds good to me. I'm fine.
Let me bring that up just in case. It's not in the categories I said, but we should do the feedback.
Well, yeah, we gotta start with that.
Okay, enough of that. And is that a good difference in the volumes? Okay, I'll turn up the audio of the podcast a little bit. There we go. Okay, now let's start this for real. And let me also, can I move let's move the face cam to a less obnoxious place because it's covering sort of the upper left-hand corner. Let's see, what do I use the least? Bottom right. Let's move this to the bottom right. Can I do this? Move to the bottom right. And there it goes. Yay. It moved real time as I was moving it. That's helpful. Okay, now I'm going to flip the other screen over there that you can't see back to my little YouTube dashboard thing, which says I have 2 concurrent users or viewers, which I now believe are both me, one on my phone and one on YouTube Studio, but whatever. So now let's get into editing for real. Oh, I like to label these. So this one is Yvonne on Yvonne because it's his audio track on his own, and then this is me on his. Now what I'll do usually, let me go ahead and move mine in. Oh, and I'm done with these, so I'll put these into this folder where I keep the ones I'm done with. And now I'll move the first set of my recordings. Let's get back to the beginning here. With the live streaming, this is actually dragging a little bit more than it usually does. So maybe I won't do this for the whole podcast. We'll see. I was actually inspired to do this. My son Alex and Alex has a channel, alexemzela.com, alexmxela.com, and he did something similar a few weeks ago where he was showing him editing. He was live streaming him editing one of his episodes, and he had him doing it on here, and I was also live streaming editing a different one of his episodes on this computer, and it was actually kind of confusing because you could hear both of us on both live streams. It's kind of weird, but I liked the idea, so I thought, hey, why not? Let me try it. And let me make sure this is actually where it should be. Yeah, okay. Oh, nice. And of course, my channel is named Samuel Minter. It really should be named Abelsmay or something. But now Alex has made like various things talking about it that are okay. Now that reference it that. So like, I'm not renaming it now. I guess at least for now. Okay, so this one is me on my own. And I know I've got multiples since, like I said, I stop at every break. So I name them like this. Okay, now let's line these up. I actually, for whatever reason, put this over here. But it clearly belongs right there. Now, what I generally try to do is if everything worked properly, then I always like to use Yvonne's track for himself and my own tracks for me, because that'll be the locally recorded version that did not go over the internet, so it's better quality generally speaking. The one difficulty is that with the leveling software I use, sometimes in the quieter bits, it automatically tries to raise the level. Like it's very quiet here, let's raise it up. And I'm doing the leveling after the splitting. So what that means is if the one person stops talking and the other person is talking, timer's going off here. It tries to ramp the volume way up so you can hear the other person talking. And sometimes on Yvonne's side, however he's recording it with the gain on his microphone and where his headphones are compared to his microphone, because he uses a headset as opposed to a microphone setup like this and separate headphones, it will it can hear it sometimes. And so in those cases, you get my audio in the background of him talking, and it gets all muddled. Or you can hear him breathing when he's not talking, and it gets difficult to extract those. And so on a few occasions, I've had to not use Yvonne's audio and have used mine instead, which, to be fair, is what we did for years. But it's when they are cleanly separable, it's easier to like deal with the sections where they overlap and stuff. Anyway, the other thing I do here is in Logic, I can, one at a time here. They have this feature here, remove silence, and I set it to 1.5 seconds. I experimented with 2 seconds and with 1 second. I sort of settled on 1.5 for a minute, which basically takes any place where there's 1.5 seconds of silence and just chops it out. So it automatically like kills, like you see here, if you look at this, there's just one long track, and this is going to go the whole 2.5 hours. If I do this, it chops it up. And so when you do have, this will allow the 1.5 seconds, but then it says, hey, it's been silent for 1.5 seconds. Let's just stop this here, and then picks it up again when there's sound again. And that makes it easier to sort of edit and chop up and move around these pieces, because otherwise I'd have to sort of manually do that when I wanted to. All of this ends up making it so I take more time doing this editing than I would otherwise, but I think the end result is a little bit better. But this podcast has, typical episode has like 150 downloads, so I probably spend way too much time on this, and especially this time, since it's almost 1 in the morning now, I should probably just do whatever is the absolute bare minimum I can possibly get away with, which would make me not worry about a lot of the things I normally worry about. But anyway, we'll see. I keep, every week I'm like, I spend too much time on this. I'm going to try to do the bare minimum and not do very much, and just play it through and only like adjust really, really egregious things. And it still ends up taking me a long time. The typical rate that seems to be going is that for every hour of time I actually spend, I do like 20 minutes of audio on the things, the 20 to 30, somewhere around there, which means, roughly speaking, if we record 2 hours, it's going to take me 6 hours to edit the damn thing, which is too much. I need to like cut that back. But anyway, continuing. So what I typically do is I'm going to start by assuming this Yvonne one is good. I'm going to assume I'm not going to use this Sam on Yvonne one, so I'm going to lock it and put it on top. I'm also going to, my template includes the intro because I always use it. I'm going to lock that for the moment, because sometimes if we say anything like sort of funny in the intro bit, I will use that as a cold open before the theme music comes in. And I'm going to assume I will use Sam on Sam, and I won't use Yvonne on Sam. So I'm locking these and muting them and putting on top. If it turns out I do need something, then I will come back and pick those up later. But now that I've done that, I've got the 2 tracks that I care about. Now this starts out like our software starts recording immediately when we make the Skype call. So you start out with the stuff, with us talking about whatever before the show starts. And I basically listen to this to determine whether or not there's anything sort of funny or amusing that I want to keep. And uses the cold open. And if there is, great. If there's not, then I just end up trashing this initial part entirely. So let's see.
Oh, I don't know if you realize that pronunciation that they use in the movies.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so for some reason, I have seen that whenever they portrayed some kind of like Eastern European Russian guy, right, in the movies,
Okay.
they never pronounce the word go like go. They would go, we go, like that.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
And so I don't know why that is. I don't know if that really they pronounce it that way, but that's the way it's portrayed in the movies.
Okay. That's exciting.
I thought so.
Okay, so was my plan okay? Would you like to?
Let's get the show. Yes.
Now, did you notice that? Look at this noise here. Like, this is worrying me a bit already. That either I will. Let me move this out of the way. So I'm not actually using that microphone. This right here.
Okay, so was my plan okay? Would you like to?
That's where the software leveled up when Yvonne wasn't talking, it leveled up the noise I was making and just general background noise. This is the intro segment, so I'm not worrying about it yet. But if this was the real part of the podcast, I would need to cut this part out because it's just noisy and not useful. And if there are too many of those, then I would revert to using the Yvonne on Sam stuff. Because you notice this it's actually cleaner. It doesn't have all of this. This was actually cut off of the noise. And it looks, just scanning through some of this, that we're having a lot of this problem at first. But I actually remember, like, in this intro segment, in just a few seconds, I'm going to tell Yvonne to turn down his gain. Because the episode before this, we had this problem. So I will wait to see if it gets better after that. It's still looking bad there, but let's wait until I actually say that to him, because if it's like this for the whole podcast, the parts where Yvonne is actually talking is still better, but it becomes so much of a pain to remove the extra noise on every time he stops talking. I have to go manually pull that out. That in those cases, I might switch to just using the Yvonne on Sam versions of all of these in order to save time, and then only go back to the Yvonne on Yvonne version if there's something that really, like, the quality was messed up on the Yvonne on Sam version, either because we were talking over each other, which usually messes that up, or something else. My house has central air, but this room that has all my computers and stuff in it gets too hot anyway, so I have a window air conditioning unit in here, and it just came on, so sorry about that. But okay, so let's keep playing for the moment and see where we go.
Let's get the show. Yes. Yes, you have a plan. You have a plan. It's more of a plan than what I have right now. Sometimes I have a plan. Many times I don't have a plan. Sounds good to me. I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. Let me bring that up just in case. It's not in the categories I said, but we should do the feedback.
Well, yeah, we got to start with that.
It was actually already there when we recorded last week's show. I just had to
More of that
stuff.
stuff.
Stopped it or whatever. But
We're recording. Okay. You saw my note.
I saw your note. I did not do anything, but when it came up, everything was working. So I'm like, okay, whatever.
All right.
It's working.
Okay. I just,
It didn't prompt me for an update. It didn't do anything. It's just working. So I'm like,
prompted me for the update, and I did.
He had warned me that the call recorder software and Skype that we use for this had both had updates, and that is a pain and takes a while to make sure everything's working right after those, but I didn't have the problem.
And I did that, and so to be proactive, I did the update early.
That reminds me.
Yes.
Turn down your gain. Last week, that had the problem again for the first time in like a couple months, where like in between you talking, it would like bring up the background noise.
I've been using so many conferencing applications that maybe it just.
Yeah, and like I said there, like this has sometimes been a problem for like a few weeks in a row, and then it goes away and is not an issue for like weeks and weeks on a row, and I can just straight up use the Yvonne on Yvonne and the Sam on Sam, and it's great. This week, before I asked him to change the gain just now, it's looking like the Yvonne on Yvonne is bad, and I'm going to have to use the Yvonne on Sam. But let's see if me asking him to change the gain fixes that.
Just at the.
Okay, so.
I should also mention, I'm listening to this on double speed. I always do. This would take so much longer on regular speed. I always listen to it and do the editing on double speed. I'll very rarely, like when I'm trying to edit something tricky, I might switch it back to normal speed, but I usually edit all this in double speed. So yeah.
Was my plan okay? Would you like to?
Let's get the show. Yes. Yes, you have a plan. You have a plan. It's more of a plan than what I have right now. Sometimes I have a plan. Many times I don't have a plan. Sounds good to me. I'm fine.
Okay. Okay. Let me bring that up just in case. It's not in the categories I said, but we should do the feedback.
Well, yeah, we gotta start with that.
It was actually already there when we recorded last week's show. I just haven't noticed yet. Yeah.
You know,
after
after we get this initial part,
Okay.
I
You
might
saw my note.
I
I
might
did
tweet
not do anything, but when
that
everything was working,
I'm
so I
doing
know
this
that
live
it
stream.
Okay, I just
It didn't come up to me for an update. It didn't do anything.
Yeah.
It was working.
So far, I haven't told
that.
anybody I'm doing this.
Okay,
So
early.
That reminds me.
Yes.
Turn down your gain. Last week it had the problem again for the first time in like a couple months, where like in between you talking, it would like bring up
See,
the background noise
I've been
too
using
much.
so many, there's so many conferencing applications that maybe it adjusted the automatic. Hold on.
yeah, just-
I don't have it on automatic. I just saw it right now. It's turned up to the max.
Yeah, just turn it down.
Do you, or should I turn it to automatic?
Just turn it down.
All right. Let's see. How's that now? Does that make a difference?
Okay, talk for a second.
Hello, my friend. Hello.
Okay, now be quiet for a second. Okay,
cut
yeah,
out.
probably
It's
fine. Let me
nothing.
check. Let me double check mine. Make sure mine's on.
You want to check the recording?
No. Because like,
Hello.
I brought up my Skype controls to check my audio, and it still
Uh-huh.
had on the camera like Alex crying as the background image.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so I was just
Perfect.
Okay, here we go. Automatic. is
Notice
off, I'm about
we're
halfway on
still
the
getting a lot of.
So yes, put your gain at like
Yeah,
5 or something.
let me. I didn't mean to stop that. But notice we were still getting a bunch of Yvonne background noise there, so it's not looking good for using the Yvonne stuff this time. Let's see.
Fine. So yes, put your gain at like 5 or something.
That's where I have it. Like right
Okay.
now, I actually have it a little bit below that. So.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's see. What is this? Room. Oh, look. Lab. Oh, look. Lab.
Next time, maybe I'll ask him to turn down to 3 or something, or all the way down. Like on this microphone over here, when we record, I actually have the gain all the way down, almost all, unless I forget for some reason or Alex has been messing with it, it's all the way down, because I get all kinds of background noises from myself as well, and I don't want that. I just want the me talking. I don't want the ambiance around me, the echo, or like if I'm breathing hard. I don't want any of that. So I have the gain way down, and it usually works because I'm like, I record like this, like a few inches from the microphone. For some things you want to be right up in there, blah, 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 blah. But for recording the podcast, I usually put it like here. So whatever. Let's see.
Oh, this is good. Okay, hold on a second. I gotta turn on the video for 1 second. Let's see this. Let's all right. Look.
Now this is not that bad right now.
Can you see this?
Of course, I'm not
Did,
talking.
did we crash? Did I kill the connection?
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now again. Yes.
Okay, somehow I didn't touch it. My mute went on.
Oh,
Like
okay.
it was blinking.
Well, I have changed the lab now. If you don't see.
I see the lab. You got your nice robot helpers. Very nice.
Now, see, this is an interesting part here, too. And I'm probably talking a little bit too much here, and I should just be editing. But this is a place where you can see the Yvonne on Sam. His comments here are very low volume, but you can hear them properly on the Yvonne. So this is one of the reasons I like using this one where I can. Because sometimes when he talks softer, you've got a much better signal for it on the direct one.
I've changed the lab now. If you don't see.
I see the
Yeah, the now if you don't see part. Like up here is like, yeah. Anyway,
I see the lab. You got your nice robot helpers. Very nice.
This is good. I didn't realize I had robot helpers. This is quite good.
you guys of course can't see that screenshot. Sorry,
Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. So okay. All right.
because this is just the audio.
Okay. All right. Good. I like the lab. I gotta save that for use. It could be useful for something. Okay.
But here, coming up here, this is garbage. You can see that already. Whereas the Yvonne on Sam cuts off nicely.
Okay. All right.
Okay, let's get this game started. Let me bring up thing. There we go.
You can hear breathing, all that. It's good that Yvonne is breathing. I don't like hearing it. And so I have to make a call at this point because, like, he's about to, at this point,
Thing.
I stop my recording and start a new one. So I basically have to decide, am I going to use the Yvonne on Yvonne or am I going to use the Yvonne on Sam? And when I first started having the double header, I would decide for each segment. So like I would get to this point and be like, is this one better or is this one better? But that took so long. So I'm trying at this point to like make a decision at the beginning of the podcast which one to use and stick with it unless there's a really good reason to change later.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, give me 1 second. Hold on. Wait.
Okay, so I believe this is where I switched recording. So let me, at this point, go ahead and bring in the next one of these. So this one's done. We're done with this. And we haven't used it. And, you know, we've been going, let's see, how long have we been going? 35 minutes. We're just over 5 minutes in, and not even really, because this is all the pre-stuff that isn't actually going to get used. Of course, I've been talking a lot, even though there's nobody out there watching. So, anyway, let's put this in here. Okay, create new tracks. And this is going to be Sam on Sam number 2 and Yvonne on Sam number 2. And let's do this. Oh, actually, before, I always like to line these up first. So, because we want to line these up together. And so, let's clear this is the line up here. Okay, now let's go ahead, do this, and it's Control X to get to that, if anybody out there is a logic person and is interested in that function and didn't already know about it. Okay, now, what I'm going to check, I'm going to just scroll ahead a little bit and see, compare the cleanness of Yvonne on Sam 2 to the original Yvonne on Yvonne. And you can see here again, like this is shorter, this one's going out more, got some extra noise here that you don't have here. Now, it may be real, like if you play these together, let's see.
Okay, giving you one sec.
That's not a good example, but
I'm ready to go when you get.
Hang on. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Yeah.
yeah, like some of that's just noise, but let's move forward a little bit. Now this looks like blank, but it's because, you know, Yvonne like went to the bathroom or something, and so there actually was no sound for a while here while we're starting. But here's another. Let's just do single here. Let's see. Wow. Okay, that's just noise, so it's not. Let's go to where we actually start up again. Yeah. See, look. There's all this extra noise. I'll do single here. Let's see. This is just garbage noise.
There you go, let's go because I remember there's one thing I gotta do with the beginning of the show. Okay, Linda. Okay. Alright, let's go.
Yeah, and see, right here, like with me singling out this track, you can hear, I can't turn up the volume for you because of the way I have it split, but you can hear just me, like when Yvonne is not talking and I am, you can hear like softly in the background, but you can hear a little bit of me in the background, and that gets really bad. And you can see just on all of this, like when I am talking and Yvonne is not, this track stays live. And like if I was going to use that as my main track, every single time that happened, I'd have to mess with it. Like right here, like here, I'm talking, not Yvonne. But the Yvonne track has lots of stuff. Let's listen to it real quick.
I like it all.
See, so some of that is Yvonne breathing, some of that is background noise, and you did get a little bit, like you can see this cuts in slightly later, so this Yvonne, like,
I like it.
I mean, I, like up here that's in this track but isn't in this one, you know, you can pull this one back, but you can see that's sort of been denoised out of it. But here's the bottom line. There's enough of this garbage here, and here's a whole bunch more of it, that it would be a massive pain to use the Yvonne track this week. So next week I'll tell him to turn his gain down all the way, like to as low, you know, much lower. I mean, maybe not zero, because presumably 0 means you can't hear him at all. Although I don't know how Skype has it. Skype's whatever. But way lower to see if we can avoid this next time. Because we hadn't had this problem for like 2 months. And then all of a sudden it resurfaced for the last episode and this episode. But what this means in the end I'm going to mute and lock this Yvonne track and use these. So we're gonna use the ones that come from me. We already determined there was nothing on this first segment that we're going to use, so I'm going to go ahead and lock this as well. And let's just to keep organized. Yvonne and Sam and this. And we've got those two. Now we've got these. And let's play through to where this starts here. And let's see. We're probably... There we go.
There you go. Let's go because I remember there's one thing I gotta do with the beginning of the show. It's okay.
Okay.
And then here I should come in.
Welcome to Curmudgeon's Corner for
There
Saturday.
we go. There's the actual beginning of the show. So I'm just going to cut out everything before that. Now these are locked, but I'm going to use this here. This here. To define a region and just chop it all, going all the way back to 0. Okay, and I believe it's Control Command X. I do most of these by muscle memories, and I don't care about the time signature changes because I'm not doing music, I'm doing the podcast. So don't add any of that. All this disappears, goes to the front. Now I know, and I turn off this region thing. I know that now I can put the intro in, and I know from having done this many times that if I don't have a cold open, I like to start about 22 seconds. So I'm going to do Shift F. I'd highlighted this track. Shift F highlights every other track after that point. And so I can just slide this over to 22 seconds. 22 and a half. Okay. And now this is the point. Finally, all of this stuff I've done so far, I'm going to save it for the first time. And I probably should save it sooner, frankly, but I usually save it once I get to the point where I've positioned the actual beginning of the show. I have a folder for all these logic things. And this one is for the 12th. This was recorded on Friday the 12th. And so now it's finally doing this, and here's where I'll also go into the notes I had for this episode and do the section. So I usually do title, and I don't know the title yet. I usually pick a title based on some phrase that gets said somewhere in the middle of the episode that out of context would be a little, I don't know, goofy, intriguing, whatever. I note down the breaks that I end up using and keywords. And then I know from what we planned here is that we ended up with a miscellaneous section, a Trump corruption section, and an election 2020 section. So I'll go ahead and put in, I know I'm starting at 0022. I usually call this the first section. And then we're going to have sometimes yet to be determined, Trump-related corruption, because that's what we decided, and then election 2020. And this is for the show notes. Oh, I guess I should tell someone we're on here. I mean, it's the middle of the night in most places, but you know, let me go over and get the URL for this. And copy video URL. There we go. Make sure this is working over here. Video URL. There we go. Make sure this is working over here. should turn up my volume a little bit. Turn up my volume a little bit. Okay, I just listened to the thing for a couple seconds on here. I'm going to, on OBS, just increase my volume a little bit and increase the podcast volume a little bit. Then now that we have this, we're going to go ahead to Twitter. And yeah, I use TweetBot. This is my usual Twitter setup. You can tell I'm sort of, yeah, I got lots of columns with lots of stuff going on. My usual timeline over here on the left with like the 5,000 different people I follow, list I have specifically of things I want to get alerts on, poll stuff, local news, election Twitter, Josh TPM epidemic science list at the moment because of COVID, and my own tweets over here. But so let me see here. This. There you go. Of course, this is too long because I have to put the YouTube URL too. And so let's just get that. Okay. There it is. Okay. Back to editing, I guess. I'm so tired. I'd rather be asleep. Okay. Back to this. Okay, now, we finally saved this off, and all of the preliminaries are out of the way. Now it's time for editing the actual thing proper. Now, ideally, at this point, I would just listen to the thing straight through, make sure there was no crazy stuff, and then put in a break, listen to the next segment, put in a break, put in the next segment, export, done. In reality, I end up messing with a bunch of stuff usually. The kinds of things I usually mess with are places where the silence is too long, squishing it up a little bit, and places where Yvonne and I are talking over each other, separating them if I can, or picking which one of us to hear. Every once in a while, I'll adjust miscellaneous other things. Like sometimes, like if I will remove the most egregious ums and ahs, but not all of them. That's just too much, and it makes it feel more natural to have at least some of them in there. And let's see, what else do I sometimes change? I have every once in a while been known to fix a really stupid error, like if one of us says something really stupid and wrong, and I can easily slice it out, I sometimes do that. Although, I'll leave it in more often for Yvonne because it's okay for him to look stupid. I just have to fix myself. Not really. What else? I don't know. Let's just see what we find. Okay, so starting at the beginning. Here we go.
That I work with down in our...
Of course, I didn't start at the beginning. Here we go.
Welcome to Curmudgeon's Corner for Saturday, September 12th, 2020. It's just after 3 UTC as we're starting to...
Yeah, that little chirp from Yvonne, don't need that. See, that's the kind of thing. Okay, let's see here.
Welcome to Curmudgeon's Corner for Saturday, September 12th, 2020. It's just after 3 UTC as we're starting to record. I am Sam Minter. Yvonne Bowe is here. Hello, Yvonne.
Hello, everybody.
Now, I just wanted to give a quick agenda. We are going to have 3 segments today. We are going to have three. That's right. 1, 2, 3. Can you do it in Spanish, Yvonne?
Uno.
Now, like this, I could, we were talking over each other a little bit. I could adjust that, but it's close enough.
We are going to have three. That's right. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, now that I said that, maybe I will just pull this slightly apart. Do that. See, this is why it ends up taking me so long, because I could just leave that alone.
3 segments today. We are going to have three. That's right. 1, 2, 3. Can you do it in...
Now, this is also a place, you see, when he first interrupts and says 3, because it was on top of me and because it's my recording of it, it sounds more like we.
3.
It's hard to hear the actual 3. And the original recording in the Yvonne on Yvonne is probably better, but this probably isn't worth going to get that little word and drop it in. Okay, fine. If we were doing a really high-end professional and I had all day to do this, maybe. Or maybe I would have stuck with the Yvonne by Yvonne and dealt with cutting out those garbagey bits. But yeah, no. Sorry, it's an amateur podcast.
Today, we are going to have three. That's right. 1, 2, 3. Can you do it in Spanish?
And I hate this little thing. It comes up occasionally, and I know it's got a use, but I don't use it. So.
Okay. We are going to have three. That's right. 1, 2, 3. Can you do it in Spanish?
Uno, dos, y tres.
There we go. When you said that, you actually sounded like the Count from Sesame Street.
Count the money.
There you go. Anyway, we are going to have our 2 big sections are going to be on election 2020, of course. Look, we've only got 8 weeks left to the election. It's going to be in every single show we do between now and the election.
The thing about this.
And because I'm using the Yvonne on Sam rather than on the Yvonne on Yvonne, whenever there is an overlap like this, if I do separate it, the Yvonne part of it doesn't sound great. If he's being particularly loud, you can tell what he said, but especially if he's soft, it's kind of garbled and it kind of messes up those overlaps. The big advantage when the Yvonne on Yvonne is good is that they're both crisp and clear and it's easy to separate them. But we don't have that this time. So I'll only separate overlaps like this when it feels like it really is necessary, and then if I still can't hear it and it's a critical bit, maybe I'll go back to try to extract it from the Yvonne on Yvonne, but that's kind of a pain once you've decided not to have that track, because I've locked it, so therefore when I'm moving things around, it's no longer also moved around. So yeah. Anyway.
Election. It's going to be in every single show we do between now and the election.
The thing about this is like the home stretch to either hell or double. I don't know. I'm dreading. I mean, I want this over, but I'm also scared. I'm worried.
I saw a tweet a few minutes ago, and I did not note who it was from. I just sort of mentally, it stuck in my head, saying, we know something pretty much for certain. In December 2020, one of 2 things will be true. Either Donald Trump will have won re-election, or Biden will have won, but Trump is still president. And neither one of these are going to be a particularly stable situation.
Oh, man.
And so,
I mean, it's yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be a fun time. So anyway, we will, of course, do election 2020.
Yeah, it's really tempting to mess with these, but especially because I'm using the Yvonne on Sam, I'm not going to.
In 2020. And then, look, Donald Trump keeps giving us stuff. There's all kinds of new stuff just in the last week about Trump-related corruption. Some of it is Donald Trump himself. Some of it is people surrounding Donald Trump. It just keeps coming. Every week there's new stuff. So we'll talk about some of the new Trump-related.
And I'm flipping over to OBS to check these volumes a little bit. And make sure the sounding okay on the stream.
Related corruption. And then we have this intro segment where we will talk about miscellaneous random stuff.
Miscellaneous random stuff. So yeah, okay. Looks like the you listening to the podcast is almost as loud as me, so I'm going to turn it down just a tad. Anyway, I stop worrying about that. No one's listening anyway. No one's out there watching this live stream. Hey, somebody may watch it on playback. Yeah, right. Anyway. I'm so tired. It is almost 1:30 in the morning. We are 2 minutes into the podcast.
Trump-related corruption. And then we have this intro segment where we will talk about miscellaneous random stuff. And there's two things I want to talk about here. First, I just wanted to be complete on feedback. I don't think we're going to have a full pandemic segment here, but I neglected to note that there was a comment on Facebook from our listener Ed about the pandemic. It actually came in before last week's show, but I didn't notice I forgot or something and suck.
We suck.
So I wanted to give Edward's comments. Or Ed, we call him Ed, but it says Edward here on Facebook, so confused.
Okay, this one. Why is it doing that? This one is just was a little extra background noise. Didn't need that. This is one, like right here, this is one that would probably be a little bit louder and more clear on the original Yvonne by Yvonne.
I didn't notice I forgot or something and suck.
We suck.
So I wanted to.
And like this might actually be better without this initial one. So let's pull that in a little bit. Come on. It's being a pain for me. Like what? I don't know why it's doing this. Oh, there's something on my mouse. And okay. Here we go. See how that sounds without that.
Or last week's show, but I didn't notice or forgot or something and suck.
We suck.
So I wanted to give
I
Edward's
like that
comments.
better.
Or Ed, we call him Ed, but it says Edward here on Facebook, so it confuses me. Anyway, he says, and a reminder to people who haven't listened for a while, Ed is actually a retired doctor, so he actually knows something about this stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
And I can tell this one is nothing, so I'm just going to go ahead and preemptively kill it. Things are going kind of slow at the moment. Like it's taking a while to respond to me, probably because I'm live streaming at the same time. I'm going to hit save. There we go.
A retired doctor, so he actually knows something about this stuff.
Yes.
Okay, about the pandemic and its waves. It seems to me that we are still in the first wave. It has hit various areas at different times. Soon, a couple months or so, the second wave will begin and will hit the first wave sites that are now looking good. In the past, 1908 or so, most persons did not give up self-protection as the first wave receded. This time, we have geniuses like Joni Ernst, Donnie Trump, and Dr. Atlas, who tell us that masks are useless or minimally effective, the disease is really not much of a threat, and that we must seek herd immunity through getting enough persons infected that it will fade out. Atlas even suggests that old farts like myself should be protected as we seek that herd immunity. Apparently, his education in brain radiology did not include the information about diseases limited by herd immunity are still around. The incidence of new cases drops, but there will still be carriers. So that's his comment. In terms of waves, first of all, if you're talking about a specific location, I think you're absolutely right. Most specific locations have had one big hump, and it's just that.
And I try to note like our first topic here, but first is what is it? Pandemic feedback. Okay, back to this.
Just that the specific places.
Now, I don't know exactly what Yvonne said here, but I'm guessing it's a reaction to what I said here. So I sometimes move these just up so we can hear it better. Let's see if I made the right call.
That are having the big hump are different. So on an aggregate level, both U.S.-wide and worldwide, we've seen sort of.
And again, this is one where if we were using the Yvonne on Yvonne, it would be clearer, but there was all that extra garbage noise, so we're not doing that. Like his little yup, you could tell he said yup, but it would have sounded better if we could have used his original track.
On an aggregate level, both
or not yup, he said right. Whatever, same idea. And if it sounded bad enough, I would just delete it.
The big hump are different. So on an aggregate level, both U.S.-wide and worldwide, we've seen sort of these two big humps. I think it all depends on scale, right? Like I think it's safe to say, like at a U.S. level, we have had a second wave. On a worldwide level, we have had a second wave. But you're absolutely right. If you pick a location,
this coming up is trouble. We're talking over each other. His track is not going to be very clear because it's the Yvonne on Sam rather than Yvonne on Yvonne. Like if I had the Yvonne on Yvonne and these two were both like meaningful comments or whatever, I might try to separate them, isolate them, stick this in between, blah, blah, blah. This way, I'm either going to end up having to leave it as it is, or maybe even kill Yvonne's, or kill part of mine. Generally speaking, when I'm doing the Yvonne on Sam and there's an overlap on this, the sound quality on the Yvonne one is really crappy. So I usually don't keep that unless it's critical or sounds okay. Anyway, we'll see.
A location. Most places have only had one wave.
That's correct.
There are
Yes.
a few
True,
exceptions.
true, true.
There are a few exceptions, but for the
Okay, that was okay. That wasn't that bad. Let's see if we can.
wave.
That's correct.
There are
Yes.
a few
True,
exceptions.
true, true.
There are a few exceptions, but for the most part,
Now, I just started repeating myself because he was talking over me. So let me just eliminate the first time I said there are a few exceptions, and I think there was an in there too. Let's see how this sounds.
most places have only had one wave.
That's correct. Yes. True, true,
There
true.
are a few exceptions, but for the most part,
And I'm going to move this up slightly to eliminate that remaining overlap.
most places have only had one wave.
That's correct. Yes. True, true, true.
There are a few exceptions, but for the most part, that is the case. In terms of what we'll see next, I think we had a quote from Dr. Fauci earlier this week, basically saying hunker down for winter. He was asked about some of Donald Trump's comments about being over the hump and we're in the home stretch, it's all over now, and that kind of stuff. And he said basically, yeah, look, the winter's going to be bad. And he basically said the pattern for these kinds of diseases all throughout history is that they get worse in the winter.
Yes.
Now, maybe
See, now this is.
in the winter.
Yes.
Now,
See, this is an and he says yes. His yes is more important than my So I'm going to kill the and sort of center his yes in that blank space. And I usually don't like having gaps like this because it's pure silence instead of the sort of hiss of whatever, and I don't know. So I usually will, cases like this, extend this a little bit just so you have the original recorded pseudo silence rather than the pure silence during that segment. I think it sounds a little bit more natural. Not that you'd really notice, but
that they get worse in the winter.
Yes.
Now, maybe this will be an
and this is another place. I'm going to stop repeating this over and over again, but that little yes would sound better on the Yvonne by Yvonne if we had it. Which we do have it, but I talked about all the reasons why we're not using it.
they get worse in the winter.
Yes.
Now, maybe this will be an exception, and we in fact are
But the
decreasing
data-
everywhere, but
Look, everything that we know.
And so let's see. He says, but the data at the same time I'm finishing up. So we have two choices here. We either pull this out or eliminate this bit. Let's listen to that again.
exception. And we in fact are
But the
decreasing
data-
everywhere, but
Look, everything that we know shows that.
Wait, what did I say?
and we in fact are
But the
decreasing
data-
everywhere, but
Look, everything that we.
I don't. I'm not sure. But I'm going to move this over so I can hear both of these separately, and then I'll decide what to keep.
and we in fact are decreasing everywhere, but
But the data. Look, everything that we know.
Okay, this actually might be good just separated like this.
and we in fact are decreasing everywhere, but
But the data.
Okay, but I end with a but like right in the middle, so it's clear that he was interrupting me. I'll make it so he still interrupts me, but by a little bit less. So we'll just put it like right there.
and we in fact are decreasing everywhere, but
But the data. Look, everything that we know shows that is most likely the case, and that we need to be prepared. This is a reality now.
and this is
But I
what
will say-
what you just said is actually very important. Whether or not
And I think here we can, if we pull this, that's a little bit better. No, I don't want that. Okay, here.
The case, and that we need to be prepared. This is a reality now.
and this is what you just what you just said.
And I'll pull myself over him a little bit because I was interrupting him this time, and it doesn't seem like natural that he'd stop after the word now without that.
Most likely the case, and that we need to be prepared. This is the reality now.
And this is what you just what you just said is actually very important. Whether or not it actually happens, we need to be prepared in case it does.
Right.
You can't.
And I'm just going to move his right over a fraction of a second. Yeah. This is the kind of thing that I'm probably wasting my time doing, right? Like nobody's going to notice that slight difference. But once I'm in here doing this, I can't help myself from futzing with it.
or not, it actually happens, we need to be prepared in case it does.
Right. Right.
You can't plan based on the best case scenario.
Exactly. It's like, look, it's like hurricane prep, that kind of stuff, right? I mean, could the hurricane miss us? Sure. But you know what? Every time I've been in a situation where I've had a hurricane bearing down, I prepare. If the best case happens,
Right here, I see that overlap. I'm like, I'm reacting to this, but there's a little bit of a delay. I put myself in the hole here so that it can be heard more clearly.
yay, go us. Okay. If it doesn't, well, then we're prepared.
Right.
Okay. And this is the same for this. I mean, everything that we know tells us that it's very likely that we will get a bad wave in the winter combined with the flu.
Right.
And so-
Although the one piece of good news.
Now, his and so doesn't really add anything here because I interrupted him, and then, I start talking. I'm going to move this in slightly. And
A bad wave in the winter combined with the flu.
Right. Although the one piece of good news this last couple of weeks has been a study that came out of Southern Hemisphere flu.
Right, which is in the winter, like right now.
Right, which basically says the flu didn't happen in the Southern Hemisphere this year.
That's right.
It was, the time where the flu was usually
I'll
going
leave that
rampant all over
alone.
the Southern Hemisphere was basically extinguished because, of course, all of the same protections that people are taking against COVID.
now, I think my finger keeps dragging on the mouse. Okay, I'm going to move this over because if it's useful to have it all, I'll separate it out here. But I kind of suspect, well, we'll see. I might not need this at all.
But also protect against the flu.
And I got
Yeah, it's just me going, yeah, don't need that. Yeah, I injured these two fingers a few months back, and they still, they sort of drag. So, they're hitting the mouse when they're not supposed to and highlighting things. But, yeah, I don't need that sound. And this is clearly nothing. And so I'll move this in to fill that gap. There we go.
Taken against COVID, also protect against the flu.
And I gotta look. COVID has been bad in the South. It happens to be that two of I have a salesperson that I work with down in Argentina regularly, and one of our big customers that I've interacted with because we've had something going on the last few months. And from our customer on,
I see these coming, and I just get rid of it. There's a chance that there's a very soft, barely audible reaction from me to whatever Yvonne said. But even if it's there, it's going to be soft and usually disposable, so I'm just going to toss it. Every once in a while, there's one of those that I actively try to boost because I thought it was cool enough, but I don't remember. I mean, not that I would remember every word of what we recorded 2 days ago or whenever that was, but that's most likely nothing.
on the last few months, and from our customer on their side, the chief, their sales manager, he was in the hospital for about a week with COVID. Okay, all right.
My tea's cold now.
All right, so pretty bad. And my sales guy.
Okay, this is another overlap that I'm probably reacting to this stuff, so it might fit in this gap here. I'm going to try moving it over here to this slightly bigger gap. Oh, no, I'm dragged it where I wasn't supposed to. My lagging finger again. We'll see if it makes sense here. If it doesn't, we'll move it. This is probably me saying uh-huh or yes or something like that.
This guy down there, his uncle passed away from COVID in Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's been.
There you go. The hum, and it worked well here. It would have been,
Uncle passed away from COVID in Argentina.
It's before or after the in Argentina. It sounds a little bit better there, even though I was probably actually reacting to the earlier phrase.
His uncle passed away from COVID in Argentina.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's been, and I've talked to people down there. It's gotten bad at first. It was in the cities. Then
Now, of course, I'm doing this kind of editing, moving around these little bits to just, when we were talking over each other and stuff. The other kind of editing, which I've never really attempted in earnest, which we could probably really use, but I'm just not the right one to do it, would be to say, hey, we recorded 2 hours and 15 minutes. Let's pick the best hour and put out a 1 hour show that's a lot crisper and less rambling. Now, it would be a very different show, but yeah, I'm that kind of editing is probably not the, it's not a me thing. Maybe in a pinch, I could be like, okay, we've got 2 hours and 15 minutes. Let's make it 2 hours. But even that, like I'd have to, like, right now all I'm doing is going through it sequentially from start to end and adjusting little things when I see them that don't seem quite right. To do that kind of editing is an entirely different kind of thought process where you have to sort of keep the various bits of the show in your head and say which were the boring bits, which were the good bits, which are the pieces that could be left out and still have the rest make sense, and all that. And yeah, need somebody else to do that. Yeah. Anyway.
So it's like, it's been, and I've talked to people down there. It's gotten bad at first. It was in the cities. Then, like here, it started spreading to the more rural areas where they didn't take the precautions. And if you look at our map in the United States, it's kind of like what it looks like that's happening now.
Yeah.
So, but the flu.
Okay, so this kind of made sense. This other noise that I made just wasn't useful, and I'm going to recenter sort of this so it comes out better. Okay, here we go.
States, it's kind of like what it looks like that's happening now.
Yeah.
So, but the flu and those things, they've been under control. So yeah, I mean,
So,
anyway, we'll
cross your fingers.
pandemic later.
Yeah, I mean, like, when we talk about the Trump.
Now, did that cross your fingers really add anything, as opposed to letting Yvonne finish what he's saying?
Anyway, we'll
cross your fingers.
pandemic later.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Let's see, or maybe.
So yeah, I mean,
anyway,
we'll
cross your fingers.
pandemic later.
Yeah, I mean, like, when we talk.
Okay, I'm going to get rid of some stuff here. I think we can get rid of his little statement here, but then we can also eliminate some of my reaction to it. Like this part, I think, is the part that can go away. So let me cut this and move this in. Let's see what that sounds like.
Under control. So yeah, I mean,
So cross your fingers.
And maybe even.
flu and those things, they've been under control. So yeah, I mean,
So
There's a lot of hemming and hawing there. Like, I might get rid of some of that.
but yeah, but the flu and those things, they've been under control. So yeah.
Let's just try going all the way to where he's. Oh no, I hate it when it does that, where I accidentally move it instead of cutting it. Let's see. Let's try that, and then
So cross your fingers.
I say so 3 times.
So cross your fingers.
Let's see what.
Cross your fingers.
Maybe I'll bring back this first so. Let's just do this. Eliminating a little bit of the stutter here.
So cross your fingers.
I still have 2 crosses. Let's see. Make sure I have the right thing highlighted. Now let's bring this in. See what that sounds like.
So cross your fingers. When we talk about the Trump issue.
Okay, that sounds better. Let's move this in. Okay.
Yeah.
So but yeah, but the flu and those things, they've been under control.
So cross your fingers.
There we go. Doesn't quite sound natural. The hemming and hawing is actually natural, but it cleans it up a little bit. Let's see.
What's happening now?
Yeah.
So but yeah, but the flu and those things, they've been under control.
So cross your fingers. When we talk about the Trump issues, I think one of them that we're going to talk about is obviously Trump telling Woodward he was intentionally playing it down. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. In terms of the pandemic itself, I think we're still trending down in terms of deaths worldwide, and in the U.S. In terms of cases, we're still trending down worldwide.
Oh, after all this time, I just realized that the face cam is upside down because that's what Alex likes when he does his games. I don't need it upside down for me. I can't believe I didn't notice that till now. Let's see. There you go. I'm right side up now. Better? Wow. Yeah, it's almost 2 in the morning. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, let's continue.
worldwide, but certain places are starting to come back up, like Europe is coming back up. So we'll see. And then we've got all of this stuff happening in terms of those crazy partying college kids and rates in college towns going through the roof. That's again so far cases, not necessarily deaths, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We'll have to keep watching. And I mean we're gonna have to the answer.
So is this our pandemic segment?
No, this is not the pandemic. We're not gonna have a pandemic session. We're quickly talking about Ed's feedback, and then I have
Now there was some overlap there, but it's fine. That's how we were talking.
watching. And I mean we're gonna have to.
And see, there's an I could cut out this Like usually I don't bother with this kind of but since I noticed it, might as well. And it's nice and clean. Like sometimes the aren't clean, but that one was a nice clean It's easy to get rid of. This probably is too. That's an isn't it?
But we'll see.
Oh, it was a but. Okay, fine. The but could stay. It actually makes sense in a sentence. Okay.
Again, so far cases, not necessarily deaths, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. We'll have to keep watching. And I mean we're gonna have to the answer.
So is this our pandemic segment?
No, this is not the pandemic. We're not gonna have a pandemic session. We're quickly talking about Ed's feedback, and then I have something else for this intro segment. I have
something else for the intro
Okay,
segment. But I'll make a comment that I have also on the pandemic
Yeah,
that I got. Is that I
We were talking over each other, but it's okay. It sounded fine.
I was like chatting with some folks in India as well. Like recently, I've been like
India's going nuts right now. The biggest growth in the world right now is India.
They told me that.
Love you. Bye. Okay.
Nuts right now. The biggest growth in the world right now is India.
Yeah, and so that little intro. Oh, that was my daughter saying goodnight or something. Now she's probably just waking up. I don't know. No. Anyway, here we go.
Folks in India as well. Like recently, I've been like
India's going nuts right now. The biggest growth in the world right now is India.
They told me that, but at the same time, they were like, I'm not sure because listen, this is what I got from my conversation with them today. But they were saying that look.
I think I can just get rid of my little noise there.
Like
India's going nuts right now. The biggest growth in the world right now is India.
They told me that, but at the same time, they were like, I'm not sure because listen, this is what I got from my conversation with them today. But they were saying that look, even though there has been a lot of cases, that thankfully there has not been a lot of deaths. Okay, all right, is what they were telling me, and they're in Bangalore.
Well,
right?
and here's the thing with that. Right now,
again, that overlap seemed fine. This one over here, I'm just gonna move that one forward a little bit to put it in the gap. I don't even know what that is yet. We may end up getting rid of it or moving it back, but let's see.
Right, is what they were telling me. And they're in Bangalore.
Well,
right,
and here's the thing with that. Right now, if you look at the India stats, they're almost at 100,000 new cases a day, and deaths are at about 1,000 cases per day. Now 1,000 cases per day.
Now, this wasn't useful, so let's kill it. And that was another or
cases a
something,
day,
but I'm not gonna worry
and
about
deaths are at about 1,000 cases per day. Now 1,000 cases per day. India has a huge population, so on a per.
This one also didn't help any. Let's move this one to this hole and see how that works. And this one is clearly nothing. And this one, did I just move it by mistake? No. Okay. This, move there. I'm just making these not overlap, and we'll see how it ends up sounding. Go back to here.
1,000 new cases a day, and deaths are at about 1,000 cases per day. Now 1,000 cases per day. India has a huge population, so on a per capita basis, it's not as bad as the U.S. was doing when we were at 1,000 cases.
Yeah, this didn't add anything. Let's kill that.
1,000 new cases a day, and deaths are at about 1,000 cases per day. Now 1,000 cases per day. India has a huge population, so on a per capita basis, it's not as bad as the U.S. was doing when we were at 1,000 cases per day. But
deaths. 100,000 cases, 1,000 deaths.
Yes, sorry.
You kept saying cases, deaths.
Sorry, deaths. 1,000 deaths is not as big a percentage per capita. However, both cases and deaths in India are on a continuous upward trend with no sign of slowing down right now.
Was that thing I deleted his first time correcting me for that same thing?
On a per capita basis, it's not as bad as the U.S. was.
Okay, no, it wasn't. So, go ahead and delete that again. Oh no. Okay. Keyboard connection lost. Back.
Now 1,000 cases per day. India has a huge population, so on a per capita basis, it's not as bad as the U.S. was doing when we were at 1,000 cases per day.
Deaths. 100,000 cases, 1,000 deaths.
Yes, sorry.
You kept saying cases, deaths.
Sorry, deaths. 1,000 deaths is not as big a percentage per capita. However, both cases and deaths in India are on a continuous upward trend with no sign of slowing down right now. The one saving grace is it appears to be limited.
Okay. That one, I messed up the one saving grace. I said grace and then corrected myself, but I repeated myself immediately, and let's see if I can clean that up.
However, both cases and deaths in India are on a continuous upward trend with no sign of slowing down right now. The one saving grace,
Okay, so this is clear right here. I can chop it here. Click. And then Shift F to highlight everything. And then just move it to here. And like, at this point, I'm actually in that habit. Like, if I am speaking and realize I misspoke something, I'll just automatically reverse and repeat myself, knowing that I'll fix it in post, as they say, and do what I just did there, unless Yvonne calls me out on it. In which case I'll leave in the back and forth, like where he corrected me a few seconds ago. Now this also, I'm like, I suspect either one of these two things is going to be useless, but there's enough of a blank space there. Let me move this into the hole and see how we do. Now, this is, again, like, all this kind of nonsense I'm doing right now is why, I started this live stream an hour and 21 minutes ago, and we are 11 minutes into the podcast. Yeah, this is why, is because I'm fiddling with stuff like this, and like I really should just make myself like, back in the older days of the podcast, I didn't separate the tracks, I didn't have the Yvonne version, the Sam version, I basically just took the recording straight out, leveled it, and published it. Added a couple breaks, and it was much faster, and yeah, maybe I should do that again. This takes way too long, especially when it's 2 a.m, and yeah.
and deaths in India are on a continuous upward trend with no sign of slowing down right now. The one saving grace is it appears to be linear growth, not exponential growth.
Okay.
So that's a much better thing, but it is still growing. So we'll see.
Yeah. So that was okay. So
yeah,
is that done with the next stuff?
the we'll see is the bottom line. That's all.
Okay, there's some overlap there I can probably kill.
So we'll see.
Yeah. So that was okay. So
And his initial yes. Let's just move it over and keep it. See how the
It is still growing. So we'll see.
yes. Yeah. So that was okay. So
yeah,
is that done with the next stuff?
the we'll see is the bottom line.
Yeah, I think I kind of repeat myself there, so let's highlight this. See what it sounds like that.
So we'll see.
Yes. Yeah. So that was okay. So are we done with the next stuff?
The we'll see is the bottom line. That's all we can fucking.
Now, my only hesitancy about this is you can tell the audio quality right here
Yeah. So that was okay. So are we done with the next stuff?
The we'll see is the bottom.
is really crappy. And that's because it was originally an overlap. So while I kind of like what Yvonne said, and if we had the Yvonne properly this time, maybe I would use it more clearly. But let's see. Can I just cut this out? Let me listen to it.
Still growing. So we'll see.
Yes. Yeah. So that was okay. So are we done with the next stuff?
The we'll see is the bottom line. That's all we can fucking.
Okay, so let's just cut his comment out entirely and go to just one yes, because after that he was sort of yes, yes, yes. And scooch this over. Let's see how that is.
Thing, but it is still growing. So we'll see.
Yes.
The we'll see is the bottom line. That's all we can fucking do. Is like we'll wait and see what happens. Like, are the people who are super optimists and think it'll burn itself out and go away correct?
I stopped it because I saw this and just want to center it slightly.
Or are the actual experts like Fauci who are saying, "Hey, dumbass"?
Okay, it was just a slight laugh by Yvonne that didn't really come through very well, so I'll kill it. And I'm just going to pull these apart, because if they're both make sense, then I'll keep them separate. Otherwise, we'll see.
Or are the actual experts like Fauci who are saying, "Hey, dumbasses, it's going to get worse again before it gets better"?
If we look at the data right now, it's already happening in Europe. I mean, it's getting bad again. So.
Okay. Well, anyway, we'll keep watching it. What's your second thing, and then I'll do mine.
All right. So a plug. Okay. So a reminder. Okay. So I have
My little yes didn't add anything, and it was sort of overlapping, so I'm going to kill it.
Get back in.
Okay. Well, anyway, we'll keep watching it. What's your second thing, and then I'll do mine.
All right, so a plug. Okay, so a reminder. Okay, so I have this posted. If you go to my Twitter at IMBOU, there's a pinned tweet. Okay, for an event. Okay,
I don't believe you've mentioned this on the show before.
no,
so
I have not. So this is why I was remembering to do.
Let's separate this out. Now you can see again, like I'm at 12 minutes after an hour and 25 minutes, and that doesn't even include the pre-processing. Like I said, the pre-processing is like I can do other things while it's pre-processing. I just dump it into a program and wait for it to do the stuff. So it's an hour and 25 minutes of real editing at this point, and I'm 12 minutes in. And this is... podcasts lately have been between 2 hours and 2.5 hours long. So this is why this takes a while. And yeah, obviously I could be leaving a lot of this stuff alone and just saying, screw it. But I'm not.
There's a pinned tweet, okay, for an event. Okay?
I don't believe you've mentioned this on the show before, so this is not... Go ahead.
No, I have not. So this is why I was remembering to do this on our show. So my wife, and she tries to give me credit. All I did is help her, okay, all right, what she wanted to do. Created a foundation called the Manu for Inclusion Foundation, okay?
Okay, and this is the second topic, so let's add this here.
Help her, okay, all right, what she wanted to do. Created a foundation called the Manu for Inclusion Foundation, okay? The main purpose of the foundation is to help with two goals. One is inclusion for kids that are neurodiverse, okay? The second thing is to help families with dealing with different diagnoses that kids have, whether it's ADHD, whether it's Down syndrome, autism, whatever the heck it is, to help those. So she started this 2 years ago. It's grown to where the bulk of the programs that she is doing right now are helping children in Colombia right now is where we've had the most uptake in programs. But she also does like webinars where to teach people about resources, what things you can do, what support resources you can get. A lot of them in Spanish. A lot of the Spanish-speaking population don't have those events, and so she keeps doing those events and getting people, getting information, providing assistance and so forth, and doing programs in the U.S. as well. Although in the U.S. for whatever reason, one thing we found out is there's a lot more resourson in the U.S. obviously that we've had for this. But in like Latin America, the dearth of programs is amazing. I mean, we found that for example in Colombia, there's only like one certified autism therapist.
I could eliminate some of those but yeah.
Therapist in the whole damn country, okay? A BCBA, one. That's it, okay? So those stats that we keep coming up and finding are crazy. So anyway, she's doing an event. She's doing a virtual 5K. It was going to be a real in-person event here at a park here in the city, okay? We're going to do, but because of the pandemic, came up with doing a virtual 5K. There is a link at the top of my page at IMBOU for people to sign up, to go in and sign up.
That's on your Twitter, right? Or your Facebook?
Yeah, so I said on Twitter the first time over here, but then he kept going, and I repeated it later, so let's get rid of this one. And I probably will eliminate that overlap too.
Page at IMBOU for people to sign up, to go in and sign up.
That's on your Twitter, right? Or your Facebook?
Let's see. Let's do it this way. And pull this one. This is probably me.
It's on my Twitter. It's on my Twitter, okay?
Yeah, that was just a noisy blurb, so let's eliminate that. Move this over a little bit.
IMBOU for people to sign up.
Another reason I'm live streaming this time is because since I started at like after midnight, and I'm trying to get this done before morning, and basically know I'm going to go straight through. When I actually start on Saturday during the day, I usually interrupt and do other things for a while multiple times. Like I'll do this for a couple hours, and then I'll do something with Alex, and then I'll come back to it, and I'll go get some food, and I'll do this, and I'll do that. This time, I'm probably basically just going straight through. I'll probably stop at some point to like refresh my tea or get a use the bathroom, whatever. But otherwise, I'm going straight through. So might as well just do a 6-hour live stream or whatever that nobody will ever watch. Yeah, but here we go.
Top of my page at IMBOU for people to sign up, to go in and sign up.
And that's on your Twitter, right? Or your Facebook, or both?
It's on my Twitter. It's on my Twitter. Okay. And so.
See, that's a nice clean. I can get rid of that.
go in and sign up.
And that's on your Twitter, right? Or your Facebook or both?
It's on my Twitter. It's on my Twitter. Okay. And so I mean, the easiest way to find it really is to go to my Twitter and to go there to the pinned tweet, and they'll take you to a link for the event.
You can tell the audio quality like dropped out a little bit there, and that's another artifact of using the Yvonne on Sam instead of the Yvonne on Yvonne.
It's on my Twitter. Okay.
It bugs me now, so I really like it when I have the clean Yvonne on Yvonne through the whole thing. It's just like dealing with the noise you can still see up here. I mean, I explained all this at the beginning, but it's such a pain, and it makes it like, as it is, we've gone an hour and a half, and I'm 15 minutes in. If I'm having to deal with this garbage, it takes even longer. Okay.
To go in and sign up.
And that's on your Twitter, right? Or your Facebook or both?
It's on my Twitter. It's on my Twitter. Okay. And so I mean, the easiest way to find it really is to go to my Twitter and to go there to the pinned tweet, and they'll take you to a link for the event. It's to be held between October 23rd and October 26th. All the details are there. You sign up, pay there's a sign up fee, and you can donate whatever. All the money is going to programs and some fees for admin and whatever. I make it. Going to programs and some fees for admin and whatever. I'm making definitely no money. I am not running a Trump foundation. This thing, all it does is cost me money, but it's for a worthy cause. So, so we're doing this. I don't know if my wife has an idea.
Okay, me saying and doesn't help anything there. It's not useful. Doesn't get continued. So gone. Come on. Gone. There we go.
Because. So, so we're doing this. I don't know if my wife came up with the idea, and it's helping a lot of people. And so, it's her baby. She put this together, and it's where it is right now, where many families are being able to get help. And so I want to try to keep doing that. And so, I would love for people to sign up, donate, and then see what it is. So
Yvonne kept pestering me until I saw.
Okay, so let's kill some of this overlap here. I hate it when it does that. Okay. Sometimes when it's being slow like this, I have to wait. I'm on a 5-year-old computer. It'd be nice. Alex has the newer computer right now. It's over there. I'm jealous because it can handle doing something like this, live streaming, editing, at the same time. Here, even when I'm not live streaming, I get some of these effects where it's slow to respond, and so therefore, whatever. Okay. And this thing, I can see already, this is probably an or something, and this is Yvonne saying something. We'll figure out what to do about that in a second. Oh, and he said Yvonne twice, so... Or I said Yvonne. Oh, no! Don't grab it. Okay, undo. Let's see.
And then see what it is.
Yvonne
kept. Let's see. Let's get rid of Stunner.
Yvonne kept pestering me.
Okay, so this actually, I can get rid of all the way to here, I think.
Yvonne kept pestering me until...
There we go. You don't need to hear me stutter. You can do that, and let's see.
So yes. now all of you have to do. So yes. now.
And let's see. Put this here. Let's put it there. Let's see how that sounds.
And then see what it is.
Yvonne kept pestering me.
And we don't need his. This is.
And then see what it is.
We'll leave the but take out the little breathy sounds. Tighten that in a little bit.
And then see what it is.
Yvonne kept pestering me until I signed up.
Yes.
So now all of you have to do.
Yes. Now we will. Yes, I will keep pestering people to sign up. Apparently I'm the official.
My dog barking at this point doesn't add anything.
And then see what it is.
Yvonne kept pestering me until I signed up.
Yes.
So now all of you have to do.
Yes. Now we will. Yes, I will keep pestering people to sign up. Apparently I'm the official pester signer upper thing. Thankfully so far we have a good number of signups so far. But the event's October, and
And you probably know what I'm doing here. I'm moving this to the middle of there. If it's a useful noise, we'll want to put it in between the other things.
And try to get the most possible that I can get for the event would be great.
There you go. Okay, now.
And it wasn't a useful noise. It was just Yvonne breathing, so let's delete it. And this one is going to be 2-2. Not sure what this one is. It's far enough from this gap that it might not make sense in that gap, but let's listen and see.
that I can get for the event would be great.
There you go. Okay, now, to end this segment of miscellaneous stuff, I just wanted to talk a little bit about...
Is Yvonne moving in his chair or something? Let's get rid of that. Come on. It's because of my dragging finger. It's such a pain. But the finger is still healing. It has made progress, but it's still got a ways to go.
That I can get for the event would be great.
There you go. Okay, now, to end this segment of miscellaneous stuff, I just wanted to talk a little bit about all of the West Coast fires and the associated air quality issues and everything.
Fires? What fires? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know. Who cares? And apparently, I just saw a map somebody posted on Twitter, and I wasn't able to go verify it or something, showing a worldwide view of fires. And there are a lot of places that are having fire issues right now. It's not just the West Coast of the U.S. But specifically, the West Coast of the U.S. Is having the worst fire season in, I don't know, a long time, if not in the recorded history of the country. I mean, I'm seeing quotes like, I believe here in Washington State, the amount of acreage that is burned in the last 2 weeks is equal to like the total amount that's burned over like the last decade before this year, something like that.
By the way, aside from you guys.
Okay, this has a little bit of overlap, and he repeats, but let's just leave it.
For you guys that are the fire thing, we're under a tropical storm watch.
Yeah, I saw something as well that not only are you under a tropical storm watch, but there's like 5 areas of development in the Atlantic right now.
Yes,
Like
we're under a tropical storm watch. It came out of nowhere all of a sudden. Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Although it's supposed to, if
Let me move this one, in a little bit to go into that gap. There we go.
like 5 areas of development in the Atlantic right now.
Yes, we're under a tropical storm watch. It came out of nowhere all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
Although it's supposed to, if I saw right, it's supposed to pass over Florida as a tropical storm and then potentially be a danger to the Gulf Coast again.
Yes.
Just like that other thing that did a couple weeks ago. So we're having some crazy climate stuff going on.
God, yes.
But yeah, and the fires, the entire West Coast.
That little God yes comment from him would, again, be better on the Yvonne by Yvonne, but you could still hear it. So
we're having some crazy climate stuff going on.
God, yes.
But yeah, and the fires, the entire West Coast is having a massively bad fire season. One number I keep seeing thrown around is specifically in Oregon at this point, 10% of the population of the state is currently under evacuation order because of the fires.
you that I saw coming.
On our Curmudgeon.
I'm gonna kill because that's a fairly clean. Come on, got it. There we go. Fair, clean, Let's just do that. Let's see.
The population of the state is currently under evacuation order because of the fires. On our Curmudgeon's Corner Slack, our friend Greg, who lives in the Bay Area, has posted air quality maps that show like the whole area is just awful, horrible, unhealthy right now. Where I am in the Seattle area is not quite as bad as it is in California, but today it was pretty bad.
And this from Yvonne didn't add anything. And this, let's try. I don't even know what this noise is yet, but let's move it in here.
That show like the whole area is just awful, horrible, unhealthy right now. Where I am in the Seattle area is not quite as bad as it is in California, but today it was pretty bad. As I was starting the show, I'm like, look, I've had a headache all day. My lungs have felt tight all day. I went out
Okay, that was not anything needing to be kept. Is Yvonne's chair squeaking or something?
Show, I'm like, look, I've had a headache all day. My lungs have felt tight all day. I went out.
We have started a new topic, so I should write it down. West Coast fires and smoke. When I actually do it, I may just put it back to fires. Let's just do it now. It's fires. I mean, we're talking about the smoke and the fires, but they kind of go together, you know. So.
As I was starting the show, I'm like, look, I've had a headache all day. My lungs have felt tight all day. I went out right before the show. I was out of the house doing some stuff for a little while. I mean, mostly in my car, not running around. But you know, by the time I came back, I felt like I'd been pummeled by hammers or something. You know, my head hurt, my lungs hurt. I just wanted to lie down for a minute. I actually took like a 10-minute nap. You know, it's oppressive, like just the air quality right now. And where I am isn't even the worst of it by any means. There have been entire towns that have basically been wiped off the map at this point in multiple states. Washington State, Oregon, and California are all having major issues right now. And you know, you've seen all of these.
It's been a while since we've had fires like we've had those kinds of seasons here in Florida. And I remember how bad it was to breathe. I wound up with my son at the ER 5 years ago with breathing problems from a fire, a massive one that had erupted in the Everglades. But the Everglades winds up if we had a very dry season with lightning, the same as out on the West Coast. All of a sudden it'll light it up. But thankfully it's been quite wet. You know, it's not normally that dry here. And it's returned to normal where it's been wet as our usual has been. But man, I feel you. That when it's got like that you know, that the smoke, the thing, you feel the headache. It's just, you know, it's just depressive. Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah, and you know, here, I mean, I went outside, as I mentioned, to do a couple things, and you could definitely see the smoke in the air. But some of the pictures coming out of the Bay Area in California, the ones of like the Golden Gate Bridge and other places in San Francisco, just like a deep red color.
Yeah, I know,
it's
crazy.
like
It's crazy. It's just so crazy.
I'm going to eliminate this little bit from me. It didn't seem like it was needed.
And other places in
Let's kill this while I'm here. And this is almost assuredly an that I will get rid of. Like I'm tempted to get rid of it without even listening to it to be sure, but let's see. I could be wrong.
places in San Francisco, just like a deep red color.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's just so crazy.
And, you know, and of course people are making the connection to climate change and, you know, all of this kind of stuff.
See? Yeah. I've been doing this long enough to recognize the... Oh, come on. Z. Okay, fine. I'm definitely lagging a little bit here, which is frustrating. I click and then have to wait. Come on, T.
a deep red color.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's just so crazy.
And, you know, and of course people are making the connection to climate change and, you know, all of this kind of stuff. And look, I don't doubt it. I mean, the way all of these things work is there's not a direct, like, because this happened. It's a probabilistic thing. And, you know, we're having warmer temperatures, so we have drier summers, so we have this, and then
I mean,
more like...
it's definitely, climate change is a fuel for this, no doubt about it. There's also some policy issues and other things that have also
Wait, Ivan,
exacerbated.
I know what you mean by policy issues. Donald Trump has talked about this. They have not properly been raking the forests.
Oh, so we're pulling out the rakes?
Yeah, that's the issue.
So, okay, aside from the rake factor, okay, you know, so, there's been a number of articles that I've seen talking about how in the past certain things were done, especially even by Native Americans, in order to control the...
I'm trying to decide whether to leave this where it is or move it up a little bit. It's probably fine where it is.
Certain things were done, especially even by Native Americans, in order to control the situation. In order not to allow...
In part, you don't stop every fire. You allow natural burn through periodically to eliminate the undergrowth while it's pretty small.
Exactly.
And so you don't...
Now, these, like, I think will be improved a little bit by dropping into these holes. I could also, in some cases, like, expand these holes by cutting and sliding over, but let's just see how this is like this.
The situation. In order not to allow...
in part, you don't stop every fire. You allow natural burn through periodically to eliminate the undergrowth while it's pretty small.
Exactly.
And so you don't get these built up sort of explosive situations at this point.
Wait, no, this is exactly...
Pretty small.
Exactly.
And so you don't get...
Okay, maybe I will expand this one a little bit so I can get the hole exactly in.
through periodically to eliminate the undergrowth while it's pretty small.
Exactly.
And so you don't get these built up sort of explosive situations at this point.
And this is another one where, because it's on the Yvonne and Sam, the exactly doesn't sound as crisp and clean as it would if I'd taken it on the Yvonne by... I've said this before.
Exactly.
And so you don't get these built up sort of explosive situations at this point.
Right.
Oh, and I should mention, explosive. One of the big fires in California was from some dumbass doing a gender reveal party where they blew something up that was going to have blue or pink smoke, depending on the sex of their baby, and they ended up setting off one of these fires.
I'm sorry. Why the fuck do people do this shit? Stupid gender. Can you fucking explain to me why?
Okay, please. I actually listened to these real quick to make sure it wasn't like, come on, dragging finger again. I actually listened to these to make sure they weren't like me laughing or making some reaction that made sense there. They were just nothing, so.
Baby, and they ended up setting off one of these fires.
I'm sorry. Why the fuck do people do this shit? Stupid gender. Can you fucking explain to me why in God's green earth does anybody do this stupidity?
You know, look, I think the whole idea is stupid to begin with, but at least if all you're doing is throwing a party and you pull out a cake and it's one color or another, fine. But these people like blowing shit up and like doing these big elaborate things, I don't get that at all. You know,
I found an article of a series of like bad accidents, like a dozen of them, that were just ridiculous. You know, explosions, fires, you know, injuries of these morons doing these stupid gender reveal parties. And I'm just like, you know, what in the fucking hell is wrong with all these assholes?
Yeah.
Okay, now this is already a second and a half of silence. It seems like less because we're watching at double speed. But when we have gaps that long, I will close them up. And sometimes they're better or worse than others. Like whenever I have my wife on the podcast, she has lots of really long pauses that get, yeah, just it's her nature of speaking. There are lots of pauses. Sometimes when Yvonne is like on a certain type of thought process, he'll have the big gaps too. I'll even do it sometimes. This wasn't too bad. It just barely went over a second and a half. But there are times when there's like 2-3 second gaps. And sometimes we're reacting to something where the long pause actually adds to the effect, in which case I might keep that, or only shorten it a little bit. But lots of times it's just, us talking slow as we're trying to think about it, and might as well just eliminate those gaps.
Gender reveal parties.
Mhm.
And I'm just like, what in the fucking hell is wrong with all these assholes?
Yeah. And of course, you also have, sort of the trans community also talking about, well, you have to act.
Here's another thing. If anybody out there is interested, we could potentially live stream the actual podcast on YouTube while we record it with with two-way Skype video, or something. And but I don't know. As far as I can tell, I'm the only one watching this live stream. Of course, I did start it at 12:30 in the morning Pacific time, which is 3:30 in the morning Eastern. So, I mean, I guess in Europe it's 9:15 in the morning right now. If there's anybody in Europe, who cares? But yeah, oops. Anyway.
In the fucking hell is wrong with all these assholes?
Yeah. And of course, you also have, sort of the trans community also talking about, well, you have to actually, it's not necessarily their gender at birth. Frankly, it's a small enough percentage of people I'm not too worried about.
Now, his little reaction there, let's see, is it okay? Can I move it to make it more impactful somewhere else, or should I just eliminate it or leave it where it is? Let me listen again.
It's not necessarily their gender at birth. Frankly, it's a small enough percentage of people I'm not too worried about.
Let's move it to this gap. Because I think that's what he was reacting to, and it's just a little bit of a delay. Because in these things, you have two factors. One, people naturally have a little bit of a delay in real life between when something is said and when they react. And two, you have a little bit of Skype delay in there too. So let's see.
Actually, it's not necessarily their gender at birth. Frankly, it's a small enough percentage of people I'm not too worried about that issue. I'm fully supportive of trans people once they decide that that's what's going on. But 99+% of the time, it is what it is, and
right.
I'm okay with people, saying, "Oh, we did the test. It's a girl. It's a boy. We're gonna name it accordingly. We're gonna do this accordingly. We're gonna do whatever accordingly." And I'm even okay. I'm even
that you change or whatever.
Yes,
but here's the thing.
Okay, so this piece of overlap I don't think was useful.
Do whatever accordingly. And I'm even okay. I'm even
that you change.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll leave the yeah, because that made sense in reaction to what Yvonne was saying. But I'll kill this part. Come on. Right here. And then move this in a little bit. Come on.
We're gonna name it accordingly. We're gonna do this accordingly. We're gonna do whatever accordingly.
And if there's later information that you change or whatever.
Yes.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing. Again, it's a part. I mean, it's like participation trophies. All this shit. A fucking gender reveal party. I mean, I'm so fucking done.
Well, like I said, I'm if you want to, if it's just just like a baby shower.
Now, here's a question. If anyone was actually watching this live stream, you could give me feedback on this, but nobody is. Is this gender reveal stuff a separate bullet point for the show notes? I'm going to put it in for now. I'll decide later whether or not to keep it.
A fucking gender reveal party. I mean, I'm so fucking done.
Well, like I said, I'm if you want to, if it's just
I'll give you guys a heads up too. When I get to 30 minutes on the podcast, I'm going to take a break, get a drink, use the bathroom, and then I'll come back and continue. I'll leave the live stream going. I'll put up a little "I'll be right back" in case anybody happens to join in the meantime. But yeah, anyway.
Reveal party. I mean, I'm so fucking done.
Well, like I said, I'm if you want to, if it's just just like a baby shower in general or whatever, you're having a party to celebrate your baby.
No,
if you want to make the gender reveal part of that, I'm okay with that.
Now,
but do a cake.
Now, I'm not sure these two things from Yvonne actually helped here. So I'm going to take him out. See what it sounds like. I can bring it back.
Gender reveal party. I mean, I'm so fucking done.
Well, like I said, I'm like, if you want to, if it's just like, I mean, just like a baby shower in general or whatever, you're having a party to celebrate your baby. If you want to make the gender reveal part of that, I'm okay with that. But like, do a cake, do like a little banner, do something small and silly. Don't like go blowing shit up when it's so dry and everybody's worried about wildfires. Are you an idiot?
Yeah, I think the answer's clear on that.
That.
Shit up when it's so dry and everybody's worried about wildfires. Are you an idiot?
Yeah, I think the answer's clear on that, whoever did it. But I will say that, look, how we found out my son's gender was very peculiar. Okay, all right.
It wasn't just an ultrasound at the thing or whatever.
Well, yes, but the thing is that my sister-in-law is a gynecologist and has an ultrasound machine. So normally when you go to do it, you have to ask like the technician, and they do it once, blah blah blah, and they usually do it like many more months along. Okay, so
you just did it at home?
No, we flew out to Texas.
Okay, let's see.
It's along. Okay, so
you just did it at home?
Yeah, that's fine. I sort of interrupted him, but like what he was. Oh, let's see. I can.
Many more months along. Okay, so
you just did it at home? Did it at home?
Let's just eliminate some of this. Right there, maybe.
Many more months along. Okay, so
you just did it at home?
No, we flew out to Texas.
Yeah, that's fine. This is me sort of laughing a little bit, but you can kind of tell.
Many more months along. Okay, so
you just did it at home?
No, we flew out to Texas when.
Actually, I'll kill it.
Many more months along. Okay, so
you just did it at home?
No, we flew out to Texas when Juana was only a couple of months pregnant.
It seemed a little weird there at the end of it. Let me move this in very slightly to see if that sounds better.
Many more months along. Okay, so
you just did it at home?
No, we flew out to Texas when Juana was only a couple of months pregnant. Okay,
Good
very
enough.
early in the pregnancy.
Good enough.
But normally they don't go to check the gender.
There's still something there that doesn't sound quite right with the way he pops in, but again, let's see. It has now been an hour and 51 minutes, and I am 26 minutes into the podcast. So this kind of stuff is not the stuff I should spend a couple minutes on trying to slightly improve in a way that nobody would notice.
Many more months along. Okay, so
you just did it at home?
No, we flew out to Texas when Juana was
like that
only a
pop,
couple of months pregnant. Okay.
There's a definite pop at the beginning of what Yvonne says, but
Okay, so
you just did it at home?
No, we flew out to Texas when Juana was only a couple of months pregnant. Okay, all right, very early in the pregnancy. But normally they don't go to check the gender. And so we flew to Texas to visit my brother and my sister-in-law. Okay, well, so my brother picked us up at the airport. He's like, well, we gotta go to the office. Okay, see my wife because wants to say hi, whatever. And she was working, so we stopped by the office and we're over there, whatever. And then all of a sudden, my sister-in-law comes in and says, "Juana, get over here." What? And she just put her on the ultrasound. Put her on the freaking thing of the ultrasound. We're gonna find out what the gender of this baby is. And so basically, we just we just played with my brother, my sister-in-law, my wife. We were all.
okay, now I looked away and got distracted, and there were a couple things there I should probably get rid of. I was gonna bring up my own live stream again real quick to see how it sounded like, and where is it? There it is. I'm gonna just switch for just a second back to here. See how it's sounding. Here we go.
And they usually do it like many more months along. Okay, so
you just did it at home?
No, we flew out to Texas when Juana was only a couple of months pregnant. Okay, all right, very early in the pregnancy. But normally they don't go to check the gender. And so we flew to Texas to visit my brother and my sister-in-law. Okay, well, so my brother picked us up at the airport. He's like, well, we gotta go to the office. Okay, see my wife because.
That's all fine. It still sounds fine. I mean, there's still, like, if I really wanted it to sound good, I'd switch to this microphone instead of the internal microphone on the computer. And I am tempted to do that, to be honest, but let's not worry right now. Okay? Yeah. Please? Okay. I got enough to worry about, and it's almost 2:30 in the morning. Yay.
And so we flew to Texas to visit my brother and my sister-in-law. Okay, well, so my brother picked us
Start back here.
months along. Okay, so
you just did it at home?
No, we flew out to Texas when Juana was only a couple of months pregnant. Okay, all right, very early in the pregnancy. But normally they don't go to check the gender. And so we flew to Texas to visit my brother and my sister-in-law. Okay, well, so my brother picked us up at the airport. He's like, well, we gotta go to the office. Okay, see my wife because wants to say hi, whatever. And she was working, so we stopped by the office and we're over there, whatever. And then all of a sudden, my sister-in-law comes in and says, "Juana, get over here." What? And she just put her on the freaking thing of the ultrasound. We're gonna find out what the gender of this baby is. And so basically, we just we just played with my brother, my sister-in-law, my wife. We were all in the room. We just played with the ultrasound machine until we could figure out what the damn gender of the baby was.
Okay.
And so, we took a whole bunch of snaps and we just went and figured out and looked at every angle and
I don't know exactly what this reaction noise is, but I'm going to move it in a little bit to fill this gap.
I don't know. We spent I don't know how much time in the stupid machine until we could figure it out.
So
that I don't think is the normal way that we.
Okay, but my so is not useful there, so I will actually delete it and move this in. And there's a little bit of an overlap here, so I'm just going to move this one without moving everything. And yeah, let's see what that sounds like.
I don't know. We spent I don't know how much time in the stupid machine until we could figure it out. So that I don't think is the normal way that people find out the gender of their babies.
yeah, no, we had a normally regularly scheduled checkup at which time they were like, "Do you want to know?" And we're like, "Sure," and then they told us, So
Yeah. So no. So yeah. So but it was fun.
Get rid of.
oh, and we're like, "Sure," and then they told us, So
Yeah. So no. So yeah. So but it was fun. Using that machine, and then we printed a whole bunch of different. You take a whole bunch of different shots.
Yeah.
That's the thing. 'Cause we had the machine. So we were like, oh yeah, we're snapping away. Pictures. We got an ultrasound machine at your disposal. It's kind of fun.
Okay, this last bit for me wasn't helpful. So let's do that. See that.
Because we had the machine. So we were like, oh yeah, we're snapping away. Pictures. What the hell? We got an ultrasound machine at your
Pull it back out here. This is a little pop-up.
We're snapping away. Pictures. What the hell? We got an ultrasound machine at your disposal. It's kind of fun.
Does that pop up? Let me single thread this one for a second. Let's see.
Snapping away. Pictures. What the hell? We got
The pop is on the bonds. It's just. Oh, come on. Is that necessary? Okay. The dragging middle finger kills me. I keep doing things I don't actually intend to do. And I believe this was nonsense caused by me temporarily dragging down. Let me real quick zoom to make sure there's nothing on that track. There's nothing on that track. So let me delete it. And you can see what fraction of the way through we are. Because the Yvonne and Sam were recording our entire phone call. Now, there are a couple little bits where we stepped away from the microphone way back out here. But, and some of this was the part that we cut out at the beginning. But still, like this is the real beginning of the show right here, I believe. But oh my god, we got a long way to go. Like if it was an exact 2-hour show, we're almost at the 1/4 mark. But I'm pretty sure, like the recording was 2:30 or so, so I'm pretty sure this is like a 2-hour, 15-minute show when we're done. I told you I'd be pulling an all-nighter, and this would be like a 6-hour live stream. Did you think I was lying? And pull it back to my preference for these, which is about that level of zoom.
What the hell? We got an ultrasound.
Okay, so let's save.
We were like, oh yeah, we're snapping away. Pictures. What the hell? We got an ultrasound machine at your disposal. It's kind of fun.
So anyway, back to fires.
Okay. Hey, I see I've got two concurrent viewers right now, even though I stopped I had put on myself on YouTube for a second, and I don't think I'm there yet. So maybe it actually is another person. If so, hello. If it was just me and I hadn't closed the YouTube app, that's fine too. Yeah, if there's anybody real watching, say hi in the comments in the live chat.
We're snapping away.
We're just editing this week's Curmudgeon's Corner. Fun.
What the hell? We got an ultrasound machine at your disposal. It's kind of fun.
So anyway, back to fires. The only.
Okay, we can get rid of that I hate it when I do that by accident. Lagging finger, like I said. Okay, let's cut it here. That should be fine. Let's see how that goes.
Oh, we got an ultrasound machine at your disposal. It's kind of fun.
So anyway, back to fires. The only other thing to say is, I guess, like if any of you are on the West Coast, whether it's only the pollution affecting you or whether it's the actual fires affecting you, stay safe. All of that kind of stuff.
Let's move this yes into the little hole. It's not a very big hole, but it'll be better than in the middle of here in terms of how it sounds. Now, it probably sounds a little bit unnatural, to be honest, because like people don't actually react quite that fast in real life, but
Whether it's the actual fires affecting you, stay safe.
Yes.
All of that kind of stuff. It's looking pretty.
Of course, I can fix that by doing a cut and pulling these both out a little bit. So let's do that.
Actual fires affecting you, stay safe.
Yes.
All of that kind of stuff. It's looking pretty bad out there. It's not getting better yet. We've got a while to go yet in fire season. So yeah, hunker down. I guess not just for the coronavirus, but for this kind of stuff. Although I guess hunkering down may or may not be the right thing to do based on your situation.
Yeah, you may
Follow
have to.
local authorities. Yeah. Oh man, what a mess.
And this you couldn't hear because of the overlap. Let's pull this one out too.
Although I guess hunkering down may or may not be the right thing to do based on your situation.
Yeah, you may have to back.
Follow local authorities. Yeah. Oh man, what a mess. And speaking. Follow local authorities. Yeah.
Actually, we want to put this yeah. So we'll do this over here, and then move this sort of here, and then we'll move this out a little bit. Let's see how that sounds.
May or may not be the right thing to do based on your situation. Follow local authorities.
Yeah, you may have to back.
Yeah. Oh man, what a mess. And speaking of Trump scandals, which we'll get to later, one of the ones this week was Trump apparently playing games with providing support to Oregon and not answering the phone to people from Oregon who called the White House asking for stuff. The usual sort of it's a blue state, so who cares kind of stuff. So I gather eventually they signed whatever they were going to sign to provide aid, but they made no rush of it. So.
Okay, this is another place to pull some stuff in. He probably said yes or something. Let's see. Oh no, it's just a breath sound. Okay, so let's get rid of that. Let's move this in, and then move this in. No, come on. And it's sort of reacting slowly to my clicks, which frustrates me too. So. Let's see what else.
But they made no rush of it. So anyway, I think it's time for us to take a break and come back for our big topics. We are going to first talk about the miscellaneous Trump scandal. They made no rush of it. So anyway, I think it's time for us.
Let's get rid of that and that gap here.
They.
Yeah, thank you for that notice. Yay.
They made no rush of it. So anyway, I think it's time for us to take a break and come back for our big topics. We are going to first talk about the miscellaneous Trump scandal stuff.
Big topics. They sound big.
Huge, huge, massive.
Huge topics.
We'll talk about the miscellaneous Trump scandals first before we get into election 20.
This was not anything. I think he said okay or something. Or let's move this in case it says something useful.
The miscellaneous Trump scandal stuff.
Big topics. They sound big.
Huge, huge, massive.
Huge topics.
We'll talk about the miscellaneous Trump scandals first before we get into election 2020 in specific, because of course you could argue all of the Trump scandals feed into the election too. So anyway, we will be back.
Okay, it's just breath noise, so we'll kill it.
You could argue all of the Trump scandals feed into the election too. So anyway, we will be back right after this.
Okay, yay. 29:44, let's mark the end of this first segment. Oh, 29:44. And now we have to pick a first break. I didn't hear a title thing that excited me yet. So let's go here. I'll show you what I use usually for picking the breaks. I love random.org, and I currently have 10 breaks. There are a couple of them that are old, and either I'm actually tired of them and want to eliminate them, or they actually aren't quite right anymore, like our feedback one and our Facebook one and a couple others. And so I'd love to like make some new ones, but no time. Anyway, break 3. So I have all my breaks over here. At the moment, they're in alphabetical order. Break 3 is the Creepy Classics break, which is a website run by someone I used to work with. I don't know, at this point, it's like 20 years ago? Maybe 15. No, more than 15. Anyway, when I was at Pittsburgh, I worked at a couple local Pittsburgh radio stations, and he runs business selling old horror movies and stuff. Let's see, creepyclassics.com. The very first iteration of his website, way back when, I helped him with. But he's been doing it on his own for ages. Creepy Classics, you can buy all monster movies and kind of things like that. And in non-pandemic years, he does a convention, this Monster Bash thing, but it's had to be canceled because of the pandemic. So we'll see. It'll come back at some point. I get the feeling, based on some of his Facebook posts, that politics-wise, I would not really agree with him on a lot at this point. But he's someone that was a friend, and we dealt with stuff a long time ago. Sort of fallen out of touch through the years, but made a spot for him near the beginning of Curmudgeon's Corner, and it's been on for a long time. And so let's go ahead and add that in. I already added it in. And then we are at the 30-minute mark, and I said I'd take a break here. I'm going to drop in the next segment first. And this one we've already used. So I'm going to move those over there and then grab the next two. And since we are using all of my versions rather than Yvonne's version this time around, we don't have to worry about synchronizing with the Yvonne version or anything. Like normally when I'd first put these in, I'd synchronize them, make sure they were lined up with the Yvonne version, because I'd be keeping the Yvonne version and the new Sam version from this one and that kind of stuff. But yeah, so I'll let this go through. Create new tracks. And then it's loading the track in still. You'll see the sound waves start appearing in a second. There we go. still doing the other one. The progress bar is up here. Okay, and I'll do the Control X thing. Boom. Boom. And I'll listen enough to figure out where the real beginning is.
Okay. Hold on 1 second here.
Because this is random.
There are microwaves that cost $3,000. Holy shit.
Oh, and this is Yvonne started talking during the break about this microwave stuff, and I decided a little bit into it to just include it. Like if it was just random stuff that we were talking about, I might I would just cut all this out and go to the part where I say, "Welcome back. We're back after the break," or whatever. But in this case, I ended up deciding to keep this microwave stuff. I remembering from when we recorded the show, and I say something like, "Oh, and we're back. Let's talk about this." So I'm gonna just take this and consider it the real beginning of this segment, and put it right here. Oh, and let me go ahead and name them. Sam on Sam number 3. On Sam number 3. There we go. And, you know, on the one hand, I do Sam Yvonne, Sam Yvonne, Sam Yvonne, and that's sort of what I'm used to. But I also like having these in order of when the first sound from that track comes in. Since we have Yvonne talking, I'm going to move Yvonne up. Just because, you know, he starts talking first, so his track should start first. And this right now starts being quiet here. See, it sort of ends with a.
There are microwaves that cost $3,000.
That's fine. Like, I was considering whether or not to move that in slightly. But let's see here. Let's make sure the break is fine. I'll put in this next segment starts at 30:30. So I'm going to go ahead and put in 30:30. Oh, and you know, these are the notes that were made before the show. Like here are all the potential topics we talked about, and then you know, in the half hour before the show started, I took everything above and sort of dropped it into categories to sort of help decide what categories we were going to do. So we ended up doing some of the well, we didn't really do any of these miscellany, to be honest. We picked the Trump-related corruption and the election 2020 stuff, obviously. And we ended up picking a little bit of the climate issues and a little bit of the pandemic stuff, but not all of it to include in our But First segment. And that's where we ended up. So I have some of this up here, but then as you saw from the first segment, I'm sort of adding these as I listen. For the show notes here. But let's go back here. Oh, I went too far. Okay, make sure this came out okay.
To the election too. So anyway, we will be back right after this.
Ready for the test, Dracula?
I don't know why I listen to all these breaks as I edit. I always re-listen to the break. Even though it's the same audio clip, I know exactly what it is. I could skip to the end of it. But whenever I'm playing through, I like to make sure I've listened to sort of every second of the actual thing before I publish it, including things I'm reusing. I don't know. Maybe stupid.
Back right after this.
Ready for the test, Dracula? I'm ready, Frankenstein. Then let us begin.
Creepy Classic celebrates the classic horror and science fiction films from the silent era through the 1960s, and retro TV horror from the 1950s to the 1970s. Visit creepyclassics.com for all your classic video needs. And when you buy something, tell Ron that the Curmudgeon say hello.
There are microwaves that cost $3,000. Holy shit.
Yeah, they better do cool stuff.
Holy shit.
Okay, I'm going to do stuff there, but I said I would take a break at this point, and I will. Need to run to the bathroom. I'm going to refresh my drink. I'm not going to make a new tea because that would take too long, but maybe get some water. So let me bring up something to put up. Since I'm going to leave the live stream going. on the off chance anyone starts watching while I'm gone, I'll put up a little note. Yeah, like this. Except this is to Alex, but like I'm music of anyone. Be right back. Break. Okay, but I'm gonna make this big, of course. Can I just do plus? Yes. Think this is big enough yet? Not quite. It's growing. That's good. Okay. Like it says, be right back. 5-minute break. Yeah. Hey, guess what? I'm back. Haven't, not sure if it's actually been 5 minutes. And, yeah, it looks like nobody actually came to watch. I didn't even need to do that sign. But hey, there you go. Oh, it is coming up on 3 in the morning here. You can see it says 9:49 UTC here on the East Coast. That's 2:49 a.m. East Coast, West Coast of the U.S. Oh, I'm so tired. Had a long weekend. Like I said, had my son's birthday, and even though we've got the pandemic and isolation and stuff, once a month we open up our bubble to his best friend Kaylin, and she was over for the weekend. And yeah, so they got to use my computer in a lot of the times that normally I would be working on the podcast. So anyway, back to editing. So we are 2 hours and 21 minutes in, and we are in 30 minutes of the podcast. Let's do a little bit of math there. So that's 2 times 60 times 22. It's 142 minutes so far, and we are 30 minutes in. That means it's taking just slightly less than 5 minutes of real time to edit each minute of the podcast. Now, that's actually a little bit of an exaggeration, because if you remember the beginning of the show, the beginning of the live stream, we were probably at least half an hour in, if not more, before we even got to the actual first second of the podcast, because we were doing some preliminaries and making sure we weren't going to use any of the initial stuff for a cold open and stuff like that. Of course, even that, though, doesn't include the pre-processing stuff I do, which I did before I even started this live stream, and does take at least an hour usually, but the difference is it's not an hour that I have to be doing much. I sort of start it doing what it does, and then come back when it's done, basically. At least for the alphonic leveler part. For the other part, I do have to do something, but it only takes a few minutes. Okay. Where were we? End of the creepy classics. Oh. I should just fall asleep right here. I want to get this stupid thing out before I have to do work stuff. I've got, I think, I should check when my first meeting for Monday is. Mondays, the first meeting is usually at 10. Every once in a while, there's something a little earlier. So if I'm still live streaming 5 hours from now, then I'll double check to make sure I don't have an 8 o'clock meeting or a 9 o'clock meeting. Okay, here we go.
Take a note.
There are microwaves that cost $3,000. Holy shit.
Yeah, they better do cool stuff.
Holy shit.
Okay, so we'll start out here. Gonna pull this in and pull this in. Oh no, what does it undo? Thank you. Every once in a while I hit the wrong button, and it just does something that I'm like, okay, I don't know what it's doing there. I mean, obviously it was zooming in on something, but I don't want to do that. So here we go.
$3,000. Holy shit.
Yeah, they better do cool stuff.
Holy shit. Yes, there is the most expensive microwave that I see is $2,699.
Okay, so we're back. Yvonne, before we get started on the other stuff,
Yes.
what does this...
Okay, so Yvonne made a little bit of noise there. I don't think that noise was interpretable very well. Okay, come on. Thank you. So I'll take it out. I mean, it was him snorting about whatever, but what? Move this in slightly. Move this back to whole. Dragging finger, dragging finger. Lagging computer, lagging computer. A little bit more. Put it in the hole. Forward a little bit. Close enough. I probably am going to end up wanting to kill that, but let's listen and find out.
Is $2,699.
Okay, so we're back. Yvonne, before we get started on the other stuff,
Yes.
what does this $2,000 microwave do that makes it worth $2,000?
Okay, so
Is it just massive, or
Yeah, let's. I was right. This is just Yvonne going, I. So let's do that. And whatever this little bump is, probably isn't useful either, so let me take it away.
Shit, yes, there is the most expensive microwave that I see is $2,699.
Okay, so we're back. Yvonne, before we get started on the other stuff,
Yes.
what does this $2,000 microwave do that makes it worth $2,000? Is it just massive, or
I am like speechless at the fact that there is a $2,699 microwave. I don't see that it does anything special other than it looks quite cool.
so it's cosmetic? It's like gold plated or
yes,
something?
it's not gold plated, but it's a floating
I'll keep
glass back. The glass looks like it floats.
Okay.
That's about it, really. There can't be.
So it's a normal sized microwave.
Okay, and so, okay, we are in the Trump-related corruption section, but we're obviously talking about microwaves. So add this to a topic list, but like, of course, in the show notes, this will make it look like, what, is Trump pushing some new microwave conspiracy now? I don't know, whatever.
So it's cosmetic? It's like gold plated or
yes,
something?
it's not gold plated, but it's a floating glass back. The glass looks like it floats.
Okay.
That's about it, really. There can't be.
So it's a normal sized microwave.
Yes.
So,
But it's
I'm having visions.
$2,699.
I'm having
Holy
visions.
shit.
I'm having visions. Remember?
Okay, so I tried to start this I'm having visions things a couple times, but Yvonne was still talking. So we'll get rid of my false starts and see how it sounds.
Really, there can't be.
So it's a normal sized microwave.
Yes. But it's $2,699. Holy shit.
I'm having visions. Remember that?
Okay, and I'm going to move this out a little bit. Just to give a little bit of separation there. So, and then I immediately thought while I'm looking at this that having visions is a possible title. Now, something else might come up that strikes my fancy more, in which case I'll change. But there we go.
There can't be.
So it's a normal sized microwave.
Yes. But it's $2,699. Holy shit.
I'm having visions. Remember that that company that would sell like the cell phones that were just all like jeweled up and stuff?
Yes. Oh, God.
Okay, let's separate these two. Okay.
$99. Holy shit.
I'm having visions. Remember that that company that would sell like the cell phones that were just all like jeweled up and stuff?
Oh, Bejeweled, yes. Oh, God, I'm trying to remember because I went to a store that sold those. I remember that, I remember, they took some ordinary Nokia phone or whatever, and then they studded it with, like, jewelry and shit or whatever, and then the thing cost, like, thousands of dollars.
Right.
Yeah.
It was just an ordinary crappy phone.
Yes, and I do think that basically, as far as I can tell, there are these microwaves that cost several $1,000s.
Okay, I see some tightening up places here coming up. I'm gonna assume these are useful bits and just tighten it a moment. I'm going to assume this one should go ahead of this. Let's just leave that there for now. See what that sounds like. We'll move it around if my guess is wrong.
The thing cost, like, thousands of dollars.
Right. It was just an ordinary crappy phone.
Yes, and I do think that basically, as far as I can,
And what was this?
the thing cost, like, thousands of dollars.
Right. It was just an ordinary crappy phone.
Yes, and I do think that basically, as far as I can tell, there are these microwaves that cost several $1,000s where I can't tell that it does anything other than any fucking normal microwave. They're just expensive. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect like a microwave like that. If you're gonna pay that, I expect functionality. I mean, I expect either it's a really huge microwave that you can like do industrial restaurant strength microwaving or something.
I expect
or
it to
something.
telepathically be able to figure out what I.
Yeah, the first Yvonne interruption can probably go.
That you can like do industrial restaurant strength microwave.
Yeah, he said I did too or something, but it's hard to hear on top of me, so it's gone.
I expect either it's a really huge microwave that you can like do industrial restaurant strength microwaving or something.
I expect
or
it to
something.
telepathically be able to figure out what I.
Let's separate this out again. And I said or something, I think. So we could come on. Dragging finger again. Stop it. Stop it. Let's see. So dragging finger and slow reaction. Okay, so it didn't actually move it. Okay, let's.
You can like do industrial restaurant strength microwaving or something.
I expect it to telepathically be able to figure out what I want to cook. At
Yeah.
$2,699.
Yeah, provide the food.
And my yeah doesn't add much here, so we'll make it go away. Come on. I'm not trying to drag it. See, the problem is this finger, it's bent. That's part of my injury. This finger is bent. It can't actually go straight. And so when I'm trying to like do something here, this finger ends up touching the mouse and makes it think I'm trying to drag something, and I'm not. Anyway, delete.
Real restaurant strength microwaving or
I
something.
expect it to telepathically be able to figure out what I want to cook. At $2,699.
Yeah, provide the food.
Yes. What the hell? I this thing is like, what is that thing on Star Trek where they, the thing, where they prepare the food and it just appears there?
The replicator or whatnot.
The replicator. Yes, it should work like that. At $2,699. Oh, that would be cool. That would be worth it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, actually, I'd pay $5,000 for that. Actually, to be honest.
Probably a lot more.
Yes,
but yeah.
that would be quite convenient.
Okay,
Anyway, all
so
right, sorry.
we got Trump scandals. Before I start, Yvonne,
These two didn't seem to do anything. So let's get rid of this. This overlap didn't bother me too much. Let's listen to it again.
Yes,
but yeah.
that would be quite convenient.
Okay,
Anyway, all
so
right, sorry.
we got Trump scandals. Before I start, Yvonne, while we were just talking that last 2 minutes,
Something else happened?
well, no, at least twice, my microphone muted itself.
Oh, this, my microwave muting myself. This does not have to stay in the podcast. I was just giving Yvonne a heads up. So let's see.
Okay,
Anyway, all
so
right, sorry.
we got Trump scandals. Before I start, Yvonne,
Okay, so I'm going to cut this right here. And I'm actually going to move this over a little bit so when I find the end of it, it's really easy to suck up and delete.
yeah.
That would be quite convenient.
Okay,
Anyway, all
so
right, sorry.
we got Trump scandals. Before I start, Yvonne, while we were just talking that last 2 minutes,
Something else happened?
well, no, at least twice, my microphone muted itself without any input from me, and I noticed because I was trying to answer you and you weren't hearing me, and then I looked up and saw that the light was blinking again. So if you notice me like cut out at any point, say so immediately so I can
Okay,
do something
all right,
about it. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with my button? Do I need a new microphone? But whatever. Okay, so here we go. I'm just getting the list. Okay, so as I said, there are.
I think I'm going to want to actually start it here, but I'm going to pull this over anyway just to see how it is together. And then we can delete it once we've moved it. So I'm moving this over just a little bit to make it easy to grab in here to do this bulk delete of this section. Let's do it here. And no, I don't want to add a signature change. And then I want to turn off the loop. So let's actually move this in slightly here. Okay.
A lot more.
Yes,
but yeah.
that would be quite convenient.
Okay,
Anyway, all
so
right, sorry.
we got Trump scandals. Okay, so as I said, there are.
Okay, so let's start at the as I said. Come on. Things are being a little bit laggier and slower than usual because I'm live streaming at the same time. But I'm committed now. I'm going to do it for this whole edit session. See, if we look over here at what's taking the CPU time, let's see. Come on. Come on. Come on. Tell me. Come on. There we go. See, look. OBS is number 1. Followed by Safari, where I'm watching OBS over another window. And then kernel task is acting up as it often does. The Windows server. Logic Pro is like down there. Of course, I'm not in Logic Pro right now. So BZ Serve, which is Backblaze's backup, is also doing some stuff. So anyway, but OBS is obviously the hog here. Yeah. Anyway. Let's see how long. That's the last hour. Check the last 24 hours. And then I'll go back to editing. See, when I've been going this long, it's so easy to get distracted. Yeah, pretty normal, actually. Oh, wait, it hasn't switched yet. There we go. Huh, I wonder when I started this. Maybe just after 7 UTC? And I bet this earlier time was when my son and his friend were recording some gameplay. Anyway, enough of this. Let's get back to editing before I fall asleep. So, choices here. Oh, that's fine. Concurrent viewers is what we want. And let me just take a quick check of Twitter. Yeah, so this is my tweet that obviously no one has clicked through to watch. Yeah. EU something, Japan. I'm just checking to see if there's anything new. The poll's out at 5:38. No wonder you said minds will be blown. Oh no, what is this? We got some national polls. Arizona for it's the new OH predictive Arizona that we've been waiting for. Biden by 10. Whoa. Yeah. So I could I'm tempted to go ahead and put that in on election graphs while we're here. Yeah. Let's do that real quick. I know it's not the main thing, but hey, let's get that going. Let's close this window. We'll bring over the window where I have election graph stuff. I'm bringing it over from my other monitor. So this is the main election. You'll get to see the behind-the-scenes election graph stuff too. So here's 5:38 for yesterday. They should all have the Arizona stuff now. We'll get up the OH predictive article. Move it over here. Oh, by the way, this is a preview. It's not working yet, but I started to work on doing a Clinton versus Trump 2016 compared to Biden versus Trump 2020 all in one graph. Haven't finished it yet, just started, haven't gotten back to it. But I'm going to be doing that for the margin and the tipping point. I just have to actually get to do it. Okay, so here we go. Arizona likely voters, blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, I have to make sure I have the editor open. I have poll two-way already open, so if this is a two-way, which it is, it should be fine. Let's flip this over to Arizona. Boom. Submit. Okay. And yeah, up by 10 is going to be. There have been polls showing him up that far before. Not that long ago. 829 to 9-1. There's something, and a little bit. 821 to 830. It's definitely at the upper end of Biden's range for Arizona. But let's see here. Let's go ahead. I usually do this on 2 monitors, so doing it on 1 monitor for the live stream is a little bit odd for me, but let's go ahead over here. And I think, do I call it? I think I call it OHPI usually, so let me, yeah, I usually call it OHPI instead of OH predictive. So let's go back to the bottom here. Put the exact time I'm putting this in, because my stupid programming relies on that to know when there's something new. 10, 10, 05, and then OHPI, and it came out 2020 09 14, and it covers September 8th through 10th. 8, 2020, 10. Yes, this is manual data entry. I'm not using 538's API or anything like that, which may be stupid on my part, but it is what it is, and n equals 600. I have the n in here, even though my site doesn't use it at all, just as reference, and I guess in case I ever want to modify things, so they do. I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and even though I saw at 538 what the top line number is, I always like to look in the actual thing itself, because sometimes the way 538 does it doesn't end up being exactly the same as the way I do it. So in terms of whether including leans, not including leans, they only report 1 version when sometimes they'll report 2, etc. So here we are. And they always round to the nearest percent, whereas some pollsters give decimal places, and I include them when they do. So here we are. Now, what I don't do, though, I don't do the 253 divided by 600 or anything like that. I'll do, I'll report the level of detail they say. So anyway, so we got, and did I copy this already? I think I did, but I'll do it again just in case. Copy. Okay, so we have Biden 52. I believe it was Trump 42, but I'll double check. Trump 42, yep. And then the URL, hit return, hit save. And then my site, again, being the stupid way I set it up, detects new pages. When someone goes to the page, it checks to see whether there's a new relevant poll, and if so, regenerates the page. So I just go straight back to the page and regenerate. Now, if I was a little bit smarter, I would have something that I and only I could trigger to grab the new thing, or it would automatically check on some sort of cadence. Anyway, so we're starting at Biden by 2.6, 5 polls spanning the last 1.6 weeks. These last 2 are a tie for mid-date, so they're both going to be capped. This is going to be a 6-poll average after this. Let's see. Here we go, automatic reload. And now it's 3.8. I don't even remember what I said it was before. 2.6 was it? And now it's regenerating the graphs. But as you can see, it is 6 polls, like I said. This OHPI is actually not the most, it's the most recent poll to come out, but in terms of the time covered, is not as recent as this Gravis and YouGov one. So it changed the past a little bit here in the curve. You can see the graph is now updated. And also, it will have tweeted. Poll added in AZ. blah, 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 blah. Now, I have another process that updates some of the national numbers and national graphs that automatically kicks off every 5 minutes and takes a little while. It takes longer, so I don't have that happen in real time, like right when it does. So it will, we'll check again in about 10 minutes, and it'll be a good time to refresh the national graph and see how it changed because of this. So like right now, we're, now that Arizona change, wouldn't have, it went from 2.6 to 3 point something. It wasn't crossing the tipping point. It wasn't changing categories. So if it makes a difference, it's not going to make a difference in the categorization view. The state might change color slightly here. It's going to be slightly darker blue. This graph is not going to change at all, the categorization view. This one might change subtly, but probably not by a lot. Tipping point's going to stay the same. The odds, even if this like improves it from 99.8 to 99.9, which it might not, would be invisible on this graph. And here, Arizona is just going to change the number and be slightly darker. So this isn't a super impactful change, even though Arizona is a little bit stronger, clearly better for Biden than it not being. But also, as we looked over here, I have some question about this little grouping of polls over here. Like, okay, there's several, so it's not like to be completely ignored. I mean, this is a Fox News poll. This is a Morning Consult. This is a Redfield and Wilton. Fine. There's a little cluster of polls over here, but there's a bigger cluster over here. So I kind of feel like the real value for Arizona is, these feel like outliers to me. I mean, there are enough of them, so maybe there's just a split. I don't know. Like, there's definitely two different views coming out of pollsters here. And OHPI has a really good reputation in Arizona. And Gravis, is a Republican-leaning pollster. I don't really know much about Ben and Son, but in Morning Consult, this is a big move for Morning. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is why I throw everything into the average. Some of the more sophisticated folks do a proper, look at each pollster, how accurate they've been in the past, what kind of bias they've had in the past, correct for all that kind of stuff, which is awesome. But in the end, sort of assumes past performance is indicative of future results, which may or may not be true. And I don't know, doing it just straight weighting the polls has worked out okay for me in the past. In fact, the fact that I did so probably helped make my 2016 prediction be second only to RCP in terms of where the electoral college number was compared to the reality. Obviously, nobody had that out. Their mean prediction be a Trump win. But RCP had the closest race. I had the second closest race in terms of electoral college number. So we did pretty good. And I think part of that was due to the fact that we were straight averages and weren't doing that kind of sophisticated stuff. And also, we weren't doing any fancy regressions. It's just a straight average of recent polls. And so the recency weighting of the polls that came in the last few days before the election helped, because there really was, there appears to have been a real movement in the last couple weeks, and the shorter a time frame you were looking at when creating your averages, the more you caught of that. Now, there are pros and cons to that, because you could be losing, you could be chasing phantoms as well. Like, I mean, and I say chasing phantoms, you can see it right here on this graph, right? there are 3 outliers here, pulled this number up. Then there are a bunch of outliers down here, pulled it back down again. And is there a real movement here? It looks like Trump really improved in Arizona and then lost it all again. Is that real movement, or was there some outliers here and some outliers here pulling it around? And with me as a 5-poll average, a single outlier can have a big effect. I've thought in the past about switching from an average to a median, medium of the last 5 polls instead of average of the last 5 polls with all the other logic, but that's a big enough change. I've never actually pulled the trigger on it, but it would be interesting to look at, because the reality here, you see these big swings up and down, but really, honestly, if I look at this chart, I'm like, Arizona is a Biden plus 4 state, and it's been pretty, I don't know that there's very much real movement there, as opposed to just noisy polls around a real average that's around here somewhere. Anyway, how long has it been since that tweet went out? 7 minutes. I guess I could talk about election graphs for 3 more minutes until I'm ready to refresh the national summary. Anything else interesting to see? Oh, any new polls coming in the last few minutes to include? No. And there's some national polls that are pretty strong for Biden right now too. Let's see, RCP's average is at 7.5, which is he's been stronger. He's been weaker. It's sort of in the middle, let's see. Is anybody looking? Yeah, a couple people are looking right now. So let's see who's been looking at election graphs. And so there were some looks recently. Okay, so some people looking at Biden versus Trump page. Some people looking at the blog. This is also going to be the Biden versus Trump page. A couple people, so 3 people looking at Arizona. They're probably all from after I posted this one. This one you can see specifically is coming from Twitter because it has the little timestamp thing I throw on the end of Twitter to keep Twitter from complaining about repeats. This person came in elsewhere, and well, I say this person. I'm just guessing the same person who looked at all these, looking at Colorado, Florida, Nevada, and Texas as well. Interesting. Okay. 8 minutes. This is the kind of thing, by the way, that slows down the podcast editing, because I'll get distracted by something else. And so here we go. We've been doing election graph stuff for the last few minutes instead of hitting play on the stupid podcast. We're at 9 minutes now. At 10 minutes, I'll refresh the national page, and then I'll get back to the podcast. Oh, my throat's starting to hurt. Ooh. Oh, man. I'm so tired. Let's see. 10. This was 3 yesterday. Okay, we're at 10 minutes. Let's refresh the national, see if it made any difference. Okay, so we know it's not going to change any of this. So the numbers to watch when I refresh are these guys. I will watch this trifecta. I mean, all of these potentially matter, but somebody else may have already refreshed this page, in which case this is already updated. But I'm going to look. So I'm going to look at the 252, 144, 36. 252, 144, 36. Remember that. I probably won't, because my memory sucks for that kind of thing. But you can remember. And by you, I mean the nobody who's watching right now. Okay, refresh. 252, 144, 36. still there now. We're refreshing. It actually doesn't usually take 30 seconds. I could force a refresh now and it'd probably have the updated results. 252, 144, 36. 252, 144, 36. 252, 144, 36. 252, 144, 36. 252, 144, 36. 252, 144, 36. Here we go. 252, 146 instead of 144, 42 instead of 36. So it improved Biden's median case, and actually, improved where Biden would be in Trump's not best case, but this range. So it basically depressed Trump a little bit in that one as well. It's too small a change to really notice on this chart yet, but you notice it does reflect that. And you'd actually have to compare to what this chart looked like 10 minutes ago, because it's not really this up or down swing, because it'll move the line. Remember, the Arizona poll wasn't even the most recent Arizona poll. It goes back a little bit. Like, let's see, its center was at 9.9. So if you look here, everything from this point forward would have been changed by the existence of this poll. So that line was probably all moved a little bit in the Biden direction. And this bug where this shows up white at first, I don't know what to do about it. I presume it's with the high charts that I use for graphing. Is, you move your mouse over it for a second and then you see the red. But anyway, enough election graphs. That's not what we're here for. And it is almost 3:30 in the morning, and we are still only 33 minutes into the over 2-hour podcast that we need to finish before I need to switch to doing work for my job, even though I'm going to be exhausted and tired when that time comes. And I should say the smoke is kicking my ass too. I know I mentioned that earlier in the podcast, if you were actually listening to that while I was editing. Oh, but yeah, it's still really bad. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
We'd actually have to pay $5,000 for that, actually, to be honest with you.
probably a lot more.
Yes,
But, yeah.
that would be my convenience.
Okay,
Anyway, all
so
right, sorry.
we got Trump scandals. As I said, there are a whole bunch of different Trump-related corruption things. They're not all Trump himself, but let's just go.
Okay, whatever Yvonne said, it wasn't really intelligible, so bye.
Related corruption things. They're not all Trump himself, but let's just go through some of these things. Here's a couple that aren't Trump himself. We'll start with the non-Trump ones.
Start with the non-Trump.
So first of all, Rudy Giuliani.
I'm going to move this forward a little bit. Oh. Yeah, smoke is killing me.
Here's a couple that aren't Trump himself. We'll start with the non-Trump ones.
Start with the non-Trump. Okay.
So first of all, Rudy Giuliani. He has been working very closely.
Let's get rid of that pump. Yeah, tighten it a little bit.
We'll start with the non-Trump ones.
Start with the non-Trump. Okay.
So first of all, Rudy Giuliani. He has been working very closely with somebody who was helping him on all that Ukraine stuff. Remember that Ukraine stuff? It wasn't that long ago. You know, the whole trying to dig up something on Hunter Biden and all this kind of nonsense.
Yep.
Let's move this into the gap. Get rid of this. I might want to tighten that a little bit, but let's just go.
That Ukraine stuff, it wasn't that long ago. You know, the whole trying to dig up something on Hunter Biden and all this kind of nonsense.
Yep.
Turns out, well, the Justice Department just sanctioned that guy for being a Russian agent.
You don't say.
No. You never would have thought that might be.
No. The guy, he's a Russian agent? No shit.
And that's basically what Rudy Giuliani said. He said, look, the guy.
Okay. Oh, it's killing me. Rudy. Is that how you spell Giuliani? Luckily, no, not Giuliani. I have to figure out how to spell Rudy. Rudy Giuliani. And then we'll copy and paste the right spelling. There we go. Ugh. Where were we?
Oh,
You never would have thought that might be.
no. The guy, he's a Russian agent? No shit.
And that's basically
Wow.
what Rudy Giuliani said. He said, "Look, the guy never said anything about being a Russian agent."
Oh, he didn't just walk up to you. Hey, hi, Rudy. Oh, yeah, I'm a Russian agent. How you doing?
Yeah, I mean, basically, Rudy pled ignorance and was like, "Yeah, nothing he did was ever suspicious to me." To me.
Now,
Okay, I was about to get rid of that, but you can hear a little bit of Yvonne laughing, so I'll just pull this in. Yeah, that's fine. I'll pull this in too. Finger dragging. Let's see.
Rudy pled ignorance and was like, "Yeah, nothing he did was ever suspicious to me."
now, what I can say about this is, look, do we think? I happen to believe that there's a certain complete element of developed as he has aged stupidity inside Rudy Giuliani. Do you not agree?
I think that is probably the case. And also,
Okay, I'm just going to separate this out a little bit. You can see whatever is in the air just really hit me strongly in the last 10 minutes. It's been bad, but something different just hit. Ugh. And all I'm doing is sticking these in the holes. If it doesn't sound right, I'll move them around again.
Element of developed as he has aged stupidity inside Rudy Giuliani. Do you not agree?
I think that is probably the case. And also, I would say willing, or not even willing, active looking the other way.
Right.
Because someone pointed out,
It's a combination.
Someone pointed out that simply Googling this guy's name and looking at his biography included a whole lot of activities where he was lobbying on behalf of the Russians in various countries. And, oh yeah, he went to a KGB school.
And all you have to do is Google it, correct?
Yeah.
Sound a little bit.
Oh yeah, he went to a KGB school.
And all you have to do is Google it, correct?
Yeah.
Move this in slightly. Ugh.
And all you have to do is Google it, correct?
Yeah.
Well, we know he's not very sharp.
It's like-
with-
it's
wait,
prac-
wait,
it's
we know he's not very
practically-
sharp with technology.
It's practically like you go onto LinkedIn and it says KGB agent.
Yeah. But look,
Okay, we were talking over each other for my little LinkedIn joke.
technology.
It's practically like you go onto LinkedIn and it says KGB agent.
Yeah. But look,
Okay, and
KGB agent.
yeah.
okay, so we move this apart a little bit, and I don't think any of this was.
Well, we know he's not very sharp with. Wait. We know he's not very sharp with technology.
It's practically like
Well, we know he's not very sharp with. Wait. We know he's not very sharp with technology.
it's practically like you go onto LinkedIn and it says KGB agent.
Yeah. But look, this is the same guy who's supposedly a cybersecurity.
Okay, I think I like some of this.
Wait. We know he's not very sharp with technology.
It's practically
Okay, well, take this part. And this. Move this over. Okay, let's see.
And all you have to do is Google it, correct?
yeah.
Wait. We know he's not very sharp with technology.
It's practically like you go onto LinkedIn and it says KGB agent.
Yeah.
Okay, now this little transition I didn't quite like.
Wait. We know he's not very.
Let's move this back over just a little bit and lengthen this just a little bit. and let's see, get sounding a little bit nicer.
And all you have to do is Google it, correct?
Yeah.
Wait. We don't sound very smart with technology.
It's practically like you go on to.
Close enough. Like the wait, like there's some sound quality issues because the wait was in an overlap with my stuff. And like I said before, if we had the good, clean version from Yvonne, we could probably make it look a little bit better. And if I had infinite time here, I could go find this snippet in this and copy and paste it into the right place. Or we could have been working with this Yvonne and Yvonne all along and just getting rid of those noisy segments. But out of the interest of time, which is already way too much, we will just be fine with this.
Wait. We don't sound very smart with technology.
It's practically like you go onto LinkedIn and it says KGB agent.
Yeah. But look, this is the same guy who's supposedly a cybersecurity guy, and wasn't his website completely compromised? Okay, right?
Yeah. He's
And
the
this is
master
same
of
guy
cyber.
that locked himself out. I don't know how many times, like at the Apple Store, had to go to like
These overlaps are fine because it sounds natural.
unlock his phone.
And he's butt dialed numerous reporters and said embarrassing things while.
Yeah, I will get rid of these like bits from Yvonne
Times, like at the Apple Store, had to go to like unlock his phone.
And he's butt dialed numerous reporters and said embarrassing things while.
And I think like did he also like on Twitter like actually like mistakenly like tweeted out his password? One time?
Yes, he's done that as well.
So there is also this element of the fact that the guy is just not the sharpest knife in the
Yeah. And we
him saying shed drawer or whatever overlaps. Let me. Oh man. Okay, hold on. Let me move this slightly. See how that sounds.
the fact that the guy is just not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
Yeah. And
And the
Drawer.
yeah, the drawer is the right one. And the first one is sort of garbled anyway. So let's move this in here. Move it in a little bit. Move this.
The fact that the guy is just not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
yeah. And we've asked before, like, what happened to Rudy? Because there was a time where, he was going after the mafia and all this other stuff, and then it seems like at some point in the last couple of decades, he started palling around with the Russian mob instead.
Okay, we have another gap. Move that in. And this one looks okay already.
He started palling around with the Russian mob instead.
I do think that, look, there's a couple of things. Money is one thing.
Yeah.
Okay? And money is a big thing. Look, he went from, like, being a federal prosecutor that I think makes $100,000, maybe $200,000 a year to...
We're just going to preemptively try to center this. This pop is probably nothing right there. Let's see.
like being a federal prosecutor that I think makes $100,000, maybe $200,000 a year to, where you become a partner at a law firm and all this stuff, whatever, you're making 10 times that at least. And, he likes to think of money. And people, sometimes they like to think of money too much. And so they like to think of the money too much, and so therefore they'll do anything stupid.
Okay, this is obviously something. This here. Let's tighten this. This is probably nothing.
Sometimes they like to think of money too much. And so they like to think of the money too much, and so therefore they'll do anything stupid in order to live the lifestyle. Look at, what's his name? Manafort, for God's sakes.
Right. Yes, also palling around with known Russian agents.
Yes.
So and of course this all ties into the Ukraine stuff and the Senate report on the disinformation explicitly pointed out that all of this Hunter Biden Ukraine stuff was an intentional Russian disinformation campaign. And
No, really, no.
And
that's such a shocking revelation.
and so one of the mechanisms for it,
We're all sitting here in shock.
I know. And so one of the mechanisms for this was
There was some overlap there, but it sounded okay. I'll leave it. Again, some audio quality on the Yvonne side during the overlap, but not worth going and digging around in that other bit to get it. That, I'm not sure what this is. Let's move it here. Anyway, and if it doesn't make sense, we'll get rid of it.
That's such a shocking revelation.
and so one of the mechanisms for it.
We're all sitting here in shock.
I know. And so one of the mechanisms for this was this guy working closely with Rudy, apparently feeding him information while actively working as a Russian agent. It's none of this like retired, could have been whatever. It's more direct than that.
It's fine,
And Donald Trump's Department of Justice under Bill Barr added this guy to a sanction list. You know, it's how obvious a Russian agent do you?
Let's get rid of that little pop. This in slightly. Okay. This one can probably move to that gap right there. Okay, let's see.
Added this guy to a sanction list. You know, it's how obvious a Russian agent do you have to be for Bill Barr's Justice Department to do something about it?
You know, Sam, we keep talking about October surprises.
Yeah, and that's on the list for later.
Yeah, but my whole point about this is, I think that back in 2016,
Yeah.
any developer.
This is another place, by the way, where these laughs, the audio quality would be better on the Yvonne by Yvonne. I mean, look, the whole point of the Yvonne by Yvonne is normally the audio quality would be better overall. It's just today and last week were both kind of corrupted because however it was set up, you could hear me leaking through it, you could hear Yvonne's breath sounds. It just wasn't calibrated correctly for whatever reason. And so it would be very hard to use, although for certain elements it would still be better. It would just be really time consuming to work from that one, so I'm not.
Department to do something about it.
You know, Sam, we keep talking about October surprises.
Yeah, and that's on the list for later.
Yeah, but my whole point about this is, I think that back in 2016,
I just see this coming, so I go ahead and pull that in and put this in there. Okay.
any development like this, right, would have been seismic, right?
You know, I would like to say that, but there were reports of Donald Trump and the Russians that were around in September and October of
No, no, no,
2016.
no, 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 no. What I'm saying, okay, so let me. Let me rephrase that. Okay, take out even 2016.
Okay.
Say 2012 or before.
Okay.
If something like this would have been reported, okay, this would have been seismic in any campaign.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. Yes.
Okay, and so we are now where we're talking about a surprise or something or whatever, whatnot. And with this multi-year news cycle on any of this shit right now, it's like I think we're just tuning out anything that's coming out anymore. This is just too much.
Well, I mean,
It's just too much.
I mean, this is the.
My initial attempts to interrupt were useless, so let's see.
This shit right now. It's like I think we're just tuning out anything that's coming out anymore. Because it's just too much. It's just too much.
I mean, this is the strategy.
Okay, but here's the problem, like, he was really distorted in that last...
It's like I think we're just tuning out anything that's coming out anymore. Because it's just too much. It's just too much.
I mean,
Okay, it's just too much. Both versions of them were kind of clipped and broke up a little bit, so I'm going to take them out. Again, it would be nice if I was working, if I had a good copy of his direct, I could pull it, you know, well, I could still pull it. Time. Easier to
On
just
any
get
of this
rid
shit
of it.
right now. It's like I think we're just tuning out anything that's coming out anymore.
I mean, this is the strategy that I believe Bannon, maybe it was one of Donald Trump's other people, but I'm thinking it was Bannon, said it's flooding the zone with shit. And there's just so much out there so constantly.
Flooding the zone with shit would be another potential title, but I try to, even though we swear a lot on the show, I try to avoid it in the titles, so not going to. We'll stick with, what was it? Having visions, at least for the moment. We'll see if something better comes along. Which, of course, makes me think of the song from the Muppet movie. Whatever.
Any of this shit right now. It's like I think we're just tuning out anything that's coming out anymore.
I mean, this is the strategy that I believe Bannon, maybe it was one of Donald Trump's other people, but I'm thinking it was Bannon, said it's flooding the zone with shit. And there's just so much out there so constantly that everybody's just exhausted by it. And, oh, yet another corruption thing? Huh, whatever. We've heard 1,000 of those already. Nothing
Well,
else.
but it's not a pop.
The nothing ever doesn't add anything here. I was interrupted and did not finish that thought, so we'll just tighten that in there. And this thing, we'll see if it makes... This is me going, or something like that. We'll see if it's in a place that makes sense or whether I should move it over here.
Huh, whatever. We've heard 1,000 of those already.
Well, but it's not a positive for Trump either. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Look, but it's not any more negative either. Okay, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just
fine
it's
where it
just
is.
there is very
Move this in.
negative. Okay, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just there is very little that is moving the needle. Okay, related
yeah.
to this.
Yeah.
Okay, in any way. All right, hookers, payoffs.
I don't like this, but
that is moving the needle, okay, related to this, okay, in any way. Very little that is moving the needle, okay, related to this, okay, in any way. Anyway, all right, look.
okay. Let's put it in here. So I'm gonna put that here, and then move this over. See how that works.
There is very little that is moving the needle, okay, related to this, okay, in any way, all right?
Oh, yeah.
Hookers, payoffs, Russians, corruption. I mean, you just keep piling it, and it's like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because the bottom line is the people who are against Donald Trump assume.
Okay, let's move this out.
I mean, you just keep piling it, and it's like, yeah. So, oh, more Russian agents. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because the bottom line is the people.
Now this is also like all
More Russian agents. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
all icky sound quality wise.
Piling it, and it's like, okay. So, more.
So let's
It's like,
actually
okay. So,
let's go all the way back to here.
and corruption. I mean, you just keep piling it, and it's like, okay. So,
It's a pop at the end of that, so I'm gonna put it. Let's see.
corruption. I mean, you just keep piling it, and it's like, okay.
Okay, that's good.
yeah, I mean, because the bottom.
And let me pull mine in. And to get a little bit more natural, let's pull this. Okay.
And I mean, you just keep piling it, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, because the bottom line is the people who are against Donald Trump assume all this is true, are not surprised by anything new, and it's not going to make them suddenly like Donald Trump. The people who are for Donald Trump. Anything new, and it's not going to make them suddenly like Donald Trump. The people who are for Donald Trump have long ago decided they're okay with all this stuff.
And they just...
Anything new, and it's not going to make them suddenly like Donald Trump. The people who are for Donald Trump have long ago decided they're okay with all this stuff.
And they just say, like, all they say is, all of this is lies.
Yeah, there's a mix. There's a certain type of Donald Trump supporter who honestly believes all of this stuff is false. It's a giant liberal conspiracy to smear Donald Trump and his friends, and it's fake media, blah, blah, blah. There's a group of Trump supporters.
I'm leaving those couple. They're good enough.
That is what's on. They really...
This one, I'm going to move into that gap.
Really, truly believe this stuff is not true, and it's all bullshit. Correct. There is another type of Donald Trump supporter who... is not true, and it's all bullshit. Correct. There is another type of Donald Trump supporter who knows it's probably true and doesn't care.
Yes, there are both, yes. So.
Okay, next non-Donald Trump person to mention is that Postmaster General dude. And we
oh my God, yeah, we already forgot about that.
Yeah, no, we've talked some, although we never came back to the whole like messing with the post office scandal because it seems to be real to some degree, but some of the most hyperbolic language from the left seems to be exaggerating it a little bit. But anyway, it looks like there's some messing with the post office. But this is not about that.
Yeah,
this guy before.
Let's see. I think all Yvonne said was this guy, which I probably will get rid of.
Messing with the post office, but this is not about that.
Yeah, this is not about
this guy before.
He starts. Oh, this is. But he cuts off. So let's see.
With the post office, but this is not about that. This guy before.
That's too long. Break though. Let's cut it. Shorten that a little bit. And I say that's too long, and I'm listening at double speed. So.
Post office, but this is not about that. This guy before he became Postmaster General was a major fundraiser for the Republicans, and was doing this thing where at his former company, some logistics company, I forget what it was called, but whatever.
Exo.
Okay.
Exo Logistics, yes, Exo Logistics.
Anyway, he was basically.
Okay, now at this point, I believe I'm really bad with names, and I think Yvonne is too. So I believe this postmaster is actually DeJoy or something like that. Louis DeJoy, yeah. But we never mentioned that name. So here, could I use his name? I'll just use Postmaster General. Because, we We didn't even remember this name. Which we should, but, whatever. Can you tell I'm tired? I'm so tired. Today's gonna suck. Okay, here we go.
For the Republicans. And was doing this thing where at his former company, some logistics company, I forget what it was called, but whatever.
Exo Logistics, yes, Exo Logistics.
Anyway, he was basically telling his staff, his employees, that if they made political donations, he would reimburse them.
By the way, that company is the one that...
My last little comment was not intelligible, so we'll just eliminate that. And I can already see I'm going to want to recenter this one. There's some kind of overlap going on there. We'll see what it sounds like.
His staff, his employees, that if they made political donations, he would reimburse them.
By the way, that company is the one that I think I complained in a show earlier about how IKEA sucks in e-commerce. They are the ones that handle like the deliveries for IKEA.
Okay, my little comment was not useful. Let's just leave it.
Political donations, he would reimburse them.
By the way, that company is the one that I think I complained in a show earlier about how IKEA sucks in e-commerce. They are the ones that handle like the deliveries for IKEA.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes, and they suck. By the way, that company is horrible. And so if what he's bringing to the post office is how he managed that company, now this explains why it took like 11 days for me for a letter that I sent to my brother from here that normally to Texas would take like about 3 or 4 days. It took 11.
Well, I mean, one of the examples of the things he did, and somebody on Twitter quoted and said, this is going to be a case study in business schools for the rest of our lives on how to pick the wrong metric to optimize on.
Right.
Because one of the things he did was basically do a mandate that the trucks will always operate on schedule no matter what. So if they're due to leave the central location at 5 o'clock, they leave at 5 o'clock no matter what, whether they're full or not. And so he is...
This one wasn't useful. I think he said no matter, but...
They leave at 5 o'clock no matter what, whether they're full or not. And so he has driven the on-time truck schedule thing to like nearly 100%. But the way they did that is they're leaving before they load the damn things. And so the actual mail is piling up at the central location instead of being delivered.
I mean, it's like an airline saying, all the flights are leaving, we'll leave all the passengers.
Yeah, who needs that? The plane is leaving on time, damn it.
We don't have catering,
I'll leave those overlaps, they're fine.
we don't have any, half the bags weren't loaded, but the passengers aren't up, we're leaving on time.
The weather is dangerous, who cares?
Yeah, fucking cares, flights on time.
Yeah. Anyway, but no, the scandal we're talking about here is not his mismanagement of the post office, which may or may not, probably is, an intentional mechanism to try to mess with people's confidence and vote by mail. But no, this is him violating all sorts of campaign finance laws earlier, basically committing a felony. Now, of course, his defense is, no, of course, I wasn't reimbursing them for their donations. It was completely unrelated. That they made donations. So of course, we encourage them to make political donations. And it's just a complete coincidence that the ones that donated to my preferred candidate got bigger bonuses. Coincidence.
Well,
This isn't useful.
Coincidence.
Well, yeah, and what he was doing is completely illegal. I mean, if what he is alleged to have done is completely illegal, if that is properly documented. Now, my question was, when he said reimbursed, I'm like, look, these people, because I didn't read the mechanism directly. He's sending expense reports in.
No, I don't think there's a paper trail that.
I'm just going to check something on the other screen. Just, blah, blah, blah. Stream is healthy. Boom, boom, boom. I'm just checking the stream health and the and everything. Yeah. Okay, back to being awake. We've hit the 45-minute mark. Oh, God. We're not even at the halfway point. 3 hours and 24 minutes in from starting this. Here we go.
He's sending expense reports in.
No, I don't think there's a paper trail that explicit. From what I read,
I'll take out his because the audio quality on it kind of sucked.
He's sending expense reports in.
No, I don't think there's a paper trail that explicit. From what I read, the mechanism is that you basically you indicated in some way to another that you had in fact made your donation, that it was to who it was supposed to be for, and that magically come bonus time you had a significantly larger bonus.
Look, I can see how that can happen, and there can be some kind of paper trail. Look, I still remember when I was at HP that HP, when I first joined it, was we did very little lobbying, if any at all. We were not involved with anything related of that sort. And so Carly, at some point, Carly Fearing, our dear CEO at the time, launched a PAC, an HP PAC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we got an email
encouraging you to donate to the PAC.
Encouraging us to donate to the PAC.
And I've had similar things at my company. I have not done it. I'm like, if I want to donate to somebody, I'm donating. Encouraging you to donate to the PAC.
encouraging us to donate to the PAC.
And I've had similar things at my company. I have not done it. I'm like, if I want to donate to somebody, I'm donating completely on my own. There's no way I'd go through my company.
Right. And I found that very I mean, first of all, I despised Carly Fiorina, and I'm like, man, there's no fucking way I'm putting money towards a fucking PAC. Drive whatever it is
That she runs.
Yeah, exactly. No, thank you. No fucking way. But it's a very slippery slope. I mean, because look, if I donate to the PAC, they're gonna know that I donated to the PAC. I mean, what would stop them from going and doing exactly that? What Mr. If I donate to the PAC, they're gonna know that I donated to the PAC. I mean, what would stop them from going and doing exactly that? What Mr. Joyrider over there was doing, and then going back and just like, oh yeah, they got bigger bonuses. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. But it wasn't related at all. They just were a good performer.
they're just a good performer. Yes.
Yeah. And so, and again, like, the thing is with...
Yeah, I figure. Oh, this is the Curmudgeon Square Slack I talk about all the time, by the way. I figure maybe I should put it here that I did here. Until before two. Why am I reading out loud? Actually. Waste time. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is the Curmudgeon Square Slack. Very exciting. Okay. Okay.
Bigger bonuses. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. But it wasn't related at all. They just were a good performer.
they're just a good performer. Yes.
Yeah. And so, and again, like, the thing is with this, and I don't know how many times we can say this over the last 4 years. 4 years, hopefully we'll be done come a couple more months. But this is an ongoing pattern all over the damn Trump administration. It's like, not only Trump himself.
Okay, we'll move this over into the gaps. Come on. Ah. And are we still talking about a draw even?
But it's a very slippery slope. I mean, because look, if I donate to the PAC, they're going to know I donated to the PAC. I mean, what would stop them from going and doing exactly that? What Mr. Joyrider over there was doing, and then going back, it's just like, oh yeah, they got bigger bonuses. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. But it wasn't related at all. They just were a good performer.
they're just a good performer. Yes.
Yeah. And so, and again, like, the thing is with this, and I don't know how many times we can say this over the last 4 years, hopefully we'll be done come a couple more months, but this is an ongoing pattern all over the damn Trump administration.
Yes.
It's like, not only Trump himself, but like everybody he hires seems to be on the take for something or other. I just saw a news report, if you remember, as part of the whole Ukraine thing, what's his name? Rick Perry, the former governor of Texas, part of that whole deal was he had tried...
Should I add Rick Perry's name here? We don't talk about him for very long, but let's see. I may edit that as we go.
He tried to arrange a board seat for a friend of him on a Ukrainian gas company.
No, nah.
And apparently,
Rick.
and apparently,
Okay. My first couple and apparentlys got swallowed, so let's just take them out. There we go.
seat for a friend of him on a Ukrainian gas company.
No, not good old Rick.
And apparently, that just went through. So that friend of Rick Perry's is actually going on that board. Like, despite everything, besides... on that board. Like, despite everything, beside that, despite it becoming public, all of this kind of stuff, it's still happening.
Are you shocked?
No. But, you know, and look, we've had, what was that guy who was, there was some sort of weird deal for something in I forget, one of the big Western square states. They're just,
Oregon.
I think Wyoming. I don't know. Anyway, like, time after...
Some of that I didn't like. Let's see.
They're just...
Oregon.
I think Wyoming. I don't know. Anyway.
All right, let's just get rid of this after stuff. The before stuff was a little annoyingly garbled too, but it's fine.
It's they're just
Oregon.
I think Wyoming. I don't know.
Oregon.
Anyway,
Come on,
like,
Ivan.
time after time after time, we've heard these reports of one administration person or another obviously self-dealing. And of course it comes from the top. Donald Trump clearly does it himself, clearly approves of it, clearly isn't going to have anyone come down on you for doing it. And so all of these people underneath him are like, oh, we're doing that too. And, you know, and Donald Trump, for that matter, seems to select for the kind of people who would be inclined to do that kind of stuff anyway. And so it's just rampant across the administration. And it's just, and again, like you said, it's like, this kind of stuff barely makes the news these days.
Well, yeah, but it's so much of it. I mean,
I think I can cut that
That
last.
barely makes the news these days. Because, like,
well, yeah, because it's just...
I don't need the cuz like.
you said, it's like, this kind of stuff barely makes the news these days.
Well, yeah, because it's just so much of it. I mean, it's, you know, yeah.
And you know, the thing is with this, you know, people will say, well, look, both Republicans and Democrats are corrupt. This kind of stuff has always happened. And to a degree, they are absolutely right. Of course, this kind of stuff has always happened.
Let's see, does it run?
This stuff has always happened. And to a degree, they are absolutely right.
Yeah, I'll leave that in.
Corrupt. This kind of stuff has always happened. And to a degree, they are absolutely right.
Maybe move it up slightly.
Both Republicans and Democrats are corrupt. This kind of stuff has always happened. And to a degree, they are absolutely right. Of course, this kind of stuff has always happened. But this is not an occasional outlier cheating. And it isn't even somebody being, like, stealthy about it. They're doing it out in the open.
Okay, instead of doing Rick Perry, let's just say open. Let's just open corruption. And let's change microwaves to expensive microwaves. Okay.
Are corrupt. This kind of stuff has always happened. And to a degree, they are absolutely right. Of course, this kind of stuff has always happened. But this is not an occasional outlier cheating. And it isn't even somebody being, like, stealthy about it. They're doing it out in the open under the belief that there are no consequences and there never will be.
Look, listen, it's that there is always been political corruption. Yes, of course, but look, I'm sorry. How many people in the fucking open...
Okay, this is garbage noise from my side. There were a couple real words from me in here, but they were noisy too. I'm just going to cut that whole thing and see if it makes sense still. I think it will. A dog is barking, some other stuff.
Belief that there are no consequences and there never will be.
Look, listen, it's that there is always been political corruption. Yes, but look, I'm sorry. How many people in the fucking Obama administration or around Obama were indicted?
I think that number was 0.
Right. That's right. 0. I mean, we have gone from 0 to, like,
Ivan,
I've lost track. How many?
That is clearly because Obama's Justice Department was covering for them.
Okay, see now, I could... Let's see, what did he say?
I mean, we have gone from 0 to, like, I've lost track. How many?
That is clearly...
Okay. I will... Let's separate these, see how it sounds. This may be one of those areas where the sound quality gets screwed up by the overlap, and so it's better leaving them together, but...
That's right. 0. I mean, we have gone from 0 to like, I've lost track. How many?
Of course, Yvonne, that is clearly because Obama's Justice Department.
Okay, so separating them, it's sort of okay, but then I have too many Ivans because I was saying it over and over to stop him, and I don't need to do that anymore. So if I leave it like this, I'll take out some of those.
0. I mean, we have gone from 0 to like, I've lost track. How many?
Of course, Yvonne, that is clearly.
Let's just take out the last Ivan. Ivan is fine, but the fourth Ivan is kind of pushing it. So let's see here.
From 0 to like, I've lost track. How many?
Of course, Yvonne.
And let's get my dog barking is in this part that looks silent but isn't. So that was my dog Chetsky, I'm pretty sure. Here we go.
I mean, we have gone from 0 to like, I've lost track. How many?
Of course, Yvonne, that is clearly because Obama's Justice Department was covering for them.
Of course, yes, that's right. But wait, here's the thing: we've got a Justice Department that is actively trying to cover up a whole bunch of shit, and we still got an army of people getting indicted anyway. I mean, even after they're trying, it's so bad, okay, that they can't even cover up all the shit.
Okay.
Okay, let's move this in. Too long a gap.
Getting indicted anyway. I mean, even after they're trying, it's so bad, okay, that they can't even cover up all the shit.
Okay. The third non-Trump related thing is our friend Jerry Falwell Jr.
Oh,
Now,
already.
Now, believe it or not, I'm not actually.
Okay, let's do. Is that how you spell his name? Another Google to check. No D. No D. And Greg answered me. Okay.
Jerry Falwell Jr.
Oh,
Now,
already.
Now, believe it or not, I'm not actually. We did.
Okay, now he says he forgot about him already. Okay. Let's pull this separate. I think there'll be some stuff that doesn't quite work here, but
Our friend Jerry Falwell Jr.
Oh, forgot about it already.
Now,
okay, that's not too bad. Let me pull this in slightly, though. I mean, it's yet another example where if this track had come out good, this would sound better. But
friend Jerry Falwell Jr.
Oh, forgot about it already.
Now, believe it or not, I'm not actually.
I do want to get rid of this last pop, though. The last pop was distracting. Move this in slightly. And then pull this back. And then see what Greg is saying on the Curmudgeon's Corner Slack. Yeah, he's actually working. Oh. I noticed though, he is not clicked on to watch the live stream. Of course, if he's working, I guess that's an excuse, but whatever.
Our friend Jerry Falwell Jr.
Oh, forgot about it already.
Now, believe it or not, I'm not actually. We did have this last week. My main point is not this whole thing with the whole thing with his wife and the pool boy and him
Listen,
doing
let
something.
me say this. I have
Okay, I'm going to pull these apart slightly, but still leave them overlapping because I trail off because he started talking. But
The whole thing with his wife and the pool boy and him doing something.
Listen, let me say this. I have zero moral judgment on whatever the hell they want to do as adults. He
Exactly.
can go
Of
have his
course.
wife fuck whoever the hell he wants. I don't fucking care. I really don't.
scooch this slightly over to
him doing some sort
Listen, let me say this. I have zero moral judgment on whatever the hell they want to do as adults. He
Exactly.
could go
Of
have his
course.
wife fuck.
I'm going to get rid of mine here because I think the overlap isn't helpful, and I think I repeat it later on, something like that. So
his wife and the pool boy and him doing some sort
Listen, let me say this. I have zero moral judgment on whatever the hell they want to do as adults. He could go have his wife fuck whoever the hell he wants. I don't fucking care. I really don't. It's their decision. They want to live their life however they want to live their life. But,
Yes,
but
but.
the whole problem is that he was the president of a fucking...
and Greg talk again. Okay, he's talking about his worthless lump of a coworker, but hey, I did warn him that this is being live streamed, but he might want to keep that into more confined area of our Curmudgeon's Corner Slack. Not that his lump of a coworker is likely to watch this, but whatever. What is he? Blah, 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 something, 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 his job, whatever. Okay, next. That is our friend Greg, who we went to college with, and is working in the Bay Area in stuff. Yeah. Anyway, continuing.
I don't fucking care. I really don't. It's their decision. They want to live their life however they want to live their life. But,
Yes,
but the whole problem is that he was the president of a fucking Christian university, which basically condemned just about everything that he was doing.
Yes.
And he is the carrier and the standard bearer of this entire moral enterprise, to which basically he just shit on continuously and just didn't believe apparently one fucking word of anything that they were pushing.
It's the hypocrisy.
Okay, let's move this over ever so slightly. That's good.
Continuously and just didn't believe apparently one fucking word of anything that they were pushing.
It's the hypocrisy.
It's the entire fucking complete hypocrisy
Yeah,
of the whole thing.
because I 100% fully agree. Whatever you want to do among consenting adults, no problem.
No.
It's fine. Like, I have absolutely zero problem with him, the pool
That's
boy,
your
and his
choice.
wife having sort of a threesome thing. You want to do among consenting adults, no problem.
No.
It's fine. Like, I have absolutely zero problem with him, the pool boy, and his wife having sort of a threesome thing going on.
That's
fine.
their lifestyle choice. It's perfect. I mean, they're perfect. They're perfectly fine to go and carry on however the hell they want.
The problem is doing that privately while at the same time publicly condemning the same kind of behavior. That's the ridiculous part. But even that is not the scandal I was referring to. The scandal I'm referring to, although related, is what was in Michael Cohen's book related to those events. You know this part, right?
It's over.
The same kind of behavior. That's the ridiculous part. But even that is not the scandal I was referring to. The scandal I'm referring to, although related, is what was in Michael Cohen's book related to those events. You know this part, right?
Which what? That apparently they knew the...
I'm gonna take this. It's like it doesn't come out good.
Which what?
I think he's saying which was, but it just did not come out good. So let's come on. Move it back some.
The book related to those events. You know this part, right?
That apparently they knew the information about all this stuff and basically blackmailed them into supporting Trump.
Exactly. So the information in Cohen's
And this, like, he said okay or something, but I don't think it helped. Ah, come on. Okay, let's see how that sounds.
Cohen's book is basically those events. You know this part, right?
That apparently they knew the information about all this stuff and basically blackmailed them into supporting Trump.
Exactly. So the information in Cohen's book is basically Cohen got hold of incriminating pictures involving Falwell's wife and the pool boy, naked, engaged in activities,
Jesus Christ.
and basically arranged a deal where Cohen would help make that go away if Jerry Falwell Jr. endorsed. Incriminating pictures involving Falwell's wife and the pool boy, naked, engaged in activities,
Jesus Christ.
and basically arranged a deal where Cohen would help make that go away if Jerry Falwell Jr. endorsed Donald Trump. And lo and behold, Jerry Falwell Jr. was the first major evangelical leader to endorse Donald Trump.
Okay, I'm going to close these up. Just barely, though, because you can sort of hear him laughing in the background of these. Come on. and it's kind of semi-natural pauses, but a little slow anyway. So there we go. Let's see how that sounds. And I kind of want to move this one back slightly. Let's see.
Major evangelical leader to endorse Donald Trump.
Oh, by the way, just like I did at the half-hour mark, at the 1 hour mark, I'm going to take another 5-minute break. Oh my goodness. And it will have taken us 4 hours to get to the 1 hour mark, probably. Let's see.
Surprise!
No, there were rumors that it had to be something like that from the moment that endorsement happened. Donald Trump.
Surprise!
No, there were rumors that it had to be something like that from the moment that endorsement happened. But, this is the first time we've had sort of somebody involved say, yeah, that is what happened. And this whole thing with this kind of leverage, of course, permeates all of these scandals, because all of the rumors have to do with, like, well, look at all these people behaving in strange ways. Is there sort of a blackmail leverage thing going on? I mean, people have speculated that about Lindsey Graham. People have speculated that, of course, about Donald.
Yeah, added blackmail to the list for the show notes.
All of the rumors have to do with, like, well, look at all these people behaving in strange ways. Is there sort of a blackmail leverage thing going on? I mean, people have speculated that about Lindsey Graham. People have speculated that, of course, about Donald Trump himself in terms of how he responds to Russians. And we don't have proof of any of it, but this is the first place where we're like, okay, yeah, apparently this was, an actual way Donald Trump operated. Also, along those same lines, Cohen revealed that Donald Trump was intimately involved in working with the National Enquirer Club on building the attacks against all of his other Republican rivals. That whole thing about Ted Cruz's father being part of the conspiracy to kill JFK, yeah, Donald Trump signed off on that before it was published, explicitly. About Ted Cruz's father being part of the conspiracy to kill JFK, yeah, Donald Trump signed off on that before it was published, explicitly. It's like, yep, this is good, let's run with that. And he insisted that it be on the front page.
So let me ask a question.
Yeah.
After Ted Cruz went, and he went to the RNC, and basically gave a speech where he torpedoed Trump,
Mhm.
what the hell blackmail does he have on fucking Ted Cruz that all of a sudden turned him around into just being his fucking ass-kissing boy?
I don't know, and maybe there is no blackmail. The story that both Ted Cruz...
But understand,
yeah.
the about face. Okay?
Oh, I know. Both Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham, when asked this exact question, have explained it this way. They basically say, look, he won, we lost, he's in charge, so therefore we have to play the game because he won. And if we want to have... Yeah, I mean, it basically comes down to that. We lost, he won,
Okay, I started to try to make a second point, but didn't think of one to make. So let's take out that little bit, because it doesn't lead anywhere. And we can leave the the little hesitation afterwards, but let's see how this sounds.
He won, we lost, he's in charge, so therefore we have to play the game because he won. Yeah, I mean, it basically comes down to that. We lost, he won, therefore we take his lead.
I still... But look at what you just heard that he accused.
We're going to center the dragging finger.
It basically comes down to that. We lost, he won, therefore we take his lead.
I still... But look at what you just heard. I mean, the kind of shit that he pulled out there. It wasn't just Ted Cruz's dad.
Yeah.
It was the insults about his wife.
Yep.
I mean, his dad, his wife.
And the thing is, we
I don't know any reasonable...
Right. This little bit for me didn't add anything.
Ted Cruz's dad.
Yeah.
It was the insults about his wife.
Yep.
I mean, his dad, his wife. I don't know any reasonable human.
But here's the thing. There were actually a whole bunch of elected Republicans that up until the time Donald Trump won the nomination were saying all kinds of bad things about them. They all did a 180. They all did a 180. It's not just Lindsey Graham.
I get that, but they have not been...
Let's take his first attempt to say no, because he says it later. And maybe I'll even move
They
back.
all did a 180. They all did a 180. It's not just Lindsey Graham.
I get that, but they have not...
Okay, maybe we'll move this back a little bit too.
Reasonable human.
But here's the thing. There were actually a whole bunch of elected Republicans that up until the time Donald Trump won the nomination were saying all kinds of bad things about them. They all did a 180. It's not just Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz.
No. But I get that. But they had not been attacked as viciously as this guy. And none of them stood at the RNC like Ted Cruz did and freaking went and crucified him at the RNC. But then only weeks later turn around and go kiss his ass. I mean, remember, he went on stage and stabbed him in the back at the RNC.
Oh,
so why the hell?
And by the way, this week, Donald Trump...
Yeah, let's move this. I think we can get rid of this first version of it too, but let's see how it sounds. Because this is another case where I started and then repeated again. Because this is how people interrupt each other. They start saying something and say it over. Anyway.
Stabbed him in the back at the RNC. So why the hell?
Oh, and by the way, this week...
Okay, I think we can get rid of both the why the hell and my first one. Listening to them both. And so we'll do this and pull in. And let's get some of this pulled in too. Sorry, dragging finger thing. You know, and the dragging finger is bothering me more this week than it did last week, actually, which is kind of disturbing. Supposedly it's slowly getting better. Okay, let's...
Stage and stabbed him in the back at the RNC.
And by the way, this week, Donald Trump added Ted Cruz to his list of people he might nominate to the Supreme Court if given a second term.
So is that it?
I don't know. Yeah, look,
listen, I would not be questioning this.
Okay. There's a cough and me. Let's see how this goes with this just gone.
Supreme Court if given a second term.
So is that it?
I don't know.
I mean, but it's just... listen, I would not be questioning this if he had not gone up in the RNC and gave the speech that Ted Cruz did.
Here's the thing. Like, I think the whole story...
If he had not gone up in the RNC and gave the speech that Ted Cruz did. Okay?
Here's the thing. Like, I think the whole story with Jerry Falwell Jr. shows that Donald Trump is fully on board with blackmail.
Exactly.
We know he's fully on board with...
I might make space for this exactly. Let's put this here. And then chop. Move over. A little bit more. Let's see how that sounds.
Donald Trump is fully on board with blackmail.
Exactly.
Yeah, we know he's fully on board with physical threats as well. There was the story
Yes.
about it wasn't Stormy
And that's fine.
Daniels, it was
And
the other
we are over an hour, so I am going to take that break. Be back shortly for the none of you who are actually listening or watching or whatever. Be back in 5 minutes. And let's see, we are at the 1 hour mark, and we are 3 hours and 54 minutes into this stream. So let's round that and say it took 4 hours to do 1 hour of this show. And I know I've been talking a bit through that as well, but basically that translates into an hour for every 15 minutes of show. It's a little bit slower than usual. I'd say my normal show, I think I said this near the beginning sometime, more like 20, 25 minutes per hour, maybe on a really good one, maybe half an hour, but I think it's more like 20 to 25. But also, like I said, the first bit, you're not even at the 0 mark yet. Anyway, whatever. I'm clearly not succeeding at trying to go faster because this is an all-nighter. It is 4:23 in the morning here on the West Coast, whatever. Yeah, like I said, I think my first meeting's not till 10. I have to take the dog to daycare at 9, though. And it's possible I have a 9 a.m. or an 8 a.m. meeting. I have to check my calendar. I don't think so, though. I usually don't on Mondays. But When it gets closer, I'll check. So, okay, 5-minute break. Be back in a bit. I'll refill this. See what else I do. Ugh. Okay. I'm back. I got refilled my water. Last 4 pieces of dark chocolate and some string cheese. Oh, 4:30 in the morning. And boom. And let's rewind slightly. And off we go.
Is fully on board with blackmail.
Exactly.
Yeah, we know he's fully on board with physical threats as well. There was the story
Yes.
about, it wasn't Stormy Daniels, it was the other playmate who said that some thug came and threatened her if she didn't do a...
Now, it wasn't actually another playmate. Stormy Daniels was not a playmate. It was the playmate, but it's not worth throwing in a correction to. Every once in a while, when there's a really big error, I will either try to remove it entirely or insert in a Sam from the future update or correction or whatever. That's not worth it. Close enough.
do a certain thing, whatever. So we kind of know that he's on board with those kinds of behaviors. However, I won't completely discount the other theory that just all of these Republicans are spineless power grabbers who realize that with the current dynamic in the Republican Party, going against Donald Trump is almost assuredly ending your political career.
What I'm saying,
Move this apart.
Party, going against Donald Trump is almost assuredly ending your political career.
but I gotta tell you,
He repeats the beginning, and the first part is bad sound quality, so let's figure out where to cut this.
but I gotta tell you, that
I'm going to cut it right there. I got to remember to click away and click back onto that, because when it first starts, I've got everything selected from the future. And if I have all of that done and I slide this over, it cuts that bit off every clip, not just this one. And I only want to do this one.
Against Donald Trump is almost assuredly ending your political career.
I gotta tell you, what I'm saying, I gotta tell you that because of some of the shit that happened with these 2 guys in particular.
This might even be a better place to start.
I'm saying, I gotta tell you that because of
Yeah. Let's move all the way up here. And we'll probably shorten this too. And move this in. Let's see. We might need to shorten this one too to make it sound right, but let's see.
Assuredly ending your political career.
I gotta tell you that because of some of the shit that happened with
That's
these
fine.
2 guys in particular, and given what we know,
Let's see.
Political career.
I gotta tell you that because of
There's a little bit of a glitch here at the edit mark. Let's see if I can fix it by just doing that.
Political career.
I gotta tell you that because of
Nope. I think it's not the edit mark, it's this.
that because of
Let's just get rid of that too. I gotta tell you because instead of that because it's probably okay. Because there's that little audio glitch on the that.
Assuredly ending your political career.
I gotta tell you because of some of the shit that happened with these 2 guys in particular, and given what we know right now, I mean, if you would put odds right, if you would put percentage of belief, what percent is your belief that there is the possibility that blackmail is also involved?
At least 50-50.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not going to come out and say 50-50.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not going to come.
Let's get rid of this last little bit. Ugh. Get both of Yvonne's rights in.
At least 50-50.
Yeah, right. Right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna come out and say, yeah, Donald Trump is definitely blackmailing a whole bunch of
But
senators.
it's over. But it's over.
Oh, come on. There we go.
At least 50-50.
Yeah, right. Right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna come out and say, yeah, Donald Trump is definitely blackmailing a whole bunch of senators.
But it's over. But it's over 50%.
Maybe I'll say around 50%.
See, the sound quality really sucked on that. But
Is definitely blackmailing a whole bunch of senators.
But it's over. But it's over 50%.
but it gets better here, so let me cut to that part, because this is again him repeating because he was interrupting me and trying to get me to stop. So let's see, did I get it in the right place?
Yeah, but it's over 50%.
Maybe I'll say around.
Okay. Let's move this in and see how that. This bit, I don't know what this is, but I'm going to move it into that gap in the hopes that it works better there. And I'll move this in since I already see it on my screen. Okay.
Yeah, Donald Trump is definitely blackmailing a whole bunch of senators.
Yeah, but it's over 50%.
Maybe I'll say around 50%.
Around 50%. I would say somewhere over 50%.
Yeah, I mean, like, because I see the other scenarios too.
He's done it.
Yeah, he has done it. And you know, and it doesn't even.
Yeah, the audio quality on this one really sucks too, but my response goes with it, so it's, well, unless I cut both of them, let's see.
Because I see the other scenarios too.
He's done it.
Yeah, he has done it. And you know, and it doesn't even have to be true stuff. I mean, that's part of the whole. Like,
I can cut this entirely, because this audio quality sucks, so my response to it, if I take that out, doesn't make sense either. So let's cut this, and then move this over. And this something, I don't like these two, the look of them. We'll see what they sound like.
But it's over 50%.
maybe I'll say around 50%.
Around 50%. I would say somewhere over 50.
Get rid of this little knob here. Okay.
It's definitely blackmailing a whole bunch of senators.
Yeah, but it's over 50%.
Maybe I'll say around 50%.
Around 50%. I would say somewhere over 50%.
Yeah, I mean, like, because I see the other scenarios too. And you know, and it doesn't even have to be true stuff. I mean, that's part of the whole, like, Cruz's father tried to assassinate JFK. Like, that was
Right.
obvious bullshit nonsense. But that didn't stop Donald Trump from going after him with it. And Donald Trump is all about lies.
Let's get rid of this exactly. This first one kind of worked. This exactly sort of felt swallowed. Come on. Okay. And move this
His
one.
father tried to assassinate JFK. Like, that was
Right.
obvious bullshit nonsense. But that didn't stop.
Okay, let's move this after bullshit nonsense. See how that sounds.
It doesn't even have to be true stuff. I mean, that's part of the whole, like, Cruz's father tried to assassinate JFK. Like, that was obvious bullshit nonsense.
Right.
But that didn't stop Donald Trump from going after him with it. And Donald Trump is all about lies and pushing lies, and tons of people believe them. So, you know, it's not even just maybe Donald Trump has something on them. All Donald Trump has to do is say, well, I'll tell people this. It doesn't have to be true.
Right.
And he's
Okay, we got a double right from Yvonne. Let's see if we can get them both in. We'll put them a little closer together. We'll move them back a little bit. Okay, let's see how that sounds.
all Donald Trump has to do is say, well, I'll tell people this. It doesn't have to be true.
Right. Right.
And he's got enough influence.
Yeah, let's still move this out slightly.
All Donald Trump has to do is say, well, I'll tell people this. It doesn't have to be true.
Right. Right.
And he's got enough influence, and this is why people keep saying, well, everybody's afraid that Donald Trump will sort of tweet at them. Well, yeah, people are, because there are enough people who believe those tweets that certainly for a Republican politician, it could be the end of their career if Donald Trump is actively going against them and spreading these kinds of rumors about them, whether it's true or not. And not to mention the crazies who might actually take physical action because of what Donald Trump is saying or doing. You know?
I realize.
The crazies who might actually take physical action because of what Donald Trump is saying or doing. You know?
I realize, we're talking about this, and I realize that there's a couple of incidents that have shown me that it's what you mentioned, right? Because they'll tweet it and they'll believe it. And I have found.
I don't know what this is, but I'll try moving it over to fill this gap. See how it works out.
It's what you mentioned, right? Because they'll tweet it and they'll believe it. And I have found how easily people will get together and misremember facts and things and so forth.
Yep.
And all of a sudden just create a different reality.
And this here too.
Reality that they just believe quite easily.
Yep.
And that is a fear. I mean, because you've got a guy.
And I'm just getting rid of this little knot here, which sounded like a little glitch. Let's see.
Just create a different reality that they just believe quite easily.
Yeah.
And that is a fear. I mean, because you've got a guy like Donald Trump that has so many people that just believe. I mean, I don't know. I was seeing some guy or whatever post some comments on an email recently. He can't be the same usual bullshit. He can't be bought. All of it has been proven false. Blah blah blah. And you're like, I mean, I'm like reading this and I'm like, I realize it's pointless to these people. I mean, these people are completely just, they just completely are drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just so into the fucking Kool-Aid. I mean, it's just no, they just can't see.
Okay. It looks like I can move this whole thing over just slightly and make all three little bits fit a little bit better. Let's see.
It's just no, they just can't see anything different.
So
It's crazy.
So let's.
So anyway,
Okay, let's get rid of it because it was just me trying to interrupt. Let's see.
it's just no, they just can't see anything different. It's crazy. So anyway, I think.
And let's get rid of that little hesitancy there.
It's just no, they just can't see anything different. It's crazy. So anyway, I think that my whole thing about this is that I do understand the fear that these guys have. The thing is that what it shows is that they have no principles, because if
The principle is stay in power.
That's it.
Keep your seat. Stay in the Senate. Whatever. And
And that's it.
that's it.
And that's it. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the actual.
That's it.
Keep your seat. Stay in the Senate. Whatever. And
And that's it.
that's it.
And that's it. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the actual scandals that directly involve Donald Trump. So first off,
Finally.
Barr had the Department of Justice take over the defense in the case where Donald Trump is being sued over rape allegations. Now, specifically,
I've heard that
let's
this
be
is not
careful.
unprecedented.
Let's be
Okay.
wait. Let's.
I might have to do something about that. But let's put this. Okay. Let's try to detangle this or decide if we have to.
Is being sued over rape allegations. Now, specifically,
I've heard that
let's
this
be
is not
careful.
unprecedented.
Let's be
Okay.
wait. Let's be careful too about the case. He is not
Mm.
is being sued over rape allegations. Now,
I've
specifically,
heard that
let's
this
be
is not
careful.
unprecedented.
Let's be
Okay.
sued over rape allegations. Now, specifically.
Okay. I think we just cut here. Like, I don't think, because I think Yvonne gets into this point later, and this interruption sort of goes nowhere. So,
Now, specifically,
I've heard that
let's be
this is not
careful.
unprecedented.
Let's be
Okay.
wait. Let's be careful too about the case. He is not
okay. So let's take this out. Put this here.
where Donald Trump is being sued over rape allegations.
Need to at least finish the word.
Donald Trump is being sued over rape allegations. Now,
No. Go delete. Okay. Just to go right before. Oh, and make sure only that one is selected. I might have to zoom in to do this one right, but let's just try it this way first.
Trump is being sued over rape allegations.
Pop. Just get rid of it. Further in.
It's where Donald Trump is being sued over rape allegations.
Zuh, damn it. Okay. Let's zoom in.
over rape allegations.
Okay, better.
Let's be careful.
We'll move this over. A little gap there. And then see how this sounds.
Dude, over rape allegations. Let's be careful. Wait, let's be.
I don't quite like it, but
Rape allegations. Let's be careful. Wait, let's be careful too about the
okay, and then we can.
about the case. He is not actually being too about the case. Let's be careful. Wait, let's be careful too about the case. Careful too about.
Where's the,
Wait, let's be careful. Wait, let's be careful too. Wait, let's be careful.
I don't want them.
Let's be careful too about.
Okay, there we go. It's here. Get rid of this. And then move this up. But we will leave a gap here, and it'll be it'll be an actual gap. Like, because this I can't stretch because the stuff after it, this I can't stretch because I'm cutting both of them, but I want a little bit of a gap here.
Rape allegations. Let's be careful too about the case.
Close enough. Let's move it back to how I like it. Let's see.
In the case where Donald Trump is being sued over rape allegations. Let's be careful too about the case. He is not actually being charged with rape. He is being charged with defamation of character for saying that the.
I still don't quite like that, but good enough.
In the case where Donald Trump is being sued over rape allegations. Let's be careful too about the case. He is not actually being charged with rape. He is being charged with defamation of character for saying that the woman who accused him of rape was a liar. Right. But the point is, it's sort of a private. It was a lawsuit against Donald Trump as a private citizen. But the case, when Donald Trump said she was a liar, he was at a press conference.
I'm going saying, yeah, here doesn't help anything.
But the case, when Donald Trump said she was a liar, he was at a press conference answering questions from the press. So the argument was he was acting as his capacity as president when he said she was a liar. Therefore, this is. The DOJ can take over and run the defense.
I've heard that there have been reasons before where, for some reason, the DOJ has done this, but I don't think that it's the only thing that I remember that I've seen like done before is simply in the defense of the president is saying that because he is the president that you can't like. They've always tried to like shield the president from being sued while he's in office or legal action in office.
Well, but those cases have almost always failed.
No, I know, but that's been the usual line where they have gone with this, and so in this case, I find it just preposterous. I mean, because I have not seen like this done in this way, and so I'm just
And so the consensus seems to be from the people I've read.
Let's just start me with the consensus thing, because I kind of start and then restart. Start. There we go. And then this is separate.
Stuff is that this will know about this stuff is that this will is that this
That's probably fine. Okay, let's go.
done in this way, and so I'm just
the consensus seems to be from the people I've read who kind of know about this stuff is that this gambit in terms of the actual final legal result will probably fail.
But it's buying time.
But it's buying time. And the key element was within a few probably fail.
But it's buying time.
But it's
And so let's get rid of my bit here so we can get Yvonne's, but it's buying time because I respond to it. And there.
actual final legal result will probably fail.
But it's buying time.
But it's buying time. And the key element was.
And again, the audio quality on his comment kind of annoys me, which is why I like using the Yvonne on Yvonne, but it was hard to use this time.
successful legal result will probably fail.
But it's buying time.
But it's buying time. And the key element was, within a few days, Donald Trump had been ordered to do discovery for this lawsuit, including providing a DNA sample. Because this woman, just like Monica Lewinsky years ago, saved a piece of clothing that supposedly has Donald Trump DNA on it from the incident. And so... saved a piece of clothing that supposedly has Donald Trump DNA on it from the incident. And so...
Okay, we're gonna make space for Yvonne's nice.
Saved a piece of clothing that supposedly has Donald Trump DNA on it from the incident.
Nice. Sweet.
And so, so that the he was supposed to get
Sorry, it was nice, sweet, not nice.
Trump DNA on it from the incident.
Nice. Sweet.
And so, so that the he was supposed to give DNA, he was other discovery, etc. And that was supposed to happen, I forget exactly which day, but very, very soon. Certain, and basically this is a delaying tactic that guarantees that kind of thing will not happen before the election, because there'll be all kinds of other procedural stuff that's prompted by this change in the fence, and they're going to go through all kinds of different things, and it's just delay. It's delay, pushes anything out to like December at the earliest, and possibly longer, and so it achieves the desired result. Which is
this has been the standard Trump thing during his life, to be honest with you. Look, he just ties up people in court as long as he can for them to just give up. That is what he has tried to do. Anything that I've ever seen related to him. So this is, par for the course at this point.
Yeah, and it certainly has applied to everything he's done as president as well, in terms of every single investigation into him. They've taken...
Move this, yes. Center.
This is, par for the course at this point.
Yeah, and it certainly has applied to everything he's done as president as well, in terms of every single investigation into him. They've taken every delaying tactic possible, and in most cases, the people on the other side have just said, oh, okay, it's going to take another 2 weeks. Fine, we'll wait another 2 weeks. In some cases...
Come on. I clicked you. There we go.
have just said, oh, okay, it's going to take another 2 weeks. Fine, we'll wait another 2 weeks. In some cases, there were mechanisms they could have done to try to accelerate that. 2 weeks, fine, we'll wait another 2 weeks. In some cases, there were mechanisms they could have done to try to accelerate that. In other cases, the justice system is slow. And frankly, that is a problem in and of itself. Like these kinds of cases of extreme public interest, well, forget even the cases of extreme public interest, even if you're like...
Slow justice. And when I do sub-bullets, I usually don't like to have these many. So I might like consolidate some of these. I'll think about this. Like this could be just like Trump minions or something. We'll leave the microwaves and just do Trump minions and see where we could consolidate more depending on what else is left in this segment. God, I hope we're getting close to the end. I think we've got a little ways to go yet before the end of this segment still, but
public interest. Well, forget even the cases of extreme public interest. Even if you're like a regular old criminal, having some of these things take years to go through the process is not fair at all.
Normal. Listen, but it's normal. Look, I had a lawsuit. We had a lawsuit.
I want to disentangle this.
Take years to go through the process is not fair at all.
Normal. Listen, but it's normal. Look, I had a lawsuit. We had a lawsuit that we started. It's normal. Listen, but it's normal. Look, I had a lawsuit. We had a lawsuit.
See, when it's all really tight together like this, it's harder to disentangle than when there are pauses. I probably could. The question is whether I want to spend the time to do it.
It's not fair at all.
Normal. Listen, but it's normal. Look, I had a lawsuit.
Or if I can just...
Years to go through the process is not fair at all.
Normal. Listen, but it's normal. Look, I had a lawsuit.
to go through the process is not
But
fair at
it's
all.
normal. Listen, but
I
it's
know it's
normal.
normal. I know
Look,
it's normal.
look,
But
I
it's
mean, I had a
good.
lawsuit.
I could do it without Yvonne's bit.
We had a lawsuit that
Let me just try for a second. Let's see if I just remove Yvonne's stuff. This sounds like it is a response to him, but can I make it sound like it's not?
To go through the process is not fair at all. I know it's normal. I know it's normal. But it's not good.
we had a
That's just, actually, it's probably fine, just like that.
Things take years to go through the process is not fair at all. I know it's normal. I know it's normal. But it's not good.
we had a lawsuit that we started around what the heck was it?
I'm gonna leave it like that. I'm gonna leave it like that. Because the on top of each other didn't quite work. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. Yep. Anything else interesting happening on Twitter? Oh yeah, our air quality. Yay. For Seattle, which is near me. See what it is right where I am. I'm checking. Let's see, once at the closest station to where I am, which is the Eastmont, Washington station on Air Visual is the app I'm using. It's currently 198. And the PM 2.5 is 146. But yeah, it's bad. Not quite as bad as it was a few hours ago, but still bad. Anyway, somebody just said something over here. How could liquor and axes go wrong? Yeah, this is the kind of stuff we have in the random channel. I'm not even going to click it right now. Something about liquor and, yeah, axes. Let's see. Any new polls since that Arizona one? No. Okay. So tired. Okay, let's keep on chugging. Chugga wugga 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 boop boop.
Even the cases of extreme public interest, even if you're like a regular old criminal, having some of these things take years to go through the process is not fair at all. I know it's normal. I know it's normal. But it's not good.
we had a lawsuit that we started around what was it, 2008, if I remember. We didn't get to the point where we to the settlement. Eventually, we didn't even get the trial. We had done some filings. We were ordered to mediation, and then we settled in mediation, and that was in 2011.
Yeah,
3 years.
Well, yeah, and it's fundamentally this is a problem and a space that is ripe for reform because this kind of thing should not take years.
Part of the problem is just.
And I was going to move this over, but I think you. Ugh! It's the dragon finger. It's really frustrating me this week. It didn't frustrate me this much last week. I wonder if it's getting worse. Okay. I think you repeated was my point, so I'll try cutting this in instead of.
Not take years.
Part of the problem is just.
Let's see, because it goes part of, see part of. Let's see, let's try that.
Reform because this kind of thing should not take years.
Part of the problem is just it isn't.
Is it still repeating?
Years.
Part of the problem is just.
Still repeating. Let's try that.
Because this kind of thing should not take years.
Part of the problem is just it isn't the reform. There was a problem with the fact that how many cases we have.
Oh, I know.
How many judges we.
Yeah, this is fine. Like, he's still stuttering a little bit here, but it's fine. And gets it unoverlapped.
Because this kind of thing should not take years.
Part of the problem is just it isn't the reform. There was a problem with the fact that how many cases we have.
Oh, I know.
How many judges we have, and how much money you really want to throw at this. It's,
Although I will say, given the
So for a little bit. But not too much, because I obviously interrupted.
how much money you really want to throw at this. It's.
although I will say, given the recent packing of the courts,
Should I
throw at this. It's
Although I will say,
Okay, let's get rid of this whole. We don't need the it's because it doesn't go anywhere.
this we have.
Oh, I know,
how
I know.
many judges we have, and how much money you really want to throw at this.
although I will say, given the recent packing of the courts, the federal courts by Donald Trump, saying, hey, we got to solve these backlogs, let's multiply the number of federal judges by 10, not necessarily a bad idea.
Let's move this up. And this is undoubtedly reacting to something up here, but let's try putting it in this gap and see what happens.
So let's multiply the number of federal judges by 10, not necessarily a bad idea.
Well, look. There is an element and a part of the fact that over the last 10 plus years, a big part of the problem was that there were too many vacant judgeships. That wasn't.
This isn't so I can probably delete it, but let's just move this here as easier. What's this? This is probably garbage. We'll have to get to that part to listen to it.
Well, look. There is an element and a part of the fact that over the last 10 plus years, a big part of the problem was that there were too many vacant judgeships. That was an issue. Now, of course, the Republicans went and decided.
Let's get rid of them. That should be good. Let's see.
Was that there were too many vacant judgeships. That was an issue. Now, of course, the Republicans went and decided to just be weasels and then just pack them all in when they were in. Just basically didn't let Obama put any in, and then they decided to.
But honestly, you're absolutely right. But this.
I heard myself do. You're absolutely. Let's try to just pull this to here. See what that sounds like.
Just basically didn't let Obama put any in, and then they decided to just
You're absolutely right. But this kind of problem actually exists.
It sounded weird.
Didn't let Obama put any in, and then they decided to just
You're absolutely right. But this kind of problem actually exists.
What did we say?
And then they decided to just
You're absolutely right. But this.
What's this part say?
You're absolutely right.
Use them up? What? I don't know what he's saying.
Put any in, and then they decided to just they were in, just basically didn't let Obama put any in, and then they decided to just
You're absolutely right. But this kind.
Okay, I'm gonna maybe move this back. Or no. But let's move this in to actually intentionally overlap this a little bit as I interrupt him, because whatever he said there, couldn't understand it. So
we didn't let Obama put any in, and then they decided to just
You're absolutely right. But this kind of problem actually exists from top to bottom.
Maybe.
In, just basically didn't let Obama put any in, and then they decided to just
You're absolutely right. But this kind of problem actually exists from top to bottom. Like petty criminal cases, there are people sitting, at Rikers Island in New York, awaiting trial for years before they're even found guilty. Like that kind of stuff should not happen. Like there has to be a
that
better
goes
way.
also to the I was talking.
By the way, I was talking about pollution numbers a few minutes ago. You can really smell it. It's yeah.
New York, awaiting trial for years before they're even found guilty. Like that kind of stuff should not happen. Like there has to be a better way.
Well, that goes also to the I was talking civil, like just one thing. I'm like, because a civil one doesn't impact somebody staying in jail.
New York, awaiting trial for years before they're even found guilty. Like that kind of stuff should not happen. Like there has to be a better way.
Well, that goes also to the I was talking civil, like just one thing. I'm like, because a civil one doesn't impact somebody staying in jail. Okay, I'm
Let me see if mine doesn't probably add it. I mean, I say cash bail, but he's already talking about it. Let's see.
Like there has to be a better way.
Well, that goes also to the I was talking civil, like just one thing. I'm like, because a civil one doesn't impact somebody staying in jail. Okay,
He started to say bail, but he didn't.
Better way.
Well, that goes also to the I was talking civil, like just one.
Go back.
Well, that goes also to the I was
Close this up. Let's see.
well, I mean that goes also to the
Better way.
well, I mean that goes also to the
There has to be a better way.
well, I mean that goes also to the
This. And actually, let me make sure I'm sort of talking over him and interrupting a little bit here.
Like there has to be a better way.
well, I mean that goes also to the
Hash bail and all this kind of stuff.
I was talking civil, like which is one thing. I'm like, because the civil one doesn't impact somebody's staying.
That
Okay,
works.
I'm civil is one thing, but I do, but that goes also to the whole entire bail reform issue,
Yeah.
which is a problem. That is something that is legislative, not necessarily something that is a money issue itself. It's just changing the process, but then also it's a state issue as well because different states have different
Yep.
criteria for that. So it's a very complicated process.
No, all I'm saying is
It's a very complicated process.
no, all I'm saying is
That's fine.
So it's a very complicated process.
no, all I'm saying is I don't know the solution. I am just saying
Where's that click, though?
It's a very complicated process.
no. All I'm saying is
Okay, let's cut that last little bit off.
Criteria for that. So it's a very complicated process.
no. All I'm saying is I don't know the solution. I am just saying the speed of our justice system and how, or the lack of speed of our justice system is a problem that at some point needs to get addressed. Like,
And by the way,
it's too slow.
one of the things that we have.
Oh, come on. What did I hit to make that happen? This? No. No. No, no, no. No. Thank you. Command F. Thank you. Okay. I hit Command F instead of Shift F. I was trying to do this.
That at some point needs to get addressed. Like, it's too slow.
And by the way, one of the things that we have.
It needs to get addressed. Like, it's too slow.
And by the way, one of the things that we have is rights is you're supposed to be
Speedy
able to
trial.
get a speedy trial.
Yeah.
And we're
Well,
not meeting that.
Speedy apparently means like a few decades.
Rights is you're supposed to be
Speedy
able to
trial.
get a speedy trial.
Yeah.
It's just don't need me saying it at the same time it's him. Center this.
That we have is rights is you're supposed to be able to get a speedy trial.
Yeah.
And we're not meeting that.
Speedy apparently means like a few decades.
And this
A few
is-
decades. I don't know. Well, and I guess
Be able to get a speedy trial.
Yeah.
And we're not meeting that.
speedy apparently means like a few decades. I don't know. Well, and I guess there's a part of the process where you can waive that right and blah blah blah, and sometimes attorneys do that specifically because they want more time to prepare. I don't know the details. Doesn't matter. The end result is it's all too fucking slow.
Yeah.
So, and again, I don't know the solution. Whatever.
We'll make Sam judge.
Yeah, make me a judge. Yeah, I wouldn't want that. I recently had to go through the jury duty thing, and I got to the voir dire portion, and they dismissed me. They're like, we don't want you on the jury. I'm like, okay, fine. But it was a drunk driving case, and I did not end up on the jury. But even there, I mean, I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure I want to be the person who like makes the judgment that sends this person to jail or not. You know, it's a heavy decision. You know? So anyway. Or not. You know, it's a heavy decision. You know? So. Person to jail or not. You know, it's a heavy decision. You know,
Hang him.
So anyway, okay, moving on to other Donald Trump stuff. There has been a new whistleblower report. This time from a whistleblower in the Department of Homeland Security talking about intelligence reports that are delivered to the president. This time from a whistleblower in the Department of Homeland Security talking about intelligence reports that are delivered to the president. And basically, this whistleblower report confirms things we've been hearing for a long time, which is there are certain topics that Donald Trump does not want to hear about.
Yeah, we have this from multiple people.
Yeah, the two main ones are any. Which is, there are certain topics that Donald Trump does not want to hear about.
Yeah, and we have this from multiple people.
Yeah, the two main ones are anything negative to do with Russia, including Russian election interference, but much broader than that. Any Russian activity that's at all negative. He does not want to hear about that. The second is potential domestic threats of white nationalism. He does not want to hear about these things. And so the new... is potential domestic threats of white nationalism. He does not want to hear about these things. And so the new whistleblower report says that this person who apparently was responsible for preparing some of these intelligence reports was specifically ordered by his superiors to change reports, to either in some cases eliminate those kinds of things entirely or spin them or couch them in a way that made them less impactful. So for instance, if you were going to talk about right-wing white nationalist domestic terrorism, you had to add a section about left-wing domestic terrorism and make them roughly equal. You know, you could, and so if your initial statement was talking about how the threat of white nationalist terrorism, domestic terrorism, and look, from everything I've seen, the domestic folks, I mean, the intelligence folks looking at this all agree that right now the right-wing terrorism is a much bigger problem than the left-wing terrorism. But you know, you could not present that without making it at least equal, if not emphasizing the left-wing side of it. Okay. And similarly, if you talked about Russia, you had to also make similar statements about China or Iran.
There was this whole QAnon conspiracy going around that Antifa was setting the wildfires in Oregon, and all these QAnon idiots were like calling 911 to tell them this.
Yes.
Isn't that a hoop?
Including not just randomly call them about this, but also there were a few cases where there were.
Could I mess with that last section a little bit? Maybe. Am I going to? No. It is 5:12 in the morning. Yeah. I'm only an hour and 16 minutes in. We're probably only just around the halfway mark now. We've been going almost 5 hours. Yeah.
There were reporters taking pictures of the wildfires or otherwise doing reporting on the situation, and 911 was being called specifically on the reporter saying this reporter set the fire. Anyway.
Oh, fuck, man, what that one?
Let's get rid of my anyway. I don't think it is needed.
Reporter saying this reporter set the fire.
Oh, fuck, man, what the hell's going on, Sam?
So going back to the whistleblower.
This out a little bit.
They're saying this reporter set the fire.
Oh, fuck, man, what the hell's going on, Sam?
So going back to the whistleblower report, the main thing that's different this time than other reports we've heard about this, like you said, we've been hearing about this almost through the beginning of Trump's presidency, that he did not want to hear certain things, and intelligence briefers were sort of reluctant to bring it up in front of him, blah, blah, blah. But it was always couched as, yeah, they'll include it in the written report because they know he's not going to read that, but they won't include it in a verbal, or they're reluctant to bring this up, and because he doesn't want to hear it because they know they'll get yelled at if they talk about it. It was always brought up in those kinds of things. This whistleblower report, specifically says that this person was ordered by his superiors, who were political appointees, to change these reports and modify them to avoid the things that Donald Trump didn't want to hear, not mention them, spin them the way way I mentioned, when this person refused, he alleges that he was retaliated against, moved to a less desirable job, etc., which is what brings it into the whistleblower statute, because there was retaliation against him that shouldn't be legal, whatever. Whatever. But yes, so this was the difference here is it's an allegation not just that people were uncomfortable, so they did this on their own. It's an allegation that there were explicit orders from Donald Trump's political appointees to change the intelligence that got passed up to Donald Trump. Into the whistleblower statute, because
See, I'm not sure about this thing about the whistleblower statute, so I'm wondering if I should just, pull that little
he
section.
was retaliated against.
Like is the retaliation needed? The whistleblower is supposed to protect you against that kind of retaliation. I'll leave it. I won't mess with it. If we got something wrong, I'm sure someone will correct us.
In them the way I mentioned, when this person refused, he alleges that he was retaliated against, moved to a less desirable job, etc., which is what brings it into the whistleblower statute, because there was retaliation against him that shouldn't be legal, whatever. Whatever. But yes, so this was the difference here is it's an allegation not just that people were uncomfortable, so they did this on their own. It's an allegation that there were explicit orders from Donald Trump's political appointees to change the intelligence that got passed up to Donald Trump.
Gee, Sam, another shocking development. Oh my God.
Yes. Which, by the way, just as a reminder,
Let's get his additional "oh my God" in there, so it's not an overlap. By slicing that, move this to right about there, and then move this back. Okay, let's see how this flows.
Gee, Sam, another shocking development. Oh my God.
yes.
Oh my God.
Which, by the way, just as a reminder,
We need two "oh my gods." I didn't realize the other one was "oh my god" too.
Another shocking development. Oh my God.
yes.
Oh my God.
Okay, yeah, let's get rid of the second "oh my god." One's enough. Move this in.
That got passed up to Donald Trump.
Gee, Sam, another shocking development. Oh my God.
Yes. Which, by the way, just as a reminder, that is very similar to the kind of thing that happened in the lead up to the Second Gulf War, because Dick Cheney and company made it clear that they didn't want to hear the case that said there were no WMDs.
Correct. Yes.
And so
Yes.
the people underneath were supplying only one side of the story off the chain, apparently.
Yes.
Now, again, that's a case where was it just people sort of implicitly got the message, or were there explicit orders? In this case, the allegation is there were explicit orders.
Right.
Okay, one more of these, and then we'll take a break and move on to the election. Which is,
Thank God.
I alluded to it in our first segment, Donald Trump apparently spent hours talking to Bob Woodward on tape. And apparently this is because he in Woodward's previous book,
I'm not sure about this second one. It's still Yvonne laughing, but it sounded a little weird. It's-
was talking to Bob Woodward on tape. And apparently this is because he in Woodward's previous book, Donald Trump's aides prevented him from.
Okay. Now, do I just put Woodward book here, or do I put thing about? I think we're going to talk specifically about Trump underplaying the pandemic. So. Admits. I think this is probably a better word than underplaying. Let's play it a little bit and find out what I say. What we say.
Donald Trump apparently spent hours talking to Bob Woodward on tape. And apparently this is because he in Woodward's previous book, Donald Trump's aides prevented him from talking to Woodward, and Donald Trump apparently got mad at this and said, this time nobody's stopping me from talking to him, because if I'd talked to him last time, the book would have come out much more positive to me. The book would have come out much more positive because of...
I tried to re-say it because I sort of stumbled the first time. Oh, come on. Escape. But let's just take my second one out and stick with the first one. Come on. See how it sounds, and then adjust if needed.
me from talking to him, because if I'd talked to him last time, the book would have come out much more positive to me. Because, of course, I will present my case properly to Bob Woodward.
Okay, and we'll separate here. Urgh. I do not remember being this frustrated with this finger accidentally touching things that it's, because I'm supposed to be. Anyway. Move this past the laughing. These don't look like much. Let's take them out.
Last time, the book would have come out much more positive to me. Because, of course, I will present my case properly to Bob Woodward and, whatever. Yeah.
That worked out exactly as he planned.
Exactly as he planned. So,
Come on.
yeah.
That worked out exactly as he planned.
Exactly as he planned. So we keep hearing new snippets from the book. I guess it officially comes out in a couple more days, right? Like it comes out on the 15th or something. I forget. But in any case, the Woodward book includes a whole bunch of revelations about a whole bunch of stuff. But the one that's been making the rounds this week is, because the tapes were released, is Donald Trump explicitly telling Woodward, in I believe it was late February or early March, about just how bad coronavirus was.
It was in February.
It was in
originally.
February.
It was
Okay.
in February. The first time he said it was in February. The March part was the downplaying part. But
Okay.
in
So
February,
in
early
February, he was
told
talking
him
about how. So in
Downplay. There we go. Downplay, not underplay. Yeah, probably why I said
part was the downplaying part. But
Okay.
in
So
February,
in
early
February, he was
told
talking
him
about how. So in February.
Okay, I repeat myself so I can just get rid of this part. Yeah, let's get. This is probably a yeah or something. It might go there, but let's see if it works fine without it. And this overlap seemed to be okay. He's correcting me, blah, blah.
How bad coronavirus was.
It was in February.
It was in
originally.
February.
It was
Okay.
in February. The first time he said it was in February. The March part was the downplaying part. But in February, early February, he told him about it.
So in February, he was talking about how bad this was, at the same time that he was publicly saying it wasn't. And then in March, he made the statement that, well,
Put this in. Now, this is probably an at the same time as this. So let's preemptively center this in space without the
I'm not going to say it word for word, paraphrasing. I like playing it down, and
and we'll get rid of the Let's see how this sounds.
time that he was publicly saying it wasn't. And then in March, he made the statement that, well, I'm not going to say it word for word, paraphrasing. I like playing it down.
Yep.
And the justification was that he's given now in some of the conversations about it is basically he wanted to avoid fear or panic. He wants to, about it is basically he wanted to avoid fear or panic. He wants to, he wants to be the cheerleader and make people positive about things. And to some degree, that's what he always does. He's always blowing smoke up people's asses about everything. And so why would this be any different? But the key here is in this kind of situation, to alleviate the problem, to take the best possible actions to minimize the damage, people have to have a realistic knowledge of what the situation is so they can react appropriately. And simple things like the whole nonsense about masks that, at the meeting where the CDC finally turned around, like the CDC was wrong about their mask messaging at the beginning. Yeah, we all know that. At a certain point, the CDC was like, oh, this thing is...
Okay, let's move these to the gaps.
We all know that. At a certain point, the CDC was like, oh, this thing is airborne,
Right.
and it can spread before people have symptoms.
Right.
Therefore, universal mask wearing does make sense. Everybody should do it. Let's start doing it. And at that very meeting, right after Fauci got done saying that, Donald Trump got up on the podium and was like, yeah, well, that's just a recommendation. I'm not going to do it.
Right.
That's just a recommendation. Do whatever you want. This was at the same time that he was talking to Woodward about how serious it actually was.
Right.
And then, again, the admission.
I want to move it. I just want to shorten it.
About how serious it actually was.
Right.
And then, again, the admission on tape of like, yeah, I was intentionally playing it down. Of course I would do that. And, and I've heard a bunch of MAGA folks defend that since, well, by saying essentially, well, yeah, everybody knew that's what he was doing. Why would you want him to do anything else? Of course he wants to keep people's positive and, all this kind of stuff. You wouldn't want him to like be all negative and depressing. You want him to, get people excited and ready to move forward and whatever.
Uh-huh.
And it just, and look, we've gone through so many of the administration's failures at so many points in this process. This is just another indication of it because you keep thinking about.
I want to tighten this a little bit. Yes.
People excited and ready to move forward and whatever.
Uh-huh.
And it just, and look, we've gone through so many of the administration's failures at so many points in this process. This is just another indication of it because you keep thinking about all of the missed opportunities where with the right leadership in February when he already knew it was a big problem, or even in March, things could have gotten better a lot faster. But no, that's just not what Donald Trump does.
Things could have been here.
Better a lot faster. But no, that's just not what Donald Trump does.
Look, things could have been here. Look, the entire point about this is that there are countries, especially in Asia, where the pandemic has been maintained far more controlled and less impactful on the economy. And so if you took those measures and figured out a way to, say, fight it in terms of, we talked about developing vaccines, other things and treatment and so forth, that a lot less people would die. This is the reality, and the impact on the economy would have been a lot less. And so you took that cavalier approach. It's a hoax. You downplay it, whatever. Then it just blows up. Then it blows up again and again. And this is where we are right now, where this week we still have, Trump is going on TV and throwing ads on TV saying that the great American comeback is on its way right now. That is his campaign ad that he is saying.
Right.
He is saying this in a week where we just had 880,000 unemployment claims filed, which is, yes, lower than it was a couple of months ago, but outside of 2020, it would be a record of the most unemployment claims ever outside of this year. And that motherfucker is on TV saying, great American comeback.
Let's try putting this here instead. And moving this in a little bit.
Outside of 2020, it would be a record of the most unemployment claims ever outside of this year.
Oops. I didn't move everything. I only moved that one piece. So this close the gap.
Outside of 2020, it would be a record of the most unemployment claims ever outside of this year.
Yeah.
And that motherfucker is on TV saying, great American comeback at this moment. So you got 200,000 dead. You got this. He downplayed it. He fucking killed people, killed the economy, all at the same time, because this was the main thing is why China didn't suffer as much is because they were so aggressive and they took the measures to contain it. The impact on their economy has been a lot less than the impact here.
Right. Yeah.
You save lives and the impact on their economy has been a lot less than.
And of course, like I've done at the other bits, when I hit an hour and 30 minutes, I'm going to take another 5-minute break. I would love to go take a nap, but here's the thing. Once my head hits that pillow, I'm not getting up again until I absolutely have to, which will end up being work, which will mean this podcast being even more late. So, and, you know, I said I was going to live stream the entire process of editing. So I better just keep going until we're done. And the live stream just hit the 5-hour mark. Yay. And we're at, well, 127. Let's do the math again. Let's see. An hour and 27 minutes. We could round out to an hour and a half, but let's just actually call it an hour 27. So that's 87 minutes divided by 5 hours. So that's 17.4 minutes of podcast for every hour of editing. That is not efficient. I'm sure a real editor could do a lot better. And again, like the first half hour, 40 minutes or something is prep work, and that doesn't count the pre-processing steps. But yeah. I'm so tired. Can you guys tell? I'm just checking something on here. Yeah. You can tell I'm fading. Okay. Here, let's keep going. 5-minute break at 1:30.
The impact on their economy has been a lot less than the impact here.
Right.
You save lives, and it was better for the economy. Okay? And so those are the two things. And he doesn't get it.
Yeah, and Donald Trump's niece, Mary Trump, who wrote that book that you reviewed a while back about sort of the family dynamics and all that, she's been interviewed a couple times related to this, and I believe it was her who said, look, operating in a different way would have been essentially psychologically impossible for Donald Trump because he would.
I think actually it may have been David Frum, who I was thinking of, who is not very Trump, but they might have both said it. I don't know. Certainly sounds like something Mary Trump would say, but I think David Frum also had a Twitter thread that was retweeted a lot that said something along those lines. Not big enough thing for me to insert a correction or do the research to make sure I knew exactly the right answer. It is what it is.
Those are the two things. And he doesn't get it.
Yeah, and Donald Trump's niece, Mary Trump, who wrote that book that you reviewed a while back about sort of the family dynamics and all that, she's been interviewed a couple times related to this, and I believe it was her who said, look, operating in a different way would have been essentially psychologically impossible for Donald Trump.
Right.
Because he would have either had to actually act competently himself, which he just does not have the intellect to do it, or he would have had to turn it over to someone else who was competent and let them do their job without interference.
It over a little.
Without interference, which would also be something he psychologically was not prepared to do.
So basically, we got fucked.
And we point out, like,
I'm going to take the so and place it over the because while they're both stalling words, the so is better than the and then I'll move my stuff over appropriately. Let's get rid of this piece. It keeps selecting things that I don't want because of this finger. It's going to burn me at some point.
be something he psychologically was not prepared to do.
So basically, we got fucked. So
and we point out, like, there are a lot.
Let's just get rid of this as well. Move this in.
Be something he psychologically was not prepared to do.
So basically, we got fucked.
And we point out, like, there are a lot of debates over exactly what would the right thing to do have been, and obviously information has improved over time, so whatever decision people made in February wouldn't necessarily be the same thing that we would determine was the best thing to do in retrospect, but a big part of this was just...
No. Let's see.
Wouldn't necessarily be the same thing that we would determine was the best thing to do in retrospect, but a big part of this was just... best thing to do in retrospect. But a big part of
I mean, the reason I was stuttering is because Yvonne was interrupting. Can I correct the stutter, or did I just sound like I'm stuttering?
in retrospect. But a big part of this was just.
Or do I try to get rid of it? Like here, if I started here.
But a big part of this.
But a big,
which is.
it's still like.
But a big part of this. A big part of this. Retrospect. But a big.
But what if I stop here?
But a big part of this.
Go to the part. Let's see.
Part of this, which is. The best thing to do in retrospect. But a big part of this, which is.
Okay. Eliminate a little stutter. Make these kiss. There we go.
Be the same thing that we would determine was the best thing to do in retrospect. But a big part of this, which is actually having some.
Okay, we don't need whatever kind of cough or sneeze or whatever that was.
That we would determine was the best thing to do in retrospect. But a big part of this, which is actually having some sort of coherent plan and sticking with it. It's almost like the actual individual plan. Like you could argue about whether plan A would be better or worse than plan B, approach A, approach C, approach D, whatever. And any one of them would be better than what we ended up with, which is basically people throwing their arms up in the air and saying, well, we're not doing anything, let the states handle it, I don't know. And meanwhile, oh, by the way, ignore the experts because they don't know what they're talking about.
Americans in the past. Americans in the past.
Okay. He repeated himself, so let's just kill the first one. And suck it in a little bit. See how it goes.
And meanwhile, oh, by the way, ignore the experts because they don't know what they're talking about.
Americans in the past, when rallied by their leader in the face of a crisis, have responded pretty united in that situation. When you've had a leader that has tried to unite people. The problem that we've got right now is the fact that no plan and no nothing or whatever, but even at this day, you're talking about the masks. When Trump goes and makes fun of people using masks.
Oh, and okay, we're still on the downplaying pandemic. Okay, we're fine. I suddenly thought we jumped ahead and I had forgotten to write down a topic.
Masks. When Trump goes and makes fun of people using masks. Right now, at this time, he was.
Let's put this in the second gap. And move this one out a little bit. And this in a little bit.
Of people using masks. Right now, at this time.
Yep.
He was demanding also, like this week, a reporter to take off a mask so they could talk to him.
Yep.
And he berates them and makes fun of it and just how the hell?
Yeah, it's not just neutral. It's negative.
It's
Do I allow that overlap?
just how the hell?
Yeah, it's not just neutral. It's negative.
He says it creates division. That's worth. Let's see if I can make it audible. Come on. And this gap.
He berates them and makes fun of it and just how the hell? And makes fun of it and just how the hell it creates this division.
Yeah, it's not just neutral. It's negative.
It's
it makes
negative.
it worse.
He is active.
Let's see. Like, I was thinking of making this shorter, but he sort of trails off and then starts a new thought, so the gap is not horrible. It's a little long. It's almost 2
So it
seconds.
makes fun of it and just how the hell it creates this division.
And the only reason it didn't make a gap is because there's a little bit of a noise in the middle.
And he berates them and makes fun of it and just how the hell it creates this division.
Yeah, it's not just neutral. It's negative.
Maybe cut it down a little bit. We'll leave a little bit of a gap, but less. Ah. Come on. Undo drag. Cut it. Yeah.
and he berates them and makes fun of it, and just how the hell it creates this division.
Yeah, it's not just neutral, it's negative.
It's
it makes
negative.
it worse.
He is actively going against the measure.
Let's just delete this. It didn't seem to be anything useful.
Well, it's negative.
It
makes it worse.
He is actively
Neutral, it's negative.
It's
makes it
negative.
worse.
Delete this.
How the hell it creates this division.
Yeah, it's not just neutral, it's negative. It makes it worse.
Can I eliminate that double?
Vision.
Yeah, it's not just neutral.
I mean, I have the yeah, but let's just do that.
How the hell it creates this division.
It's not just neutral, it's negative. It makes it worse.
It's negative. He is actively going against the measures that would help us be able to deal with this
Which
in a more
reminds me
effective manner.
Which reminds me of a story, and I'm
Oh, look at that. I hit the 130 mark. Give it just a minute.
Creates this division.
It's not just neutral, it's negative. It makes it worse.
It's negative. He is actively going against the measures that would help us be able to deal with this in a more effective manner.
Which reminds me of a story, and I'm not sure whether or not we talked about it on the show or not, but a few weeks back there was a report about Kushner and a plan.
Okay, we're at the 130 mark. It's time for that 5-minute break again. Where's my sign? Okay, see you guys in a few minutes. Look at me, I'm back, yay. Work today is going to be hard. I'll get done what I need to get done, but it's going to be hard. Between this and the smoke, which frankly was already causing issues on Friday, like I wanted to like stop and lie down on Friday rather than continue working, and I've felt that way throughout this whole 5-hour and 16-minute live stream so far. Oh my, I so want to sleep, but I didn't get this done over the weekend, and really, it should be out like, we recorded this Friday night, it should be out like Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon at the latest. We're already in Monday morning. It's kind of nuts, because it's a current events podcast, so it's like there's a timeliness issue, right? Yeah, but anyway, here we go. We're at the 1:30 mark. If yeah, okay, that's whatever. Okay.
Would help us be able to deal with this in a more effective manner.
Which reminds me of a story, and I'm not sure whether or not we talked about it on the show or not, but a few weeks back there was a report about Kushner and a plan that he had a little SWAT team set up to try to figure out how to source testing stuff to the whole country.
Yes, in April, yes.
And the thing was, first of all, it was a bunch of people who didn't know what they were doing, trying to figure out logistics stuff. But they had actually come up with some sort of plan, some sort of thing. But then it was about to be implemented when somebody in the Trump administration noticed, hey, wait, all the places that are having problems right now are blue states. The red states...
He says, I'll leave it.
All the places that are having problems right now are blue states. The red states are fine. So let's not do this right now.
Can I make it so we can hear?
Problems right now are blue.
Let's make his more directly audible as well. Let's just move it over. So you hear us both say our blue states. Let's see how it sounds.
Hey, all the places that are having problems right now
are blue states.
Are blue states. The red states are fine. So let's not...
Just a little bit. And move this a little bit too.
All the places that are having problems right now
are blue states.
Are blue states. The red states are fine. So let's not do this right now because it would only help the blue states. And why would we want to do that? And so let's not do this. And instead, this is when they shifted to the strategy of explicitly saying, this isn't the federal government's problem.
You're all on your own.
You're all on your own.
With this. What's this say?
Right.
So, yeah, okay.
This a little bit. I think this is me about to say. Let's have a break.
Explicitly saying, this isn't the federal government's problems.
You're all on your own.
You're all on your own. This isn't the federal government's problems.
You're all on your own.
You're all on your own.
Right.
So, yeah, okay. Enough about these specific scandals. Let's. Enough about these specific
Okay, could move this in because I repeated myself after stumbling. Let's move this right this way. The whole thing. Slightly.
saying, this isn't the federal government's problems.
You're all on your own.
You're all on your own.
Right.
So, yeah, okay. Enough about these specific scandals. Let's take a break. We'll come back with specific election 2020 related stuff. There are scandals in that list too, frankly, but the remaining ones are very closely related to the election. We'll be back after this.
All right. I need to go to bed.
Okay. See you in a second.
Okay. We don't need to follow if I'm going to the bathroom. So let's take out, come on. This, I say my thing
We'll be back after this.
at 1:30, 1:37. So let's note that. An hour. An hour and 1 minute. 61 minutes on that topic alone. So 30-minute first segment, 61-minute second segment. Ugh. You know, 3 30-minute segments would be great. I would love to pull the show down to that, but Yvonne and I just can't stop talking. Okay, we need to pick a break. Back to this. Back to this. 1 to 10. Break number 1. There's 3. And now 1. Break number 1 is Africa Focus. Let's put this in here. Since we looked at creepy classics, let's look at Africa Focus. I think it's org. This is a website run by my dad, William Minter. And it's a bulletin on all things Africa. It's African-related news and advocacy, not just straight news. There are other sites that do that. Amy's here. Hi, Amy.
Are you just recording yourself?
I'm live streaming my editing of my podcast. Been going 5 hours and 23 minutes so far.
Sorry to interrupt.
Mm-hmm.
Send me a link to that website, though.
This website?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry for liking to know what family members are up to.
I'll send that to her right now.
Dad.
Bye. Anyway, let's send it to Amy. What's all this? I begin lots of junk. Okay. There's the 8. Why don't they recognize? Like, some of these are things I have in my address book. Oh, sorry. The texts are on the other window. Let me. Okay, just Amy. No, that's not what I want. Amy. Amy. There we go. Amy Romney. Cookie. There we go. There we go. Anyway, I texted her this. Anyway, this is his website. Highlights news and advocacy related issues related to Africa. He's been running this for many years. You can get it by email, etc., etc. And so I have a brick on it. And yeah, okay. Back to the thing. Okay, here we go. Oh, I added a break. I'll 1 second's fine there. Let's get the next segment loaded in. And now we can say we are done with these two. And then load in the last two. The last two. I'm excited that they're the last two. There. La, 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 la. Come on, come on. plus sign. Come on. And of course, we want to create the new tracks. And I'm just going to spend time loading in. After we get done with the gap caused by Yvonne taking a bathroom break and cutting that out, we'll be able to fast forward to the end of this and see how much we really have left. I suspect the show is going to be around 2:15 total. That's my guess. But we shall see. Okay, so first off, we will do the Control XC thingy. Let's see, a bunch of empty at the beginning here. Okay. And then we'll do that with my track, or Yvonne's track as well. See, I'm talking more than he is, which usually the further we get towards the end of the show, the more that's true, because it's always really late his time. Let's label these properly. Yvonne on Sam number 4. Oh no, this is Sam on Sam. Come on. This one's Yvonne on Sam. Okay, let's. Random noises, random noises. Let's just, we don't have to listen to the random noises that come up. Let's scroll over until we find a real beginning. And we'll delete all this nonsense. Okay. Obviously, folks back in the room.
Okay, here we go. Okay, we are back.
Okay, and this is the real beginning. Okay, so let's wipe all this out. Okay, here we are. Don't add. We never need that. Okay, and I can pull this in a little bit more. Put it in the middle of here. Not that close. We'll give it a little bit of silence between the end of the spot and this. So this is 1:32:19. No, not 5-minute break right now. 1:32:19. Oops, I haven't been putting keywords as I went. Pandemic. I don't know what to call that. Okay. Wildfires. It's just called wildfires. Trump, corruption, scandal. That's good enough. if we need to from there. Okay, now we got this in. Before we go back, let me make sure this is in a good place. Okay, fine. And then I'm going to fast forward. I'm going to scroll over, find the end. Now that we've pulled in a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see, I had estimated 215. Let's see where we end up. Oh God, we're past 215. Okay. 217. 217 and 20 seconds. I mean, through the editing process, will probably be slightly more or less. I mean, it's not going to be exactly 217.19 because we'll eliminate some bits. We'll add a few bits as we spread things out, but this is going to be close to this. So actually a little bit more than 215. And then, of course, that's to the end of the last segment. Then you get like 20, 30 more seconds from the outro after that. Oh, but that means, since we're at 1:30, we've got another over 45 minutes of editing left to go, about 45 minutes. And since we've been going about 15 minutes an hour, that's another 3 hours. And we've already been going 5.5. I'm sad. I'm tired. And 3 hours will get us to 9 o'clock, which is when I need to take the dog to daycare.
Okay, we are back.
Okay, so anyway, it is what it is. We keep going until we're done. Let's pick it up where we left off.
Two, frankly, but the remaining ones are very closely related to the election. We'll be back after this.
Africa focused out.
That's Amy, who was the one who just came in, my daughter Amy. She came in and talked a second ago, and she made this spot. And she was like, "What's Africa Focus?" But wait, and given that, I should take this. Can I find it in Finder? I mean, I know I can, but reveal and find it. There we go. And so let's copy this and send that to her too. Boom. Yeah. Did she do the Creepy Classics one too? Yeah, she did. So both spots this time. Maybe. Okay. Anyway. Oh, and I guess we've used these two now. So we can put them away. The last ones. Tell them the curmudgeons say hello, we're her. And now this one is served.
Very closely related to the election. We'll be back after this.
AfricaFocus.org features high-quality analysis and progressive advocacy on African issues with a particular attention to priority issues affecting the entire continent. The heart of the website is the Africa Focus Bulletin. Other features include regularly updated Africa-related news feeds and a set of country pages with extensive background and links on each African country. If you follow African issues or are even curious, visit AfricaFocus.org today.
Okay, we are back, and it's time for election 2020. As I mentioned, the first couple things are actually...
To be fair, she recorded that like many, many years ago. Yeah, so when she was a kid, she's grown up now. But yeah, okay.
.org today.
Okay, we are back, and it's time for election 2020. As I mentioned, the first couple things are actually sort of still related to scandally things. The first one...
Scandally or scandally?
Scandally.
Scandal.
Now, some of the scandals involve people who are scantily clad.
Scantily clad. Whatever. Okay.
Related to scandally things. The first one...
Scandally or scandally?
Scandally.
Scandal.
Now, some of the scandals involve people who are scantily clad, but that's an entirely different issue.
Well, that's a subject. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. First off, this whole Durham report thing, the possibility of an October surprise. This week, a longtime career prosecutor who had been working with Durham on this report suddenly resigned, She has not officially said what her reason for resigning was, but there's all kinds of reporting that says basically the reason is because
Can we fix that?
officially said what her reason for resigning was, but there's all kinds of reporting that says basically
Yeah, that's easy to fix. Let's just scooch that in.
said what her reason for resigning was, but there's all kinds of reporting that says basically the reason is because of political pressure to wrap up the investigation.
Oh. Interesting.
Political pressure to wrap up the investigation and get something out prior to the election. And so, for those,
Again.
yeah, for those who don't remember the Durham report, and so, for those,
Again.
yeah, for those who don't.
Okay. Come on. I clicked you. Thank you. We might not need that little bit, but let's move this over here. See how it sounds.
Investigation and get something out prior to the election.
Gee, again. Wow.
Yeah, for those who don't remember the Durham report, this is the investigation of the.
You know, I say things like for those who don't remember, but frankly, anybody who's listening to anyone who's listening to Curmudgeon's Corner knows these things. If you don't, I'm not sure you'd be watching, listening, you know, because it's kind of basic, but
Something out prior to the election.
Gee, again. Wow.
Yeah, for those who don't remember the Durham report, this is the investigation of the Russia scandal and Donald Trump and how it started and was anything improper done and all this kind of stuff. So far, it has resulted in one guilty plea from an FBI person who falsified a document.
I can hear my computer's hard drive going crazy too. Well, it doesn't, like, you know, the little graph is okay, but something's going nuts, and it's feeling slow. Feeling slow. Where's the CPU? Let's see what's using CPU. I bet it's all still this OBS streaming software is the major, but oh yeah, see, look at that nice little spike there. Yeah, OBS number 1, Safari number 2, Logic's way down there. Let's look again, see if we've had any good moments since the last time we checked this. Let's go for the 24-hour view. Yeah, no. You can tell I've been using the computer hard during this time period. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Back to podcast. Back to podcast.
From an FBI person who falsified a document that was part of the Carter Page FISA warrants.
Are we surprised again?
No, of course not. They've been telegraphing this. Both Donald Trump and Barr have said over and over and over again things along the lines of, yeah, we expect something to come out of this, and we expect it to come before the election.
Listen, again, this is what I will say about this.
And we can add a topic over here too at this point. I guess lowercase r. I always want to capitalize everything. Everything should be capital all the time.
Things along the lines of, yeah, we expect something to come out of this, and we expect it to come before the election.
Listen, again, this is what I will say about this. Nothing. None of this shit is moving the needle with almost anybody. So if this was 2016, I get the whole email thing and Hillary and whatever.
There's a little bit of background noise behind the bottom of this part, but oh well. Nothing I can really do about it. I mean, I'm sure with hours of tinkering I could adjust it a little bit, but I'd probably make it worse, actually, so.
Nothing. None of this shit is moving the needle with almost anybody. So if this was 2016, I get the whole email thing and Hillary and whatever the fuck whatnot. Okay, good, great, whatever. Right now, the way things are and where the polarization is taken, this
No, I only wanted to highlight one of those. Stupid finger again. Let's move this over. See if it belongs there.
right now, the way things are and where the polarization is taken, this is just.
Yeah.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, yeah.
I have
when
trouble.
everybody is going to come, how is everybody going to fall?
Yeah, I have trouble imagining.
Okay. I repeat that I have trouble, so we're gonna delete that.
Imagining at this point. First, in either direction, frankly.
Yeah.
Like, is there a new Trump revelation that suddenly is going to have all the MAGA heads abandon him?
No.
I don't care how. Like, you could have.
I mean, we could have live video of this guy going and probably taking a gun and shooting Melania for God's sakes, and the MAGA shits wouldn't fucking change one bit. God,
Yeah.
she deserved it.
I was going to say raping.
Wouldn't fucking change one bit. God, she deserved it.
Yeah. I was going to say raping a pig, but whatever, same idea.
Anything.
You know, look,
That is also a potential show title that I would not actually use. No, yeah. Don't need that. Probably shouldn't even set it in the show. But, you know, whatever.
God's sakes. And the MAGA shits wouldn't fucking change one bit. God, she deserved it.
yeah. I was going to say raping a pig, but whatever, same idea.
Anything.
You know, look, no, I don't see that. See that happening, and frankly, if Barr comes out with indictments of a whole bunch of Obama administration people tomorrow, the reaction all across the Democratic sympathizing side of the world.
Come on. I wonder, is this going? No, that's not going. Is this going? Let's see if we can pause that one. Make a little difference.
Oh, the reaction all across the Democratic sympathizing side of the world is going to be, this is made up bullshit.
Right. Yeah.
You know, now,
Okay, we need to move it over slightly. Every week when I do this editing, I'm like, my God, we have to make the show shorter next week. I can't handle another 2-hour plus show. Please, can we make it an hour and a half? And then, of course, I'm actually doing the show and I'm talking and I'm blabbing and I'm going blah, 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 blah. And next thing you know, it's 2.5 hours later. We've got to figure out how to deal with that. And, like, you know, it's not just the length of the show, obviously. Like, I talked earlier about how I'm not the kind of editor who is taking the 2.5-hour show and boiling it down to the best hour. That would take even longer. My concern at this point is I don't want to spend 8 hours editing the podcast over the weekend. Yeah, so Bob says the right to pair arms. Back over to the Curmudgeon's Corner Slack. Anything interesting happening here? Oh, it's related to this liquor and axes thing. Should we click on it? I clicked on it. I'll show you guys if it seems worth it. No, it's just an ad for a game of axes axe throwing bar in Palm Beach County, Florida. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Whatever. Okay. Back to thing.
The reaction all across the Democratic sympathizing side of the world is going to be, this is made up bullshit.
Right. Yeah.
You know, now, and even, frankly, even if there's a kernel of truth in it, even if there is a little bit of wrongdoing somewhere in it, the natural reaction from everybody is going to be, yeah, this is political railroading, it's nothing, blah, blah, blah. Now, I'm hoping if we see something like that, we will look at the details, and if it turns out that one of these people did something wrong, we'd actually say, oh, yeah, they did do something wrong. We should prosecute them. Fine, let's move on. You know, just like this FBI guy who, you know, falsified this document. Yeah, absolutely, they did something wrong. I'm not going to object to that, you know.
Right.
And so if they find that, like, you know, one of the other Obama administration people was clearly doing something wrong, then yeah, throw the book at them. I'm fine. But
I looked away. Does this place right?
to that, you know.
Right.
And so if they find that, like, I'm going to object to that, you know.
Right.
And
Let's get rid of that. See, it was supposed to be my year for a new computer, but we got my son one instead. I get the next new computer next year sometime.
I'm not going to object to that, you know.
Right.
And so if they find that, like, you know, one of the other Obama administration people was clearly doing something wrong, then yeah, throw the book at them. I'm fine. But the natural inclination going forward, you know, if they come out with something, is okay. Let's really look at this, because frankly, the expectation, given how this has all been set up, is that they will be. And how this has all been set up is that they will be looking for some minor procedural violation that they're going to blow way out of proportion and try to make into a big deal when it's really not, like, you know, and that's the kind of thing they'll be looking at. Now, I don't know, who knows? I mean, they keep implying that they found all kinds of stuff, but, you know, at some point it is put up or shut up, and let's see what you got. Now, if it turns out, and part of it is just, like, most of the accusations I've seen are like, well, this was political influence, whatever. You know, the actual underlying situation is career people seeing very, very very suspicious activity, deciding that, yeah, this is worth looking into, and taking the appropriate follow-up actions to do that. And even if they end up finding nothing, there was certainly enough smoke there to warrant an investigation. But I don't know. But nobody, like you said, just in terms of electoral impact, any of that detailed looking into was there a real crime thing is going to be something that plays out over the course of many months and is going to go past the election regardless. The initial reaction, like if this thing comes out next week or in the middle of October or anything like that, everybody's going to stick to their sides.
But look, the biggest problem with this, like right now, so let's start. Okay, you start with the polarization, but beyond that. Beyond that is that the way that everything that the Barr Justice Department has handled anything right now, if you start with the Mueller report and then move through there, has been so politicized that their credibility is zero.
Yes.
With anybody who's objective.
I'm going to get rid of this one because it's sort of in the middle. It doesn't really add much. Just me sort of grunting in approval, in agreement, whatever.
If you start with the Mueller report and then move through there, has been so politicized that their credibility is zero.
Yes.
With anybody who's objective, they have zero credibility.
Because time after.
Leave that first, yeah, but kill the rest. See how that sounds.
So politicized that their credibility is zero.
Yes.
With anybody who's objective, they have zero credibility.
Because time after time, the most positive way of looking at it, the most positive way of looking at it is they've introduced misleading spin.
Come on. Computer's going really slow right now. Okay.
He was objective. They have zero credibility.
Because time after time, the most positive way of looking at it is they've introduced misleading spin. But that's really the most positive thing you can say about it.
Right.
And so yeah, and the fact that this long-time, well-respected career prosecutor is resigning apparently because they are being pressured to deliver something impactful before Election Day is another prime indicator
But
that
this is just one thing. Look
Yeah.
what happened with SDNY.
Yeah.
I kind of wish I'd gotten to at least some of this over the weekend. Like, what would I give to even be 15 minutes further ahead of this right now? Oh, come on. Especially with it acting slow. This in.
another prime indicator that yes, this is
But this is just one thing.
Yeah.
Look what happened with
Wait.
is another prime indicator that yes, this is
but this is just
It's
something impactful before Election Day is another prime indicator that yes, this is
okay. Let's just skip this few seconds and go to the dude. No, 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 no. I just did the wrong thing. Come on. Spinning wheel of death me and let me control Z. Control Z.
something impactful before Election Day is another prime indicator.
but this is just one thing.
Yeah.
Look what happened with SDNY.
Yeah.
I mean, that whole mess where Barr goes and says, "Oh, he resigned," and I'm like, "No, I didn't." And the guy was a big Trump donor, and he was so concerned about their meddling into proper investigations that the guy basically had to make a massive fit.
Notice, once again, it's the guy. Neither Yvonne or I can remember the guy's name because we suck at names. Okay, this guy. Come on. I really dislike it when I click something and it takes it like multiple seconds to react to what I've clicked on. Come on. Yeah, I wasn't trying to. I'm sorry, my finger.
To proper investigations that the guy basically had to make a massive fit. And this guy was a big Trump donor.
And that at least one aspect of that apparently is the ban and stuff.
Right.
Because what ended up coming out of that is that that person eventually did resign once there was an agreement to let the person who was next in the official chain of command take over rather than bringing in,
Right. Right. What Barr wanted to do was just to put his
Because I'm bunching this up because I interrupted.
next in the official chain of command take over rather than bringing in,
right. Rather than what Barr wanted to do was just to put his crony in there to just
and
do
so,
whatever.
And so the person who was a long-time career person who, and
do
so,
whatever.
and so the
Well, I'll leave. Actually, let me see if I can move the whole thing. It might make sense.
Right. Rather than what Barr wanted to do was to just put his crony in there to just
Yes.
do whatever.
And so the person who was a longtime career person who came in brought that investigation to its conclusion and
His crony in there to just
Yes.
do whatever.
And so the person who was a longtime career person who came in brought that investigation to its conclusion and indicted Bannon. Now that may or may not have been the only investigation going on in SDNY, but that whole maneuvering seems to have clearly been around trying to squash whatever SDNY was looking at.
Exactly.
And
Let's see, we're kind of moved on to a different topic. This isn't the Durham report. Squashing investigations.
but that whole maneuvering seems to have clearly been around trying to squash whatever SDNY was looking at.
Exactly.
And they're,
Exactly, absolutely.
and they're probably looking at more stuff. And this is ever since Barr came in. I mean, the reason Donald Trump was upset at Jeff Sessions was he wouldn't do this kind of stuff.
Exactly.
And Bob
Jeff
Barr
Sessions,
is more than happy
Bill
to do
Barr.
it. Bill Barr. You may have noticed I've been carefully just saying Barr. Upset at Jeff Sessions was he wouldn't do this kind of stuff.
Exactly.
And Bob
Jeff
Barr
Sessions,
is more than happy
Bill
to do
Barr.
it. Bill Barr.
Bill
you may have
Bob.
noticed I've been carefully just saying Barr to avoid that issue, but I slipped. Yes.
Yep.
Bill Barr. Ever since he came in, he's shown no compulsion whatsoever to mess with what the Justice Department is doing to benefit Donald Trump, both by going after Donald Trump's enemies and by making sure that they go light or as light as possible on Donald Trump's friends. Right. And the whole thing that's still going on with Flynn is also related to that, obviously. There's all kinds of stuff there. And
I know that if we get to the White House, I mean that's all we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna be helping our.
obviously, there's all kinds of stuff there. And
I know that if we get to the White House, I mean that's all we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna be helping our friends.
of course,
Fuck everybody else.
Yeah. What else would you do?
I don't know what the hell else could you do. I mean, I can't.
And Barr has been very clear about this at various points. I mean, he believes in an imperial presidency. He thinks that the other branches of government should be
He said
subservient.
that. Yes, he has expressed.
I think at the next break may require a caffeinated beverage rather than just water, even though that'll take me longer than 5 minutes to be gone and prepare. We'll see.
And he believes in an imperial presidency. He thinks that the other branches of government should be subservient.
Yes, he has expressed that.
I didn't cut quite enough off there. And then let's move this link as well.
Various points. I mean, he believes in an imperial presidency. He thinks that the other branches of government should be subservient.
Yes, he has expressed that, and this is a long-standing view. This is not a new view.
Yeah, and so there you go. I mean, when he first came in, there were a lot of people who sort of stood up for him saying, Barr's a good guy, he believes in the rule of law, and he worked under George H.W. Bush, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no.
No, but he held those views back in that.
Oh, yeah, he did.
It's
Even
very
back
back.
then. I mean, if you remember, part of what he did in the George H.W. Bush administration
Come on. I clicked you.
Very back.
I mean, if you remember, part of what he did in the George H.W. Bush administration is make sure there were is to basically shut down Iran-Contra and make it anything that hadn't already happened. Is to basically shut down Iran-Contra and make it anything that hadn't already happened, make sure nothing else happened. And that was part of his role back then too, because there was plenty of additional stuff going on that I mean, and some people did get indicted for Iran-Contra, if I remember correctly, but there was more going on there, and he basically shielded George H.W. Bush from some of that, and so he's got a history of this. It's not just new now, but yeah, it's clear that there is something going on with this Durham report that they think is going to be politically impactful, and they're trying to time it so the revelations come out in time to make a difference for the election. We'll see. I hope you're right. That first of all, I hope that they actually find stuff that's basically bullshit, and there isn't like real malfeasance from the Obama administration found. Because if there is, I mean, I'll suck it up and say, oh, they found real bad stuff in the Obama administration. We have to deal with that now. But assuming that whatever they find is bullshit, I hope you're right that basically it doesn't have an impact. Because I still worry about like, the on the margins, there are still some people who are going back and forth. You do see the polls moving up and down. Biden's position is weaker now than it was in June.
Listen, but a lot of that movement has one of the things that I've seen with pollsters is having to do more with turnout than with, say, a Biden voter deciding to vote for Trump. Okay.
Yeah.
There is this entire thing about, which had to do with 2016, which was about the enthusiasm and turnout. Okay. Yeah. And what I see a lot with the news and what happens is that you have a voter that say maybe won't ever vote for Biden. Okay. He's not going to go to the poll and vote for Biden. He just won't show up to vote for Trump.
Right. And I think that's an important part of it. I mean, is the people who is not convincing the Trump voter to go to Biden or the Biden voter to go to Trump, but to convince one of them to go home or stay home and not vote, or to convince them to vote for Kanye West or somebody. Right.
Exactly.
Do
that stupid thing. Right.
Yeah. And so there is some of that, but there are actually some people in the middle. It's a small number who are going back and forth. And the question is, in some of the close states, that could make a difference.
But look again. If you go back to the close states the last time, the problem wasn't those.
Yeah. No, it wasn't
the people that didn't show up.
Yes, the problem was definitely the people who didn't show up last time. And but this kind of stuff affects that too, right? Like if they come out with a whole bunch of stuff.
I agree, but I think that the problem is that
kind of stuff affects that too, right? Like if they come out with a whole bunch of stuff.
No, I agree, but I think that the problem is that
I'm gonna move this back to overlap a little bit. Oh, come on.
Kind of stuff affects that too, right? Like if they come out with a whole bunch of stuff.
No, I agree, but I think that the problem is that
like in this situation, if you have a reluctant.
Yeah. Alex Hemsworth too. It's whatever it is. Nothing's changed on it lately. It's just a storage drive for Alex's videos. Okay. Oh.
Like if they come out with a whole bunch of stuff.
No, I agree, but I think that the problem is that
like in this situation, if you have a
reluctant, I don't know. There has been. We've had multiple elections already. Primaries and other things since 2016. And if there is one thing that the numbers have shown is that there hasn't been an enthusiasm gap in the Democrats during this period ever since Trump got elected.
Right.
No matter what the heck the news or what the heck it is.
But you still had even in
no matter what the heck the news or what the heck it is.
But you still had.
Come on. Really? There we go.
The Democrats during this period ever since Trump got elected.
Right.
No matter what the heck the news or what the heck is happening.
But you still had, even in 2018, the polling overestimated the Democrats. 2018, the Democrats ended up winning all kinds of stuff in the House, but there were like 5 governor's races where the polling had the Democrats winning that they didn't actually win. So they're definitely like, there's a possibility. Like recently, like right now on election graphs, my tipping point is back to let me look right now. The tipping point is back to Biden ahead by 5.6%, which is pretty good. But like a few days back, there'd been a bunch of bad polls in Pennsylvania and some other stuff, and it had slipped down to like 3%. If it's at 5.5%, 6%, I'm like, I feel really solid about things. But if it starts slipping down to like 3.5, 3, 2.5, that's within margin of error, and I start getting really nervous about like a little bit off in Pennsylvania and blah blah blah, and suddenly you have a repeat of 2016. We are not there right now. I want to be absolutely clear. We are not there right now. Biden is still really strong right now.
Look,
but here's the thing. Let me finish the point. The point is just like
all over each other, but it's fine. It's blah blah. I'm like starting to like doze though. Like I'm missing little bits because my focus is wandering. That's what you get when you've been up nearly 24 hours. Not quite. Let's see. How far? 21 hours. Been up 21 hours.
And suddenly you have a repeat of 2016. We are not there right now. I want to be absolutely clear. We are not there right now. Biden is still really strong right now.
Look,
But here's the thing. Let me finish the point. The point is just like what I worry about on something like a Durham report October surprise is you end up with a lot of the people who are reluctant Biden supporters who don't really like the
Let's see, should we have a topic related to this? Is it polling? Is it October surprise?
people who are reluctant Biden supporters who don't really like the Democrats but are disillusioned with Trump and so are ready to vote for Biden this time. If you come out with, they release a whole bunch of indictments about a whole bunch of Obama people, and maybe there's some Hunter Biden stuff mixed in with there. I don't know. That's not really Durham. Hunter Biden stuff mixed in.
No kidding.
Whole bunch of Obama people, and maybe there's some Hunter Biden stuff mixed in with there. I don't know. That's not really Durham report. Maybe it's something else. And then you have a bunch of those reluctant. Biden stuff mixed in with there. I don't know. That's not really Durham report. Maybe it's something else. And then you have a bunch of those reluctant, those just barely Biden people stay home.
I gotta tell you, look, if think about this. Look, forget about fears about what happens at the election.
Yeah.
Let's say, okay, right now, Bill Barr goes and indicts in October.
Yeah.
4 Obama administration officials.
Yeah.
What is going to be the reaction?
Well, like I said, everybody's going to stick to their side. All the Democrats are going to be like, this is bullshit. All the Republicans are going to be, we knew it. And very few people will change their mind. This only matters if things tighten and it ends up close. If it's anywhere like it is right now, it makes no difference whatsoever. Maybe it makes a difference between Biden actually winning Texas or not, but it won't make a difference to the winner of the election. If in the, what do we have now? 53 days left until the election. Or not, but it won't make a difference to the winner of the election. If in the, what do we have now? 53 days left until the election, it tightens a bit.
I thought about splitting that and moving this out a bit, but I think it's fine.
Make a difference to the winner of the election. If in the, what do we have now? 53 days left until the election, it tightens a bit. Then once again, we're in a position where little effects like that could make a difference.
I will say this, that I truly believe that the impact of something like this that we're talking about versus what happened with the stupid Comey letter, okay, right?
Yeah.
Is probably not even not even 1/20th, okay, of the impact, okay.
I'm rewinding because I lost thread.
Looks like that could make a difference.
I will say this, that I truly believe that the impact of something like this that we're talking about versus what happened with the stupid Comey letter, okay, right, is probably not even 1/20th, okay, of the impact, okay, during this cycle. Because
everybody is so much more polarized, and the number of undecideds, this is one clear thing that's in the patterns, and one of the things my electiongraphs.com site does not do is it focuses exclusively on margin, and so we don't really look at undecided. Because everybody is so much more polarized, and the number of undecideds, this is one clear thing that's in the patterns, and one of the things my electiongraphs.com site does not do is it focuses exclusively on margin, and so we don't really look at undecided. I do show the actual numbers on the state pages, but most of the analysis is based on margin. But one clear difference is, if a 3% margin between the candidates when there's 10% undecided is very different than a 3% margin when there's 1% undecided. And so we've got those, maybe not 1%, but then the undecided vote.
Undecided voters.
When there's 1% undecided. And so we've got those, maybe not 1%, but then the undecided voter pool is much, much smaller than it was in 2016.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm like, yeah, listen, I will take the... Exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's why
pool is much, much smaller than it was in 2016.
Exactly. And so that's why I'm like, yeah, I mean, but listen, I will take the relative effect that this would have, which I truly believe would be like infinitesimal compared to what happened in 2016. Then I add the fact that you think about, okay, great, so it was that. So by the margin of what truly the loss was in the states that were close, okay? So if I think that the effect is going to be tinier, we have an election right now that definitely, to me, the polling right now looks more like 2008 than 2016.
I agree. I want to be absolute.
To me, the polling right now looks more like 2008 than 2016.
I agree. I want to be absolutely clear.
Actually, let's just, instead of undecided voters, let's just do. Polling predictions.
Polling right now looks more like 2008 than 2016.
I agree. I want to be absolutely clear here. I continue to think 2016 was fundamentally a fluke. Clinton was clearly in a position to win. Donald Trump got really lucky in a few states. And I say lucky, but I think part of it was strategic, part of it was voter suppression, part of it was misinformation.
It was a perfect storm of factors.
It was a perfect storm of factors that ended up with Donald Trump squeaking out an incredibly narrow win, regardless of his claims that it was a huge landslide or whatever. No, it was incredibly narrow.
Did you look at his map?
Yeah, I know his map. It was incredibly narrow by the skin of his teeth win that could have easily gone the other way.
You're not looking at it, you forgot about the map. The map is all red.
Yeah. Claims that it was a huge landslide or whatever. No, it was incredibly narrow.
Did you look at his map?
Yeah, I know his map. It was incredibly narrow by the skin of his teeth win that could have easily gone the other way.
You're not looking at it, you forgot about the map. The map is all red.
Yeah, his map. I mean, if the weather had been different in a couple of states, it would have gone the other way.
I agree.
Let alone, if
just
Comey
the
had
weather
handled
would have
anything
made
different.
a difference. Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, any one of the states, it would have gone the other way.
I agree.
Let alone, if
just the
Comey had
weather
handled
would have
anything
made
different.
a difference. Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, any one of 1,000 factors had flipped the other way on that one day, he would have lost. And maybe that, we keep saying that the average of the people who gave odds there was 14% chance of him winning. Maybe that's about right, but, 1 in 6, he still got lucky. He still got really lucky, and I think that we're in a scenario where I think Biden is at least as strong as Clinton was, but in many ways is stronger than she was. And so, Biden's in a really good position here. It's just the experience of 2016 makes everybody.
Absolutely. I feel.
Biden's in a really good position here. It's just the experience of 2016 makes everybody.
Yes, has left us all. Absolutely. I feel. I mean, even though I'm looking objectively at the numbers, and I feel that he's in a stronger position than Hillary was in 2016, I feel far less confident than in 2016.
Yeah, I mean, and even when you're sort of expressing like, what are the odds, whatever, blah blah blah, you're really reluctant to say, we got this, right? Because no,
you're not hearing those words come out of my mouth.
Yeah, because by the way, one of those many factors was so many people thought. We got this. They didn't bother to actually come out and vote.
They'd actually go fucking vote.
Okay, real quick, a couple of other things, and let's speed round these. One, there were a whole bunch of reports this week about more Russian hacking of one thing.
Are you guys watching me deteriorate as I continue, as I'm 6 hours and 15 minutes into this live stream now? Must finish. Tomorrow at work is gonna suck too.
He didn't bother to actually come out and vote.
They'd actually go fucking vote.
Okay, real quick, a couple of other things.
You're not hearing those words come out of my mouth.
Yeah, because by the way, one of those many factors was so many people thought, we got this, that they didn't bother to actually come out and vote.
They'd actually go fucking vote.
Okay, real quick, a couple of other things, and let's speed round these. One, there were a whole bunch of reports this week about more Russian hacking of one thing or another. The same damn agency that got the DNC emails and all of that kind of stuff in 2016 is still in operation in St. Petersburg.
Sorry, I have to go back.
Bothered to actually come out and vote.
Then actually go fucking vote.
Okay, real quick, a couple of other things, and let's speed round these. One, there were a whole bunch of reports this week about more Russian hacking of one thing or another. The same damn agency that got the DNC emails and all of that kind of stuff in 2016 is still in operation in St. Petersburg or wherever they're based, and was trying to attack Biden stuff. A Biden marketing firm. This last week, Microsoft revealed they detected the attack and repulsed it, and they didn't get in. Also, there have been more details on Russian attempts to hack actual election systems, and specifically, I think it was the Woodward book mentioned that the second county in Florida, like we'd known that there were a couple counties in Florida that had gotten infiltrated. He actually named the two counties and specified that they had actually gotten access to some systems where they were able to affect voter rolls. Now, this is not changing votes. This is not going in and changing vote totals. No, what it is they were potentially in a position to take selected individuals and remove their registration. So when that person would come to vote, they would be like, oh, no, you're not registered, sorry. And of course, if you do that strategically, picking areas where the candidate you don't like is strong, you can potentially tip outcomes in close areas like Florida. And so apparently this kind of activity has existed across many states. It's unclear still how widespread that was and how successful it was. And one of the other things that happened in the last couple of weeks is the government agencies who were responsible for defending against this kind of stuff announced that they would no longer brief Congress on it.
Of course.
Or sorry, they government agencies who were responsible for defending against this kind of stuff announced that they would no longer brief Congress on it.
Of course. Why?
Or sorry, they will no longer brief Congress in person and answer questions. They will send a written report.
Go to this. No need for it. Move this over.
Against this kind of stuff announced that they would no longer brief Congress on it.
Of course. Why?
Or sorry, they will no longer brief Congress in person and answer questions. They will send a written report.
Didn't they change? Didn't they go and flip flop on that and then said, okay, we'll do it anyway?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think they flip flopped again on that afterwards. But anyway.
Okay. Next item. The Trump campaign is having money issues.
I think they flip flopped again on that afterwards. But anyway.
Okay. Next item. The Trump campaign is having money issues. Apparently, they had a big money advantage at the beginning of the year, and if you remember, Biden was almost broke.
Biden's campaign had no money.
Yeah, when they were coming into Super Tuesday, they were running on fumes.
Yes.
But since he got the nomination, they've been rolling in the money. Like, the donations have been flooding in. They've been breaking records for how much they've made, and they've been smoking the Donald Trump campaign in terms of how much the Trump campaign has been raising. But apparently, also, the Donald Trump campaign blew a lot of the money they did have, and is now, somewhat low and has less than they want. And apparently,
look, they were spending. Listen, I still remember.
Yeah.
And this was shocking to me. That I'm sitting there, right, watching the Super Bowl, and they bought Super Bowl ads.
Yes.
Look, which was a massive waste of money. The only reason I was reading that, the only reason they bought. That I'm sitting there, right, watching the Super Bowl, and they bought Super Bowl ads.
Yes.
Look, which was
Let's get rid of my steep creek. Really? Too sleepy for this slowness.
watching the Super Bowl, and they bought Super Bowl ads.
Yes.
Look, which was a massive waste of money. The only reason I was reading that, the only reason they bought the Super Bowl ads was it was a vanity thing for Trump.
Yeah,
They have a
because
couple of
Bloomberg
Super Bowl ads. Right. And so vanity thing for Trump.
Yeah,
They have a couple of
because
Super Bowl ads. Right. The only reason they bought the Super Bowl ads was it was a vanity thing for Trump.
Yeah, because Bloomberg had one.
Right. And so He spent, millions on fucking Super Bowl ads that basically did nothing to help his reelection.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Not one damn thing.
if the Super Bowl was in October,
Basically did nothing to help his reelection. Okay? Not one damn thing.
yeah, I mean, look, if the Super Bowl was in October, maybe you could make a case, probably not even then, but this was in January. Or
February. It's insane. It's just a waste.
Or February.
It's insane. It's just a waste of money.
But this was in January. Or
February. It's insane. It's just
not even then, but this was in January. Or
February.
Maybe you could make a case, probably not even then, but this was in January. Or February.
It's insane. It's just a waste of money.
But also,
and
a big
they've
part...
been wasting money on
in October, maybe you could make a case, probably not even then, but this was in January. Or February.
It's insane. It's just a waste of money. And they've been wasting money on just random shit all over the
random
place.
shit all over the place, but also part of it was this whole Brad Parscale thing, who has now been demoted into somebody else. But apparently, he was siphoning money left and right,
Yes.
to himself, to other contractors, to people. Basically, so many people were getting rich off taking money from the Donald Trump campaign. Like we said, this is the pattern. Pattern all over the place with everybody. Donald Trump has now been demoted into somebody else, but apparently he was siphoning money left and right,
Yes.
to himself, to other contractors, to people. Basically, so many people were getting rich off taking money from the Donald Trump campaign. Like we said, this is the pattern all over the place with everybody.
And
Donald Trump
money
associates
going
with.
towards Donald Trump.
Himself.
Properties,
Yes.
shit.
Oh yeah,
money
of course. They had to always stay at Donald Trump
and by
properties.
the way, and the campaign.
All over the place with everybody.
And
Donald Trump
money
associates
going
with.
towards Donald Trump.
Himself.
Properties,
Yes.
shit.
Oh yeah. Like we said, this is the pattern all over the place with everybody Donald Trump associates with.
And money going towards Donald Trump.
Oh
Properties,
yeah, of course.
shit.
They had to always stay at Donald. All over the place with everybody Donald Trump associates with.
And money going towards Donald Trump. Properties, shit. Money to Trump.
Oh yeah, of course. They had to always stay at Donald Trump
And by
properties.
the way, and the campaign has been.
Hey, guess what we're at? We are at the 2-hour mark, which means it's time for another break.
Donald Trump. Properties, shit. Money to Trump.
Oh yeah, of course. They had to always stay at Donald Trump properties.
And by the way, and the campaign has been like all.
Okay, save. And where'd it go? There it is. Like I said, I'm gonna make this 15. I might be back sooner, but I am so, about to nod off that, and you've probably seen me nod off several times actually, I'm gonna make myself some tea, something caffeinated. So I have to cook the water. Is that what it's called? Cook the wild, cook, boil, whatever. Which takes longer than 5 minutes. So I will be back when that is done. And we're at the 2-hour mark. We got 15 minutes left. It's probably about another hour. Cross your fingers, maybe a little bit less. So we're at 6.5 hours now, just under. And so we'll probably be going to I don't know, 7:15, and then I'll do the stream through when I've exported the final podcast and I've thrown it back into the leveling application. I won't make you wait for the leveling application or me actually making the changes to the RSS file and publishing the blog post about it. Those are relatively quick, but the step where it re-levels the whole 2 hour 17-minute podcast takes it a while. I might even, it's already 7. It's time I should check my work calendar just to make sure that when my first thing is. I'll do that before I go make the tea, because we're getting close to that time. This. What is this? I may have an 8 a.m. meeting. Yay. I think it's one I'm optional at, so we'll see how that goes. My first meeting that's a normal meeting is at 10. But I'm not sure, that one may be canceled too, because the person who leads it said they have some family issues and might be out this week. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be back shortly. 15 minutes. Gonna get that teacup or mug or whatever. I'll take some other dishes down while I'm at it. Okay. I am back. Blah, blah, blah. I am back. And I have tea, which I will drink as we go. We're at the 6 hour, 45-minute mark of this live stream. And we are at the 2 hour mark of the podcast. Let's see, what does that make our average now? Let's see. Use the calculator. 6 times 60 plus 45. It's 405 minutes. Wait. Do I want to do it that way? 405 minutes. And we're at 120. So that would be... No. Wait. It's too late for me to do this. 6 times 60 plus 45. Okay, we have 405 minutes. And in that time, we've done 120 minutes things. So, okay, so that means it takes us 3.375 minutes for every minute. But if we want to do that for hours, which is what we've done before, so we do 6. How long does it take to do an hour? Let's just do 6.75 divided by 2. Flip. There. 0.29 times 60. Just under 18. Every hour we're doing just under 18 minutes. So 20 minutes of podcast for every hour. About. Okay, let's do this. We can finish it. We can finish this now. Right? Let's. I didn't want to check this for a second. Yeah, we're still going. It still says everything's happy. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Shall we check Twitter real quick? See if anything good's going on. All stuff. This is Texas, but it's a particular congressional district, not all of Texas. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, news, YouGov polls in Arizona and Minnesota, but that was yesterday. I already have those. House, Texas. National tracking poll, New Arizona poll. That's the one we did earlier. We got that. New Arizona poll, got that. Yeah, nothing new. We got this. Okay. Here we go. Back up to 2 mark. Go.
To always stay at Donald Trump properties.
And by the way, and the campaign has been like also, aside from them using Bill Barr, as his legal counsel, okay, or Justice Department, but also that they've been paying an inordinate amount of legal fees for Trump.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it seems like it's actually working a little bit faster. Yeah, the CPU's down from where it was. That's good, because that was really frustrating me.
But also that they've been paying an inordinate amount of legal fees for Trump.
Yeah, of course. Because that's how that should work.
So,
and of course, all the lawyers involved in.
And we don't need this. Oh, I should actually drink some of the tea.
But they've been paying an inordinate amount of legal fees for Trump.
Yeah, of course. Because that's how that should work. and of course, all the lawyers involved in that are getting quite rich as well.
Yes, absolutely.
So we'll see. I mean, like there's even when we say they're low on money. I mean, they still have hundreds of millions of dollars. They still got lots of money here.
Well,
It's just
apparently, okay. Well, here's the thing though. But one person
Believe
was
that.
reading about this is that you read into it, says, well, they got 300 million. Well, apparently, the way that the money is distributed between the RNC, the Trump campaign, and whatever the victory fund or whatever they've got, to do that, makes it that it's a little bit difficult on how to spend the money, which is why the reason why they're all of a sudden kind of in a cash crunch because of
Believe that.
who's got the money and
No, actually, I didn't like that. I make it go.
whatever they've got, to do that, makes it that it's a little bit difficult on how to spend the money, which is why the reason why they're all of a sudden kind of in a cash crunch because of who's got the money and how it can be spent.
yeah. So and so we'll see. I mean, there's also the question of how efficiently Biden can deploy his money. So
Well, I'll tell you what. I've been seeing,
and just to point out, Donald Trump spent almost no money in 2016, and he still won. So
right, the money, exactly. I mean, listen, the whole thing about the money itself, it's like everything that we talked about, is how everything at the margins is important, okay? So I do think that it's a negative for him, like right now, but at the same time, how big a negative, since, like you just mentioned, I mean, his campaign was totally outgunned on money in 2016, and he still won. So,
yeah. Okay, two other things, and then we are done.
So,
yeah. Okay.
That was. It was noisy.
in 2016, and he still won. So,
okay, two other things, and then we are done.
This one. Two other things makes you think we're going to be really close, but there's still like another 15 minutes.
money in 2016, and he still won. So,
Okay, two other things, and then we are done. One, we mentioned the Russians hacking stuff. Another report that came out in the last few weeks that was one of these things that was sort of tried to be watered down but came out anyway, is an intelligence report basically stating explicitly that all of these stories about Biden's mental health and Biden's capacity and Biden's going senile and all...
See, at this point, I should have just stopped. These last two things, I don't even remember what the last one is, but we could have just stopped. We could have just... It's long enough. Let's stop. But no. I was like, let's get that. Why? Okay.
and he still won. So,
Okay, two other things, and then we are done. One, we mentioned the Russians hacking stuff. Another report that came out in the last few weeks that was one of these things that was sort of tried to be watered down but came out anyway, is an intelligence report basically stating explicitly that all of these stories about Biden's mental health and Biden's capacity and Biden's going senile and all of this kind of stuff that's been repeated over and over and over again by Donald Trump himself, all kinds of MAGA folks. They're all like, Biden's lost a step. Look at Biden doesn't know what he's talking about. Biden's confused. All of this also originated as a Russian misinformation campaign.
of course.
That was explicitly coming from known Russian intelligence-related troll farms, planting these stories and pushing them and amplifying them and spreading them on Russian outlets like RT, pushing them through the social media networks, etc., through strategically planted tweets in various places. That then in turn, and this is how this thing works, because people are like, all of these analyses that are like, well, only X number of people actually saw that tweet from the Russian bot farm, and there's not much evidence that any of them changed their minds.
Not that one. I want this. Just... Okay.
All of these analyses that are like, well, only X number of people actually saw that tweet from the Russian bot farm, and there's not much evidence that any of them changed their minds about anything. That's not how it works. You're missing the big picture if you do that. What happens is these things start out on RT and through these tweet farms, and then somebody picks it up at Breitbart, and then it gets picked up by somebody else, and then you've got senators talking about it. And then you get Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. Retweeting it and talking about it, and it gets into the public discourse and gets into the public talking points in a way that, and then even the mainstream media, like your MSNBCs and your CNNs and whatever, have to mention it and respond to it and talk about it in some way. And even if they're responding to it in a sort of way of like, these people are saying that Donald Trump is speaking... and this is how this thing works, because people are like, all of these analyses that are like, well, only X number of people actually saw that tweet from the Russian bot farm, and there's not much evidence that any of them changed their minds about anything. That's not how it works. You're missing the big picture if you do that. What happens is these things start out on RT and through these tweet farms, and then somebody picks it up at Breitbart, and then it gets picked up by somebody else, and then you've got senators talking about it. And then you get Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. Retweeting it and talking about it, and it gets into the public discourse and gets into the public talking points in a way that, and then even the mainstream media, like your MSNBCs and your CNNs and whatever, have to mention it and respond to it and talk about it in some way. And even if they're responding to it in a sort of way of like, these people are saying that Donald Trump is speaking, not Donald Trump, that Biden is speaking incoherently, but let me explain to you, his lifelong struggle with stuttering, and that explains some of this. Even if you have that explanation, you still get that into the zeitgeist, and you still get people thinking about it. And as we said, those people on the margins are influenced by that sort of thing, and the people...
Into the zeitgeist. That would be a potential alternate to having visions. I think I'm going to go with that. Into the Zeitgeist. It like reminds me of Into the Multiverse, the Spider-Man thing. Anyway, Into the Zeitgeist. That sounds cooler than that other thing I had before that I've already forgotten. So let's keep going.
And you still get people thinking about it. And as we said, those people,
Here, go back enough to hear the phrase again.
his lifelong struggle with stuttering, and that explains some of this. Even if you have that explanation, you still get that into the zeitgeist, and you still get people thinking about it. And as we said, those people on the margins are influenced by that sort of thing. And the people that are diehard MAGA folks and listening to Fox News all the time, and these folks, even if they're already primed to believe all this stuff, it becomes their narrative. And not like they were going to vote for Biden anyway, but they may become more energized to actually come out and vote for Trump instead of staying home. So it's interesting that these things,
Let's get rid of that. Am I a little loopy? Yes, I am. Okay, here we go.
Anyway, but they may become more energized to actually come out and vote for Trump instead of staying home. So it's interesting that these things, these reports that Donald Trump has tried to not see have been saying this for the last 3.5 years. Mueller said this himself at his thing when he was testified in front of Congress. The Russian interference described in the Mueller report has never stopped, ever. It's been an ongoing, continuous enterprise of disinformation and trying to influence public opinion in various ways. And again, it's the kind of thing where, like, if Putin would just come, if Putin came out directly and bought ads and said, "Thank you, if Putin came out."
Okay, so Siri interrupted there, and it was kind of funny, but you couldn't really hear her, so we'll see if we can edit that out.
If Putin would just come, if Putin came out direct.
Okay, and I believe I repeat here.
Thank you. If Putin came out.
Okay, so let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. This should be where the if Putin.
If Putin came out.
Okay, and so.
It's the kind of thing where, like, if Putin would just.
Just making sure. And I think we've already got some if-ifs.
Various ways. And again, it's the kind of thing where, like, if
Let's get rid of the if. Because this has a like, and this starts with if. But this starts with if too.
If Putin came out himself.
So let's get rid of the first if. So this should just be
if Putin came out himself.
This should be like.
Ways. And again, it's the kind of thing where, like.
Okay. Now, we'll put it together.
To influence public opinion in various ways. And again, it's the kind of thing where, like, if Putin came out himself and bought ad time and came on American TV and said, "Hey, I just wanted to tell you Biden is senile," at least we'd know that. The problem is all of this is being done in this underground way that makes it hard for people to identify what's going on, and it gets blown up and all this kind of stuff. So, any thoughts on that before I get to the last thing, Yvonne? No. Okay. The final thing to mention.
I couldn't hear what that second thing Yvonne said was, but let's kill it. And Yvonne, at this point in our recording, is as tired as I am now, and so he's kind of done. Because, let's see, we're 2 hours in, not counting the little bit we started at the beginning, and we started at 11 o'clock his time, so it's after 1 in the morning.
That makes it hard for people to identify what's going on, and it gets blown up and all this kind of stuff. So, any thoughts on that before I get to the last thing, Yvonne? No. Okay. The final thing to mention is a Florida-related thing, which, this whole...
Okay. And this is Florida felon voting, so let me just go ahead and add this here. Okay. Boom, boom, boom.
Any thoughts on that before I get to the last thing, Yvonne? No. Okay. The final thing to mention is a Florida-related thing, which, this whole thing has been going back and forth in the courts in Florida. There was a referendum about letting former felons, or I guess they're always a felon, but people who had served their time and had gotten out of jail, giving them back the right to vote, and that was approved by Florida voters. And then the legislature immediately came in and said, "Oh, but they have to pay."
Go on.
Voters, and then the legislature immediately came in and said, "Oh, but they have to pay all their fines." before they can vote, and that's been working its way through the courts. The most recent said that, yep, they do indeed have to pay their fines, but also part of the ruling, part of the surrounding legal stuff, also said that the state is under no obligation to help them understand what fines they have or make it easy for them to pay it. So the current situation is sort of like, you have to pay all your fines, we won't tell you how much money you owe, but you have to pay it all, and if you vote...
Yeah, these last two subjects could have left out. And I suppose you could leave them out now, even in editing. You know, like we were talking about before with the whole, if we were editing to pick the best X sections of the show, like we could slice things up. You almost have to do everything I've just done so far first, and then have, you know, not just timestamps for the sections here, but timestamps for each like subsection, and then, you know, decide, hey, let's kill these because those weren't really useful or interesting. And then also, like, I could be thinking about things that are redundant to get rid of and blah blah blah. And yeah, not doing that. Oh well. Now, if we ever got to a point where we were actually making money on this thing, as opposed to like the $15 a month we get on Patreon right now, feel free, by the way, patreon.com/Curmudgeon's Corner, send us a tip. Yeah, if we were ever actually making real cash and we're paying an editor, we could pay an editor to do that stuff. Here, we recorded our conversation, however the hell long it was, make it an hour. Grab the best hour out of everything we did, or something like that, or 90 minutes, or whatever we thought was appropriate. I don't know. Anyway, but I'd love to get back to a 90-minute show. Yeah. An hour seems a little short, to be honest, but 90 minutes would be okay. When it gets over 2, I'm kind of annoyed, and it's been over 2 almost all the time, and I'm only annoyed at myself, because I'm supposed to be trying to keep it, you know, to the right length. Okay, forget about it. Let me finish the stupid thing.
all your fines, we won't tell you how much money you owe, but you have to pay it all, and if you vote and it turns out you still owed something, then you can go back to jail for that.
Look, I think that eventually, as this winds up through the courts, I think that this will be found for what it is. It's a fucking poll tax, to be honest with you, and this thing will lose in the end what they're doing. But unfortunately, because of how this is winding through,
it's going to be too late.
It's going to be too late for 2020. Yeah. Now the.
I'm just moving this in slightly.
How this is winding through.
It's going to be too late.
It's going to be too late for 2020. Yeah. Now, the intent on the referendum that was put was not to have this. The Republicans went and overrode what the people voted, and then not just that, but actually made it more difficult for Floridians to be able to put those kinds of questions on the ballot as well. After that happened, okay. So, which was.
Let's see what that is.
Which was a fucking.
And who's going to try to put it in the hole? But...
Fucking. I mean, you want to talk about the Republicans being fucking assholes? That referendum passed overwhelmingly. Okay, it wasn't close. Okay. The vast majority of people in Florida, believe that, hey, you served your time, you automatically, you should get your voting rights back. I also believe that people shouldn't.
I'm just going to center this a little bit.
Shouldn't lose their voting rights just because. Just because they got.
Oh, by the way, I'd mentioned that 8 o'clock meeting. While I was downstairs, I basically decided, look, the 8 o'clock meeting, I'm an optional at. I'm not like a driving factor on it. It's more like an FYI for me. I'm sure they're going to send out notes, so I'm definitely skipping that 8 a.m. meeting. I suppose, unless I happen to be completely done with this first, and then maybe, or at least with the live streaming part of it, then maybe I'll listen in. But I don't feel a need to drop into that one. And this will all be done long before the 10 o'clock. We're close. Okay, why am I keep stopping here?
People shouldn't lose their voting rights just because they got convicted of something, period. Back in Puerto Rico, people voted in jail.
Yeah.
And there are many other places where people vote in jail, okay? This is Florida.
Let's move this up a little bit, and this one too. That seems about right. Maybe even a little bit more. Yeah.
Okay, this is a Florida thing that it comes back historically from the era of segregation. As a way of like suppressing votes.
Yeah.
And making them have to pay the damn.
Okay, we don't need that. Oh, by the way, while I was downstairs making my tea, I got an alert on here that Dan TDM was starting a Twitch live stream. So I guess I understand why nobody's watching me right now except for me. Because you're all watching Dan, right? That's what's happening. I don't know if anybody will watch this in replay either. I really kind of doubt it. Like, who in the world would, even like our loyal fans of the podcast, who would watch an 8-hour live stream of me editing it? Really? Come on. But, you know, I figure it was a fun thing to do once. Yeah. Like, if we do another live stream, maybe we'll live stream recording the actual show once. That might be interesting. Like I said, maybe with video. But, yeah, I don't think I'll live stream editing it again. I think it's actually, it slows me down a bit because, like, yeah, I'm talking to you right now instead of just letting it play. Of course, I'd find something else to distract me. But, here we go. Oh, no. I did not mean to play the Africa Focus thing again. I meant to play this.
That it comes back historically from the era of segregation. As a way of like suppressing votes.
Yeah.
And making them have to pay the damn fines is another way of suppressing votes, and because the criminal justice system, for the most part, you know, jails African Americans.
I want to make this connection.
African Americans vote.
I want to make this connection.
I repeat myself here, so I can just start there. Here we go.
Jails African Americans. Then what you're doing is not letting African Americans vote.
I want to make this connection very explicit because it is.
And let's separate this a little bit. There.
African Americans, then what you're doing is not letting African Americans vote.
I want to make this connection very explicit because it is. You mentioned the connections to segregation. A lot of these laws about disenfranchising felons came about during the segregation era and following Reconstruction. You know, to try because it was not just hey, felons shouldn't vote. It was accompanied by adding a whole bunch of new felonies that were selectively enforced against black people.
Right.
You know, and it was almost it was an explicit goal of these policies to. Selectively enforced against black people.
Right.
You know, and it was almost it was an explicit goal of these policies to put more black people in jail, remove their voting rights. People in jail, remove their voting rights. A, put them in jail, period. Just get them off the streets. But B, even if we let them out, make sure they can't vote. It was part of the whole infrastructure of mechanisms, and this was only one of them, to suppress the black vote, going back, you know, all the way to the Civil War. As I said, after Reconstruction ended, and it's still that way today. I mean, it's fundamentally the net impact of this is suppressing minority votes. And like you said, I mean, like there are a lot of reasons to potentially keep people in jail, but like, why would losing your right to vote be part of that?
Right.
You know, you still. Yeah, I'm
I'll probably undo this overlap. We'll see what it looks like.
But like, why would losing your right to vote be part of that?
Right.
You know, you should still. Yeah, I'm 100% for not just restoring people's right to vote after they get out of jail. Like you said, they should be able to vote in jail.
Lose jail. Exactly.
Like,
they should
we can leave that.
they get out of jail. Like you said, they should be able
they
to vote in
should
jail.
lose jail. Exactly.
Or maybe I'll just move it to the exact bit, because we're saying the same thing at the same time.
Jail. Exactly.
Like,
they should.
This is where it exactly starts.
Yeah, like you said, they should be able to vote in jail.
Exactly.
Like,
they shouldn't lose their.
Slightly. Yeah. And this goes in the hole.
jail. Like you said, they should be able to vote in jail.
Exactly.
Like,
they shouldn't lose their right to vote. Period.
Yeah, let's tighten this up a little bit.
Out of jail. Like you said, they should be able to vote in jail.
Exactly.
Like,
they shouldn't lose their right to vote. Period.
Yeah, ever. Not even right.
Wait, what do I say in this bit?
Exactly.
Like,
they shouldn't lose their right to vote. Period.
I don't need a like. I don't need a like. The like can go away.
after they get out of jail. Like you said, they should be able to vote in jail.
Exactly. They shouldn't lose their right to vote, period.
Yeah, ever. Not even right in the middle of their sentence. Yeah, they should be provided a mechanism to vote even then. So anyway, yeah, and just to also zoom out a little bit, this is the one incident in Florida. The Republicans are consistently all across the country in states where they control the legislatures and the governorships are doing everything they can to suppress potential Democratic votes, which usually means suppressing minority votes. They're
We can get rid of the and then we can hear what Yvonne says, which is probably not or something. Okay.
usually means suppressing minority votes.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to prevent, for instance, drop boxes for dropping off the vote by mail instead of using the post office. They are trying to resist the loosening.
They're trying to resist. Let's see if I
boxes for dropping off the vote by mail instead of using the post office. They are trying to resist. They are trying to
They sounds weird. Let's try. Because I clearly redid that. See how that sounds.
For instance, drop boxes for dropping off the vote by mail instead of using the post office. They are trying to resist the loosening of vote by mail rules wherever they can. They are
fighting all of those tooth and nail.
They are reducing the number of.
We can get rid of this.
Loosening of vote by mail rules wherever they can.
Right. They're fighting all of those tooth and nail.
They are reducing the number of in-person polling places.
It's over.
The loosening of vote by mail rules wherever they can.
Right. They're fighting all of those tooth and nail. Yes.
They are reducing the number of in-person polling places in many areas. Basically,
They're
voter
reducing
ID
the number
stuff.
of early voting locations.
Come on. Come on. Thank you. This one.
All of those tooth and nail. Yes.
They are reducing the number of in-person polling places in many areas. Basically, the voter ID stuff.
They're reducing the number of early voting locations, days. I mean, it's just everything that you can come up with to do in order just to make voting harder.
Yes, and look, fundamentally, this tells you like everything you need to know. I mean, if your path to victory is making sure people can't vote, it's just flat out telegraphing the thing that you don't think you could win if everybody voted. And
right,
and I think that's actually been very clear. If everybody voted, and
right,
and I think that's
okay. We can get rid of this and. Recenter this. Like that.
the thing that you don't think you could win if everybody voted.
Right.
And I think that's actually been very clear for a while now. Every once in a while, you see those charts showing the 2016 election, and the number of people who were eligible to vote and didn't dwarfs the number of people who voted for either Clinton or Trump.
Right.
Like, if even a small fraction of those people had actually come out to vote, it would have made a big difference. And when there has been polling of non-voters actually are overwhelmingly Democrat. They just don't vote. They just don't vote. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, voter suppression has been a winning tactic for the Republicans, and they are trying really hard to do as much of it as they can this time around too. And especially there's some.
Let me change this from just the Florida thing to voter suppression. Okay.
This time around too. And especially there's some states that are drifting blue, but still have Republicans leading the state government, and those are the places where they're trying the hardest. So.
Yeah.
All right, that's a show.
Okay, I'm with this. And I heard them say that's a show, which is awesome. It means we're about to do the part where I read all the contact information, which apparently is going to take 3 minutes or so.
And those are the places where they're trying the hardest. So.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, that's a show. Once again, thanks everybody for joining us on the what do we call this thing? Something Curmudgeon Circle of Life, something
Of purity.
Circle of Purity.
Now, this could be another show title, but I kind of like not that. I kind of like Into the Zeitgeist better, even though at the time Yvonne said Circle of Purity, I probably figured that would be it.
Something Curmudgeon Circle of Life, something
Of purity.
Circle of Purity. There we go. Yes, this is the Circle of Purity. That describes you and I better than anything I've ever heard in my life. Anyway, thanks.
Okay. Come on. There. Circle of Purity.
That describes you and I better than anything I've ever heard in my life. Anyway, thanks for joining us. Here's the usual spiel of ways you can contact us. You can get to us by...
I worry about this dragging with my finger, accidentally getting stuff in other parts of the podcast. Part of what I won't will be after I end this live stream, but I always do before publishing, is I open up the new file. And I've done this because on a couple of occasions things have gotten out there that shouldn't have, where things got messed up. I preview the final resulting file and listen to at least a little bit from every 10-minute segment. So, I mean, it's still possible something will slip through, but if something happens that messes up a whole large chunk of the podcast, I'll find it and I'll go back and fix it. But yeah.
Buddy, for joining us on the what do we call this thing? Something Curmudgeon Circle of Life, something
Of purity.
Circle of Purity. There we go. Yes, this is the Circle of Purity. That describes you and I better than anything I've ever heard in my life. Anyway, thanks for joining us. Here's the usual spiel of ways you can contact us. You can get to us by email, feedback@curmudgeon-corner.com. You can get to us on Facebook like Ed did. We read his feedback at the beginning of the show. It's Facebook.com/Curmudgeon's Corner. We'd love to hear from you there. Share the posts, tell your friends about it, all that kind of stuff. You can find both Yvonne and I on Twitter. I'm at Abulsme, ABULSME. Yvonne is at IMBO, IMBOU. And as Yvonne mentioned earlier in the show too, go to his pinned tweet.
You can tell I was done and I was ready to be done too. I'm like rushing through this. I almost always rush through this. Like at one point, I made spots to drop in the middle of the show for some of this contact information, but because I have 10 spots and they rotate, they don't appear every show, so I still ended up saying it all at the end. And also, some of those are out of date now, and include. I mean, they all still include information that works, but probably are not emphasizing the same things we emphasize today in the same way, and whatever.
And you can find out about his Trump Foundation grift thing, right? Right, Yvonne?
Yeah.
At IMBOU. And as Yvonne mentioned earlier in the show too, go to his pinned tweet and you can find out about his Trump Foundation grift thing, right? Right, Yvonne?
Trump Foundation. It's no grift.
No,
it's legit.
It's legit. Yes. Manu for Inclusion. Find out about that and what they're doing. If you really like the show, you can find us on Patreon, patreon.com/Curmudgeon's Corner. Leave us a little tip. If you communicate with us a lot, or you donate $2 a month or more on Patreon, you'll get invited to our Curmudgeon's Corner Slack, which we mention here all the time at this point, where Yvonne and I and a variety of our listeners exchange links and chat about the news of the day all through the week. It's a lot of fun. You should join us. And of course, if you like the show and you have friends that you think would also like the show, tell them about it. Encourage them to listen and leave reviews anywhere that has podcast reviews. I think that's it, Yvonne. Hey, everybody, stay safe from the pandemic. Stay safe from fires. Stay safe from smoke. Stay safe from the wandering bands of looters that are apparently destroying all our cities.
Yes, our cities are under siege.
Yes, and stay safe from those.
This I think this little bit didn't need to be there, so we can do that.
Hands of looters that are apparently destroying all our cities.
Yes, our cities are under siege.
Yes, and stay safe from those MAGA crowds that are inciting people as well and making a mess of things as well. So yeah, stay safe, be good, enjoy the week.
I see the goodbyes. Enjoy
the week, and we'll talk to you again next time. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Later.
Bye.
Okay. I could stop after the goodbye, but I always like to try to get a little bit more. But this time, Yvonne was kind of boring. You said goodbye both times. Like, sometimes he'll say goodbye and then good night or something, and it works better. But,
We'll talk to you again next time. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Later.
Bye.
or goodbye, later, something. So do I kill his
And
last
we'll talk to
one?
you again next time. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Later.
Bye.
Yeah, I'll kill his last goodbye because it's just the same and so a little bit boring. So we can leave it like that, unless I turn out to need it to make the timing on the outro work properly. But first, 2:16:59. We that last segment of editing we ended up trimming like 17 seconds or something like that, because I think it was 2:17:17 or something like that. I forget. But anyway, now it is 2:16:59 for the end of the actual segment. 2:16:59. And now let's drop the outro in and try to line it up nicely. So the two things I like to do, one, I want to make sure that the actual end of the talking is before this comes in, because this is where it gets, this is the part of the song where it goes. Yeah, where it gets more, there we go. It's the part where it goes, where the second part of the song drops in. But I also like this first beat to come in a gap if possible. So I move this around so it's close to where I want it, and then I look for a nice gap. And if it's a good gap in the conversation too, it works.
Making a mess of things as well. So yeah, stay safe, be good, enjoy the week, and
So that's an okay.
a mess of things as well. So yeah, stay safe.
Because I go, so yeah, boom.
Be good, enjoy the week, and we'll talk to you again next time. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Later.
There you go, and then there's a little gap between before the do. Now, actually, I could. Does his second goodbye fit right there? It does a little bit. We could shorten that up a little bit. So maybe like this. Just tighten it slightly. Let's see what that sounds like.
Enjoy the week.
Let's start here.
Making a mess of things as well. So yeah, stay safe, be good, enjoy the week, and we'll talk to you again next time. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Later.
Bye.
Let's put this back out slightly. So these are like nice rhythm. Bump, 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 bump. Let's see.
Making a mess of things as well. So yeah, stay safe, be good, enjoy the week, and we'll talk to you again next time. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Later.
Bye.
Okay, now I have to set the end. So we'll first zoom out. And then at this point, it's confirmed I never went back to use any of these, so I can go here, unlock them, and then make them go away. And then I want to make the end close here, so I'll get it kind of close, and then I'll zoom back in. Get a little further. There we go. That's good. Let's go to the end. We can zoom out a little bit from that. There. And then zoom back in again. Line that up. I like to get it within a quarter second. There we go. So, like the nearest quarter second end, or, I can line it up directly with the end. That's fine too. Okay, and now it is all there. Let's move it back to over here. Make sure nothing is selected. Turn off the speed. That's very important, because if you don't do that and you export it, it will be exported at double speed. Can you imagine, like, editing it at double speed? It took me 7 hours and 24 minutes now. We're into this live stream. If I was trying to edit it at regular normal speed, yeah, I don't know what it would not be pleasant. And I would love to be able to go higher. This is as high as this goes. You can't go over double. Although I guess if I was going over double, it would be, even at double speed, you're not, the experience is different and your judgment on things isn't quite what it would be. But okay, so now I need to export this, or no, I don't need to export it. I need to bounce it, which combines all the tracks together. Bounce project or section. I made sure nothing was selected, otherwise it would only do one of those little segments. And I do it as an offline one. I don't normalize here because I'm going to run it through the normalizer, the other normalizer program afterwards. I guess I could normalize it here, but I think that normalizes the entire thing. The other program I have normalizes by section, so if some ports are louder or softer, it'll correct for that as well. Okay, let's do it. And I name it -PLV for pre-leveling, because then I'll level it afterwards. So here we go. We do the bouncing. I will continue to live stream for the bouncing and until I get it in the leveling program. And then, even this, takes a few minutes, but I will, the leveling takes a while longer, so once it starts leveling, I will end the live stream, because the remaining bits after that are leveling it, which it'll probably be processing those files for half an hour, 40 minutes, something like that. And then me checking that file, like I said, I sort of fast forward through it, and every 10 minutes, I basically start playing and wait until I've heard both voices talk, and then move on to the next 10 minutes and check that, and then move on to the next 10 minutes and check that. Then after I've done that, then I bring up my web browser for my abelsme.com blog, where I put a blog post each time, which is just residual. I actually would really love to get rid of that. I started building a Curmudgeon's Corner website that would just process the RSS feed and build a website off it. But I got busy with other things, so never finished it. I have to go back to it at some point. It's sort of built, the idea was to build it off the same kind of logic that runs the wikioftheday.com site, which is my other podcasts, which operates that way. It reads the RSS file, then builds the website based on that. And I figured do the same thing for Curmudgeon's Corner. It has some additional tricks to it because the descriptions are not as consistent, because it's whatever, because it's spanned 10 years or more at this point, and I haven't been entirely consistent through that whole history and exactly how I do the descriptions and everything, but whatever. Anyway, so I'd like to get rid of the blog posts at some point, but then I use, where is it? This program right here, Feeder, to build the RSS for it. And there's actually a Feeder 2. I tried at one point to upgrade to Feeder 2, and it made kind of a mess of the RSS for the podcast. And so I just reverted back to Feeder 1 because it was still working, rather than spending the time to figure out why and fix it and blah, blah, blah. I presume Feeder 2 is actually better in a whole bunch of ways. But like I said, it gave me problems the first time and only time I tried it. And so I just haven't wanted to spend the time again since then. But, I'll have to build this. This is the last episode. And, I just basically put in all the necessary metadata, the description, blah, blah, blah. And upload the file in here. Once this is all done and the blog post is done, which I basically use a template that I reuse every week,
then I'll publish that. That'll get published to Facebook automatically to the Curmudgeon's Corner Facebook page. And then I will share it from my personal Facebook account as well. And that's it. Those last, after the levelator bit is done, the rest of that probably takes another 20 minutes to do. But yeah, I'll do that. So but you don't have to be here for those steps. I will let this go through the bouncing, and let me minimize that for now. Once the bouncing is over, I will drop it into the Aphonic leveler, which I keep wanting to call Levelator because I used to use a program called Levelator until at some point, I guess it didn't get upgraded for the current version of Mac OS or something, and so I switched to this, which is working great. And then I'll say goodbye. We just hit 7 hours and 30 minutes on this live stream. I don't think we'll make it to 8, which is probably good. But, the point of this, though, this is 7 hours and 30 minutes here. We spent 2.5 hours on the actual Skype call for the thing, so that's 10 hours, total on podcast time. Plus, there's a little bit more for, making sure I had the topic list and stuff like that. So it's really like 10.5 hours. Maybe 11 if you count a few other peripheral things. Make it 11, because after I finish this live stream in a few minutes, I just counted up another 20 minutes of work that needs to be done, maybe 30. We're talking like 11, 12 hours a week to do this podcast. It adds up. It takes my weekend. And this is why I'm like, I want to make it shorter again. And between Yvonne and I, we have to figure out a way to do that, because it's killing my weekends. I have other things I need to do too, and especially in these last few weeks before the election. But of course, these last few weeks before the election are exactly when we're going to want to talk more about stuff. But yeah, and this bouncing, I'm talking through it, but even after this progress bar finishes, it has another step before it's actually done. But I do want to show you dropping it into Levelator. I don't know why. I mean, it's just dropping it into the other thing and watching it start another progress bar. But the actual editing is now done. And I guess that was the point of this live stream. Yeah. I'll drink some more tea. It's getting cold now. So, like I said, I don't think anyone watched even a single minute of this other than myself. The stats over here, I'll move them over, say that we maxed out at 2 simultaneous viewers, but I think each one of those spikes is a time that I brought it up both on the YouTube Studio stream page here and also on my phone. So I think that was just all me. It does say 8 playbacks, though, which is interesting. I think those are cases where people start the stream at, I don't know. Maybe that's, if you add up all these, let's see, the main one here, plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then this, yeah, that's probably still all me. And, this is 8 hours divided by 8. So that's just still me for the average watch time. And I will be shocked if people watch any of the pre-recorded, once this publishes later, I'll be shocked if anybody watches it. But it was fun to do anyway. Yeah. And I'm certainly never going to watch that thing again. I'm going to come back and watch the 8 hours of this? No, I don't think so. Okay, now, finished bouncing. Now, look, we've got another progress bar going. Yay! Can I go to sleep? No, I can't go to sleep. Because
I got, this thing is going to go, it's going to finish. I'm going to put it in Levelator. While Levelator does its thing, I'll either log into that work call that I was optional on, or, I don't know, take a shower or something. But then I have to get ready to take the dog into daycare and have my other meeting at 10 o'clock, and then I've got other work stuff to do, and it's going to be a fun day. Very fun day. This step, by the way, is also shorter when the podcast is shorter. Oh, man. And, I mean, you saw all the stuff I was doing that, like, I mean, in the earlier days of the podcast, we did none of that kind of editing. I did none of that kind of editing. I basically just took the raw recording and the intro and outro, and I was done. And otherwise let it fall where it may. I think it does sound better this way, but honestly, given, a typical episode gets, between 150 and 200 downloads over the first month, and most of those downloads aren't actually listened to, I'm not sure it's worth the time I put into it, to be honest. I mean, I do it for fun, but the fun part is recording it. And I have fun with the editing too, but not 8 hours of fun. I would be quite happy to pull this back down to like 2 hours of editing, even if it's sacrificing a little bit of quality. But it's really difficult for me. Like when I actually see it on the screen and I'm like, oh, I can just move that over a little bit. I want to do it. Okay, it is done bouncing. So let's go look for this thing. So it is now in my podcast directory. And we can do a quick preview of it here. I'm not going to do the every 10 minutes thing. No, you got to be kidding me. No. It's still fast. But I turned the speed off and then on again when I was showing you the button. No. So I exported it at speed. Okay, well that does no good. So there, I just wasted like the 10 minutes or whatever that took. So I have to do this again. Speed is now off. Like I specifically was like, look, you have to turn the speed off, but I clicked it twice. Bounce. Replace. Here we go again. Interestingly enough, it's actually bouncing faster because it isn't having to manipulate the speed while it does it. Jeez. Man. I am so annoyed at myself for that. Okay, maybe we will hit 8 hours before I shut down the live stream. Da, 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 da. I'm just checking Twitter over here while we do this, instead of bringing it up on this screen. Looking for more polls again. Let's see what we got. We still have the OH predictive one, but we already got that. We got some national polls. Oh, we got something in random. on the Curmudgeon's Corner Slack. Let's check that out. Okay, there you are. Yeah, Venus Discovery. Ooh. Cool. Okay. Maybe life on Venus? That's nice. Oh, there's a new poll in Colorado. Okay. While this is doing this, let's look at that real quick. We can close this up. We can close up Louis DeJoy. Let's refresh this. Colorado one. 2 Colorado ones. One with 3P, one without. Okay, oh, it's 5P. Let's open it. Is it the same URL for both? Yes. So let's open that up. Dun dun dun. And then it's Colorado. Colorado's not a particularly competitive state. Although it did just slip into the strong instead of solid. But let's look at this. Okay, we got, how did they put it and which one is first? Favorability. Governor approval. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Did I miss it? Did you guys see me scroll by the actual general election question? Let's see. Can search Biden. That's motivation. This is favorability. Okay. Here are the main numbers here. Now they have numbers without leans. Okay, so they've really got 3 combinations. Like this is one of the places where, it's 538. Probably did this one and this one. So 5039 and 5341. Yeah, 53. And I'm probably going to do 3. Because I'll do the straight up, the with leans, and the 2-way. So let's do the this one first. So we need and it's 5-way, right? Biden, Trump, Jorgensen, Hawkins, and West. That's before I do that. Let's make sure. Is this finished? No, that's still working. So let's go over here, and I need the 5-way file. Just because of the way I structured it, I have the 2, 3, 4, 5 each are separate. So 2020, 09, 14, 15, 11, 57, and this is how I tell it. There's going to be 3, and this was what, a GSC? GSG? GSG. GSG. Okay. GSG. 2020 09/14 was when it was released, and then it was August 28th to September 1st. Oh, let me bring up Colorado. I already brought up Colorado here. Okay. 0828, 2020 09 01, and it's Colorado, and it was 800. Okay, now let's go back down here. So we're going to do this first one here first, without means. Biden 50, Trump 38, Jurgensen 4. You know, there are some pollsters that actually did this with an O, but the consensus seems to be E, so bad for those who spelled her name wrong. Unless it's one of those deals where she's like, I don't care how you spell it. Hawkins 1, West 1. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We indeed have 5. Make sure I have the URL. Ah! Copy. There we go. And we've told it they're going to be 3. 2 of them are going to be in this 5 file, and then the other will be in the 2-way. So I'm going to save this one. Another deficiency of my current system, I can't just add in 5 polls and then have it go. It will, if I do, it will only recognize the bottom one as a new poll and update accordingly. So let's go ahead and refresh Colorado here, and you'll notice it's starting with 5.5 polls because there are 3 of these. They're going to be weighted a third, so once it's done with this, it'll be 5.33 polls. Once it's done with just adding this one. And it just tweeted. But let's watch it do its thing here. I didn't even pay attention to what that margin was. 9.9, went up, okay. Now it's going to update the graph. And notice the GSG wasn't even the most recent poll here either, even though Colorado is fairly sparsely polled. There have been more recently. And see, it's a lighter color because there are going to be 3 of them when I'm done. So then let's do the one with leans next. 2020, 09, 14. Oh, yeah, let's check the tweet to make sure the tweet didn't do anything crazy. There it is. Looks fine. I have had some problems with it occasionally going crazy and tweeting nonsense stuff. I thought I'd squashed that bug, but then earlier this weekend it did it again, and it stopped on its own. I didn't figure out what the actual problem is. If it happens again, I'll spend more time troubleshooting. It's usually some kind of race condition or some file out of sync from what it's supposed to be, whatever. But slowly I'm squashing bugs, but so this is 3. GSG with lean 14 8 28 2020 09 01 CO 800 Biden. Okay, now let's look over here again. This time we're going with the net that adds these up. Now, they've added for me, so I'm trusting them to do rounding properly. Like, I could add this 50 into 1 and get a 51. Oh, and I should check to make sure I have the May numbers. I probably do, but anyway, let's put these in first, and I'll check May to make sure I have them. But yeah, I will go with theirs because I'm presuming these are correct after rounding, and so this would be a little bit off if I added it myself. So I only add it myself if they don't do it for me. So Biden 50. Trump 39, sure, and I believe the rest are the same. For Hawkins 1, West 1. Okay, and now once that's published, we will do it again. And since this is very close, I suspect we'll have, well, in the end, we're going to be knocking off a Biden by 13. So this may move up a little while it's got 5.66, but once we get a third one in and this one gets knocked off, it'll probably go down again because we're, oh no, sorry, this is Biden 12. It probably won't change. We'll see if we end up above or below this line. Oh, and somebody else actually beat me to it. I got the tweet before I hit refresh because somebody else is on the website looking at Colorado because of the first tweet. You see, you got a number of people here. Well, 2. 2's a number, but you can see, actually, they're already off it. But one of them clearly hit Colorado to bring that up. Or I guess a spider could have that wouldn't be showing up on Google. Anyway. And the question is, do we... Oh, and we did have a strong to solid change. So whenever I do that, that's... well, strong to solid won't really change any other numbers. If it was going in or out of week, it would. So I'm not going to wait. Like, if it was going in or out of week, I would wait till the slower processing happens to do that. But this way, I can go ahead and do the two-party one now. So let's take... I'm going to grab this and move it over to the two-way so I can copy and paste and save a little bit of time. I'll eliminate the other candidates, 15, 19, 40. All of this is the same, except now we're going to have Biden 53 for the two-party and Trump 41. 5341, yes, and then we can eliminate all these so we don't confuse the two-party page that expects two parties. Save this. Go back here. Refresh again. Meanwhile, this is probably done. Yeah, this is done. So, but now you have to wait for me to do this because I'm in the middle of it. Yeah. And here comes a new tweet. A couple new tweets. 3, 2, 1. And we're back under 10 again, like I said, and this is going to refresh too. Because we had 12, 11, 12, and that replaced a 13. So the average of these two was 11 2/3, which is less than 13. Now, and you only see 2, even though they're 3, because 2 of them have the same value. And so when you look at the tweets, you should get, yeah, the new poll, and then so this went strong to solid and went back solid to strong when the last one got in there. And normally I would wait 10 minutes and then refresh the national summary again. But because, you know, Colorado's out here, it's going to make a negligible difference. It's not like a state that really matters right now. It's basically, well, what's this say? 99.6% Democrat at the current levels. So it's not going to make a difference. Anyway, back to the other thing. And it was good last time, by the way. Like, normally I wouldn't actually play this file until I'd actually levelated it. And so I would have wasted a lot more time if I wasn't showing this to you. So, but I'll hit play again. Okay, now it's going the speed we would expect.
With like
and maybe I'll do
jewelry
spot
and
check.
shit and whatever.
And
that's it.
And I believe it was her who said everybody's going to stick to their side. Even if you have that explanation, you still get that into the zeitgeist, and you still
into the zeitgeist. There we go. Happened to come across the title. Okay, now let's start this. And once this is going,
that'll be the end of this stream. Now I'm like 5 minutes away from 8 hours, so maybe I'll just vamp for a couple minutes and like stop it right at the 8-hour mark, because why not? Okay, so now I'm gonna process this. Boom, and it's starting to level that file. And yeah, we're at 7 hours, 54 minutes, and 53 seconds into this stream. Very, very exciting. I can go 5 more minutes. We'll stop this at the 8-hour mark. And then, I don't know, I'll collapse or something. We should check, make sure, no new polls came in just during the few seconds we were doing this. Now, although we do have a national Ipsos. We were noting before we had a 10, 11, and a 4. But, this is another place where you have to average. And, RCP is still at 7.4. But yeah, there's Colorado. Right before the end of the 5 minutes here, which is now, just over 4. We'll refresh this even though it hasn't been 10 minutes just to see how it looks. But there won't be any significant difference with Colorado. Sorry, Colorado, you don't matter. Not right now. But these, some of these, we got a number of close states. Looking at this, the number, under 5%. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, including the Maine and Nebraska congressional districts. But if you look at under 2, you still have Nebraska CD2, Maine CD2, Texas, North Carolina, Iowa, Georgia, Ohio are all 2 or less, which is a lot of really close states. At the moment, Biden is far enough ahead though that he doesn't need any of those. But all it takes is a little bit of weakening in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, etc., to change that. That's what happened here. Is he had a string of bad polls in Pennsylvania, pulled this up, actually pulled it temporarily all the way up to 3, but later polls undid that because of the way the average works. Yeah. So anyway, this is how I do my podcast, and you also got a little bit of election graphs. And anything else to say? Not really. I'm just vamping these last 2.5 minutes as somebody in Florida looking right now. And if you look at the last half hour, the traffic right now isn't like amazing. It ramps up really fast in the last bit of the election. At least it has last time around. I also did Facebook ads last time around, but which I'm not doing this time. It felt like it succeeded in driving a lot of likes to the Facebook page for election graphs, and a lot of comments on those posts. A lot of which were just from Trump cheerleaders. Without any engagement with the actual content I put on the site, just sort of haha, polls are meaningless, whatever, as opposed to actual meaningful discussion of any sort. And it wasn't driving a lot, at least it didn't seem like it was driving a lot of traffic to the site itself. It was just driving people to the Facebook page, even when I would do a blog post and link to it and blah, blah, blah. People wouldn't click through and read the article. They would respond to the headline, and that's it, or the first paragraph that was included in the summary there. So, yeah. Anyway. Okay, we got 1 minute till the 8-hour mark. Thank you very much for the 0 of you who actually joined me for this live stream. I guess I'm just talking to myself, but there's nothing new there. This was almost like doing an 8-hour podcast of my separately, which
Yeah. Fun. Anyway, thanks for anybody who ever sees this in the future. Hope you enjoyed it, or at least found it amusing or funny or something. If you watched any portion of this or you get to this part, please let me know. Anyway, we're about to hit at the 8-hour mark, so I'm going to say goodbye, and I'm going to hit the end stream button, right after we hit 8 hours, which is like 5 seconds from now. So bye, everybody. 3, 2, 1. Bye! Click. Are you sure you want to end the stream? Of course, it asks me an extra question. Yes, I'm sure. Bye, everybody. Everybody. Bye, everybody. See ya.